Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of qualifier number 1 of the SM64 120-star qualifiers. We are looking to take 7 competitors to fall pace across 3 qualifiers. I am the AC Money alongside Elisa, and Elisa, exciting runs yesterday, but some top runners with some work to do.
Oh yeah, definitely. I absolutely agree with you. We already saw some good runs, but I feel like we're kind of, already spoiled by the runs that we've seen in the past, so we have high expectations, which are probably also not wrong to have, keeping in mind how skilled these runners are.
Yeah, especially given that we're kind of in deja vu circumstances from fall 2023 with both Cheese and Ouija not putting up a run. They will have to put up a run of any time just to get on the leaderboard and get some points.
The competition is getting harder and harder each segment, each pace. So maybe it's some sort of pressure, just like not wanting to come up with just any run because it's common. We know it's common to just throw something in there just to have a time on the board. Maybe it's not the way for Cheese and Ouija this time. I know it's for Ouija it's normal because his expectations seem to be much higher for himself. But Cheese would usually, as far as I remember, start with a no reset. But maybe that's not the case this time. Maybe Cheese wants it with a good time right away.
For what it's worth, Cheese mentioned at the end of yesterday's stream that he was having some hand troubles. We certainly hope that he is feeling better today and able to put up some runs. But that is a story that we'll be monitoring throughout the day.
It seems to happen to quite some people at the moment. Maybe the ambition for grinding is just much harder now.
Right.
But I also experienced some carpal tunnel things going on. Maybe it's just that that time of the year where other people catch colds, those gamers catch the hand issues, but hopefully that's not the case.
I don't think carpal tunnel is a contagious disease, but I could be wrong.
I'm not a doctor, and from what I know, you're not. So maybe there's
Accurate.
stuff that we don't know.
Accurate. Top left of your screen is Horror. Horror spending the entire 9 hours plus overtime running yesterday. He was the last runner to finish and right back in it today, looking to improve on his 141.07. He actually had a high 141 before he improved it right at the very end of yesterday's session.
The ambition and the passion that some of those runners, a lot of them, but some have like this extra ambition to really put a good number on the board. We had planned usually that Beef was going to be with us in the booth today as well, but Beef decided to grind even more, put some more time into the game, into the runs, which we love to see. Obviously, as the commentators, we love that. But yeah, the grind, especially during the qualifiers, is always extra. It's like extra crazy.
For sure, and if you want to see these runners grind for 2 extra hours, we do have a fundraising goal of $27,000 for the Urban Arts. We did hit that fundraising goal yesterday. Let's see if we can hit it again today.
Sounds achievable. We should be able to do that, right? And not to forget, you're supporting not only a good cause, but you're also giving runners extra time that they sometimes they pull it up on the very last run. So maybe you're the reason someone's gonna pop off in the end.
Yeah, you never know. And our pretty excellent producer Drum has just reminded us in chat that there is a raffle for a Nintendo Switch OLED up for grabs, $25 for a ticket in that raffle. And just to be clear, that is a separate raffle from the ones that we were doing in the first half of the year. This is a new Nintendo Switch OLED, so you will not be competing against those who donated between January and summer pace. This is a new raffle for an additional Switch OLED. Just wanted to be clear about that.
How can they always come up with a new OLED and I never get one? It's my question 8. Why do I never get it?
Horror decided he didn't like that run, and given that he had a couple of completed runs yesterday, he's certainly entitled to high standards. So he will be resetting. Deku Dude and Wilco now the furthest along. They appear to be the only two runners currently in Wump's Fortress.
I've seen Decadud already grind a little bit, way before this this day started for us. Saw them grinding. So they already got some sort of practice in. Let's see where it takes us today. We got Wilco, obviously, always dedicated to the grind. Kari finished 2 yesterday, right? Finished the day with us and is now back. Yeah, Cryptic as well. Seen Cryptic yesterday when around the same time. So yeah, familiar faces, familiar runs. Hopefully I remember the route too.
Yeah, Horror and Cryptic were, I think, the last two runners. We did have a MU runner, like, right at the end, finish at 2:06, but in terms of competitors on the leaderboard, I believe it was those two who were the last two to finish.
Ooh, love the dedication here. They all want it.
For sure, only 7 spots available at pace. Now, it's not necessarily the top 7 today that will get those spots, but it will be across 3 qualifiers. There's obviously this one that concludes today, and there will be one in August and one in September. And you can see to the right of the players' times on their screens the number of points that they've accrued. First place gets 20 points, and we go down from there. And the idea is to score the most points across all 3 qualifiers. Usually it's like 25 to 27 points that'll get you in, which obviously you can't achieve in just one qualifier, but in theory could be achievable in 2.
Absolutely, yeah. And you can also like keep up with the current standings on the bottom. I mean, you probably saw it, but just in case you didn't. Right now that's Suigi on first, Gothic on second, Beast Assassin on third. Also has been for the past year, a little over the past year, been a very familiar name. Always grinding, always trying to put up a goated time. It's a goated runner too. We got Pluncation on fourth. That name should sound familiar to most of y'all. Simply on fifth. We saw Simply, surprisingly, yesterday, coming up with one run, put out the 139 and left. Loving that. Yes, on 6th place, we got Hara, and on 7th, we got Xander, who's also very dedicated, very goated, and took a little bit of a break. I think they were competing in this 602 thing where you do a bunch of Mario games as a speedrun. But yeah, it's now coming back to the full Mario 64 grind. So that could be interesting too. I talked to them a little bit and Seth was like sounding very, very ambitious, very ready to grind. Said he was feeling very well about his gameplay recently too. So yeah, excited to see what we're gonna see throughout the day from Seth, hopefully.
Yeah, I did see Sab was part of the 602. I had just assumed that 143 was part of his 602 and he pulled double duty.
I think at the end he said he did not do the 602 because of this whole grind, and also because of a motivation that shifted throughout the practice. But that comes you know, we got it good for that. We get to see some more Mario gameplay for this event.
Certainly true, and I can't imagine with a number of top runners starting to put up times and a lot of very good runners trying to chase him down, that a mid 143 will keep him in the top 7, so I imagine he will need to grind a little bit more, try to stay in that top 7.
Yeah, they're all putting in the effort, and usually what we see during these events at the end is like a 140 on the 7th, if not 139, which is crazy to think, right? Because not too long ago, that was the time that you want to have. Like, people did not even consider, there were one or two people with a 138, but that's it. And it, like, improved so much throughout the past 2 years, especially, obviously, also because of carpetless. But yeah, like a 139 that gets you 7th place on the leaderboard. Crazy.
Completely agree. I can definitely recall a time of Siglemic trying to grind for a 143 to try to get the world record.
We're just old.
Yeah.
That's
That's a good way
that's
of
what
putting
I'm hearing. It's like, oh yeah. Yesterday I was talking about how I grew up in a Mario time where OG Canonless was the setup to do during runs, and yeah, we can just be very grateful that that's not the case anymore, and people have much more knowledge and more strats available now than back then.
Right. People used to have gentlemen's agreements to not do canonless because it was such a luck-based trick.
Insane to me. Insane to think that they considered that like the potential strat to drop or the star to drop, and now people are doing carpetless on the regular. Well, definitely don't want to miss out on a 50-second time save. I do understand that.
Certainly true, yeah. I was talking with the electric during our shift yesterday, and we were talking about how old. Okay, interesting box physics. But we were talking about how old we were and how I grew up with Mario Advance, and remember, talking to kids in elementary school about it. Because, like, we didn't know anything about Mario or Mario 64. We didn't have Nintendo 64s.
Well, what a time to grow up in. Well, I mean, it was also a great time growing up with N64, but for me, I also had one. Well, my brother had one, so I did not really get to play it. My brother was very gatekeeping when it came to the consoles. But
Sounds
I
about
grew
right.
up like I think my first console that I had was the GameCube, and I saved so long for that one, only to then 15 years later, 20 years, even figure out that that's not gonna be the console I will end up with. And also, the first Mario game that I got to play is gonna be the one that I'm supposed to dislike, apparently, because there's a war going on between the SMS and the SM64 gang. So,
Uh-oh.
well, I'm unbiased, just saying. I love both games equally, but I heard there's people that take sides here. But yeah, I also never thought I was gonna end up playing this game 30 years later on the regular.
I was a PS1 kid growing up.
But you were like entirely PS in general, or just for the PS1?
I think I got a GameCube in like 03, 04, something like that, but I was primarily PlayStation 1 and then upgraded to PlayStation 2. And I eventually bought a Nintendo 64 in adulthood, but
May I ask, do you have like an older brother or an
nope,
older
just me.
I think for me it was because I grew up with older siblings and they were already, biased and all had the Nintendo, so I couldn't really get into the PlayStation consoles, but later on I definitely did have both and did enjoy both equally. And also we got Avatar on the screen again. Also someone who has been putting in the work and has been grinding a lot, was there for most of the time yesterday, on and off. Also very excited to see what Avatar can put on the board here, because they're definitely more than qualified to end up on the leaderboard.
While you were mentioning that, Corey hitting a very unfortunate invisible wall at the end of JRB hundreds, that would have been a huge time loss, and he goes ahead and dumps that run, starts over.
It is Those invisible walls, I mean, it already, I have not seen it because I cannot commit to a 4-hour video, but most people know there is a 4-hour video about invisible walls, and if you can fill 4 hours knowledge about these invisible walls, you know it's bad. You know, you
Right.
know these are just like terrible things that happen.
I think largely, and I mean, I would recommend watching the full 4-hour video if you can, but if your time is short, um, you could probably get the gist through the first hour. I think most of the video is just going through, an exhaustive list of every example.
I will have to at least, dip into the material a little bit because I think it is interesting and I heard that the video is great. And maybe it would, save me from some future invisible walls incidents.
24/7 Pan and Coke variety one.
It is, I see. Then, well, when the boss, the drum basher, tells me to, I guess I have to. I don't want to risk anything, drum. I will.
Deku Dude with a nice backup after missing a red coin.
Yeah, we're getting slowly but steadily. We go into this part of where people actually start paying more attention. I personally am a person that loves watching every single bit as long as the movement is nice and clean. But for most people, I think runs really start for 120 in BOB and it like kind of goes into SSL-ish. I feel like the attention is there when it's hitting basement. But yeah, we're slowly getting there for Decadude and Wilco. And also seeing other runners in JRB is very sweet. As long as it's not Whomp's Fortress, I've heard. As long as it's not the intro or Whomp's Fortress, people feel blessed.
Wilco with 2:12.7s on the slide, very strong times. As he enters 21 seconds ahead of what I believe is his PB. Deku Dude's gonna
Avatar with a
reset here.
reset, unfortunately. I did not see what was happening, but probably a typical JRB Hondo thing, I would
Yeah.
guess.
Clarification on Deku, not resetting the run, just resetting the Bob-omb, getting it to respawn.
I would have, I would be so confused because, I would have major delay if there was a reset happening. But no. Oh, I love that strat that Wilco's doing.
Yeah.
The little jump dive over the huge gap.
Unconventional, but looked cool.
Yeah, I feel like people recently found it, and I don't know too much about it because I myself just am getting into all of the 120 mechanics and haven't run this category at all. I'm just practicing and learning now, so that will be a thing for the future. But some less well, educated might be the wrong word, but I know less strats when it comes to 120. So seeing those is always cool. They always come up with something new. Can't keep up.
Yeah, it is definitely amazing all of the new strats that people are coming up with, even 28 years into this game's lifespan.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's still more to find.
We know when it comes to 16, Suigi did pretty much pull up a 17 from Wilco. That's sweet. We have seen the perfect 16-star world record for now, because you never know what's gonna happen. People might find something crazy that makes you pick it up again, because and all of a sudden there is a 20-second time save you did not think was there. loving the strat that Wilco's going for here. I think it spawns like an extra cannonball, and it slows down, or it speeds up the Koopa race, if I remember correctly. I don't want to spread any misinformation, but I think that is the case. I'm gonna do some deep dive in here. It was such a little race between Wilco and Deku too. It just finished. Actually, it is like almost the race. There's like 6 seconds between those runners.
Yeah, essentially a no reset race between these two. They are, I believe, the only two right now that have gone no reset today.
I love a little race within the pace event.
Oh, for sure.
Well, we also got Beef and BOB now, and I think he's also going for this jump dive. Wow, what a strat. Definitely gotta look into that.
Wilco and Deku working on Bob hundreds right now. Beeve not too far behind. He did have a couple of resets early, but still pretty deep into his run. Horror, after a reset a little bit ago, currently working on his wing cap. He'll be heading into Bob in a moment.
It is a little advantage for Deku right now. Well, not anymore. We just got very unfortunate RNG. Wilco ended up with one less coin one less coin at this part, and most of people in chat would know. I assume if you like this game, if you like 120, then you know. You gotta have like a certain amount of coins for this area in BOB 100. And depending on how,
I thought Deku had a really good shot at the double star spawn and just missed it.
That's unfortunate, but you gotta like also have this quick reaction to it and this quick thinking of how do I approach this now, just so I can collect both coins at the same time.
Right.
Hard to come up with that right away.
It was very close.
But yeah, I saw Wilco with 64, leaving the wing cap part, Deku with 65. And that makes a huge difference, apparently, because one has to grab a Goomba, one has to grab the box, and can't skip one pole.
Ooh!
Which is a major time save here.
Wilco missing the 5th coin, thankfully having enough height to go back for it, but not a mistake you see very often.
Yeah, and also it can be critical, because once you like don't have the height anymore, you gotta go all the way back and use the cannon again. It's like just a hassle and a big time loss. I think what might have happened was when you get into the cannon and you have like a weird angle, or you hold like an input, it gives you like a stored cam movement, and that could have happened here. Then the cam shifts last second while it's being in the air. But it does not look too bad. Both are leaving BOB now. Deku a little behind when it comes to our little race within the pace race. It looks pretty good for both runners here.
Yeah, Wilco just a little bit ahead. But still will be interesting to see who comes out on top here. Wilco having lots of room for improvement in that high 147. Deku not even having a time on the board yet.
Did I see that? No, okay. For a second, I thought Wilco was running on the US cartridge, which would have been confusing. Um, but you never know. Maybe you don't want to take the risk of getting sound glitch. So maybe you just want to switch to US. Maybe that does it for you.
Fair enough.
Oh, and
Deku
now
missing his plus, going for IROC here. Wilco getting his plus. Of course, only one plus to be done in 120 star.
a little bit of an advantage here. Wilco now going for red coins. Absolute gorgeous movement that is coming up. If done correctly, it's a hard star in general, but contains like strats like the Z slide if you go for it, sliding down the hill, hitting Z as you land, and you get like a very speedy slide.
Yeah, this star definitely the cause of a lot of redos. Actually, the fact that he didn't get that triple jump might have saved him a little bit, because now he can go safe through the toxic, or not that toxic maze wrong level, but whatever the box area is.
Yeah, no.
I don't believe it has a canonical name.
Not as far as I know. Oh, we're getting the first abobas of the day in chat too. Love that. Oh, that was not cats. No, that's embarrassing. Don't. Can I delete that from? I can.
You are a moderator. You should be. There you go.
Yeah, I was not sure if I can delete my own messages, but I did. You saw nothing. Toxbox maze. Yeah, I think that's what they call it. Don't. Well, and that was the end of my career for speedrun.
Well, our thanks to Elisa, who has been eliminated from commentary. We'll be joined by a new commentator shortly.
It was nice while it lasted. Oh, interesting movement from Deku. You usually do the little slide kick here, but we just saw a very frame perfect triple jump that also got us where we wanted to be, so.
Rejoined by Cryptic now in the bottom right of your screen. Pretty strong runners on the board here. We will certainly have a number of your favorite runners coming up later. As for the start of this day, remember we do still have 6.5 hours unless we reach that donation goal. ! Donate to learn more. But we certainly have some strong runners to start off the day.
Absolutely, yeah. And we don't have him on the monitor yet. We don't have him on the screen yet. But I also saw that Guy and I went live. Saw them grinding yesterday a lot. Saw them on the leaderboard for a little while. And also excited to see what Guy and I can come up with. I know they had a really long break from Mario 64. And are now coming back. Very determined to get a good time. I'm excited. We got a lot of familiar faces. We got oh wow, that was
that's not one you see every day.
Got a little close there. But yeah, we got a lot of familiar faces, but also got a lot of faces that people might not know from back then, or just because they just came out of nowhere and popped off.
And that is the cool thing about LTAs that I really like, is the Deku taking a fall, and I guess he didn't like this run because I mean that felt like it was savable, but just decides to tap out.
You know, sometimes it happens to me too. Maybe it was one of those moments where you just reset and like right after you reset, you realize I did not have to do this. It was not necessarily to reset here, but now it's done. Could be it. Sometimes if you don't like the run, that was always what I think about it. If you don't like your own run, if it frustrates you, and you already have a bad mindset for it, and then maybe reset. Because a bad mindset whilst having a mediocre run does not get you anywhere. And for me, it loses focus for me. I don't really feel the run, and if I don't feel it, then you might also maybe reset and try again.
It will be Wilco who wins that mini race. We have a little bit of a shuffle on the screen. It's Beeve taking the second large spot. But quickly to go back to my last thought, one of the things I really like about the LTA format is that you get to see a lot of, top runners, I mean, you obviously get to see a lot of top runners, but you also get to see a lot of runners, further down the leaderboard that you may not be familiar with, learning about some new faces and getting to see a lot of PBs from runners you wouldn't otherwise see. Very cool stuff. I always really enjoy that part.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing a little bit of a backup here from Beeve. There was a little bit of trouble with the...
Ew!
Wow!
Good save.
That was some very quick reacting, smart thinking. Okay, we got there. We got there in the end. Wilco going for the 100 coin in HMC. I want to say it's one of the longest. Yeah. So there's a lot that is happening. There's also a lot of difficult stuff, a lot of RNG too. We're relying a lot on enemy drops, on spiders, and the little guys here. I always want to say Shy Guys, but that's not it. It's Snipper? Is that the name? I could come up with a... Oh, wow. We had some adjustment. There was some adjustment with the camera. It was a wild angle. Could pull up the little guide that I have, but unfortunately it's in German, and the enemies and characters in general do have different names here. So I don't think that would be helpful. That looked like a very clean HMC 100 though. No major mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going pretty well. Doesn't look like he got homie coin, but... Oh, no, I think he did, actually. I think it fell to the left over there.
Right? No?
Huh? No? Maybe?
I thought it was... Oh! Didn't it?
Oh, yeah, there it is!
Welco! Well, it was hard to see.
On homie coin today.
That must be really annoying for Welco right now, knowing it dropped so close and just did a full turn around the pillar. But we got there in the end. And HMC 100 is already hard enough, so one of the less annoying things that could happen. Alright, Beeve wrapping up SSL 100. Also one that you just want to get out of the way. Okay, Wilco.
He is known for a particular BLJ. This is a different one, but let's see if he can get this Toxic Maze BLJ. It is good.
Wow. That was very clean.
Yeah, very good stuff there by Wilco.
Yeah. And now followed by Beef, who's heading to HMC 2.
He'll be working on his hundreds. Deku taking another reset. Horror still working on his shifting Sandland.
But
And
also
Cryptic
the
about to
last
finish
one.
up JRB.
Yeah, on that. So we're getting pretty far gameplay overall. Getting to see a lot of interesting stuff right away. While Daku dude is cooking something for the leaderboard, I am sure. The thought alone that the spider that Beef just killed is on a cycle and that you just gotta do the beginning part, that is already so hard. Fast too, just to have the spider come up to you instead of hiding is insane. There's just so many things that you maybe don't even notice if you don't run this game yourself and only get to find out once you have tried it on your own. That is looking good.
That should be good, yep.
Perfect. Interesting to know if Beef is... Oh.
Yeah, awful rock RNG.
Yeah, now definitely is going for Salt Bog, but did not get the right angle here. Not too much of a time loss, but it still is if you try it and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, a little annoying.
Alright. Not too bad. We're killing the spider immediately.
No
But
homie coin from
unfortunately,
Beef.
no good blue coin RNG here. I have to say this because I got forced by Drogi once and now I feel like I always have to do it. So I'm gonna let you know a little fun fact on this end. There's a 57% chance of this coin dropping.
Huh.
The more you know.
Yeah, I would have figured it was way lower than that.
That's what I thought too, but like I only get to see runs that well, not only, but most of the time this coin does not behave in our favor. So I would have thought it was less than 57. Knowing that it's 57 and you still get bad RNG most times, it's really frustrating. Oh, unfortunately, Beef with a reset to the HMC BLJ.
Yep, going for Toxic Maze BLJ. Not able to hit it. And Beef has seen enough.
Loving the little wall kick movement that Hara just did for grabbing those 2 coins. Deku seems to need a bit of a break, which is fair. So a lot of grinding, a lot of focus, a lot of not doing anything else. So we always recommend taking a little bit of time off in between. But now we got Gainai on screen.
Meaningful message.
Cool to see Gainai again. He was on screen quite a bit yesterday. Definitely has been grinding this game a lot. Wilco, of course, the furthest runner along, only no reset runner still going. And, I mean, not to commentator's curse because he can't hear me, and so therefore I have no effect on his gameplay, but he is currently 29 seconds ahead of lifetime PB. Currently working on a 147.55 right now. This would put him right up against Horror's low 147 that he got at the end of yesterday.
It would be amazing to see. Oh, we got Kelly.
Nice.
We got Kelly too. People were just talking about how we still have to see those top runners put a time on the board. We also said it when we were opening this event. But yeah. Good to see Callie. Good luck. See you in chat there. You can hear us. Good luck. on those runs.
Good luck,
Obvious
Callie.
to all the runners.
Callie, of course, was one of our 7 runners at Summer Pace. He'd love to go back.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't want to miss the event. Not only the runners that I'm talking about, but also you and chat. It is a great event, and if you have not considered going, maybe you should, because there's a lot of goated people playing Mario for you. There's this big community area, a lot of fun stuff to do. Most people bring their consoles. You can chill with the people that you meet online. It really is just a nice event. And we're selling tickets, so maybe.
Yeah,
Might as well.
I just went to my first pace last month. Had a great time. I unfortunately don't think I'm gonna be able to pull it off in November, but I do highly recommend it for those that haven't gone before.
Yeah, if you miss out on summer pace like I did, then fall is another way to make it up. I'm gonna do that. So we'll get to see each other. Chat, me, you, I. But obviously, a lot of go to people.
This side is not cooperating. There we go, finally.
This game works in mysterious ways.
Hi, I'm Scott, saying that Royal Farms is greater than both Wawa and Sheets, which, having been to all 3, I would argue is an arrestable offense.
I have no idea what that means.
We're going a long way around for toxic maze.
Woke having a little bit of a pole jumping situation here. But we did not fall down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cammy Gold, I no longer have moderator and I'm unable to do so. But yeah, arrestable offense.
Alright, yeah, we saw a little bit of a... Not struggling, but there was some things. Oh, okay. Okay, just do it again. Oh, Woko. Just jump. Yep, thank you.
Gotta be safe, you don't want to fall there.
You absolutely don't want to do that.
It did lose about 10 seconds, unfortunately.
LLL has been a little rough for Woko. Finally, we're done with that. And we're heading to Finish Cap, which is always nice.
First a grab of Mips. We actually did, when I was here at the end of the shift, have a couple of runs end in VC. So not usually a place where runs end, but our runners didn't have much luck last night. Hopefully Wilco will get us started on the right track today.
It also happened when I was there for like around, what was it? I think it's lunchtime for you, like 1 p.m. Gothic, unfortunately, lost a run too. I had to grind it out a little even, you know, when it dives to something and you just like want to grind it out for a few more minutes. There has been some trouble, but obviously Gothic worked it out because we have him on the second place right now with a 138.53. Oh wow!
Wilco is really cutting these elevators close.
I thought that was it. A little Siglamic moment here.
Nice.
Get it.
Finishing it off clean after a eventful Vanish Cap.
We definitely lost a little bit of time here during the past 8 minutes. If it's even 8. Yeah. 8, 9. but the run's not. It's not over. It's far from being over for Wilco. We still have a 1:38.54 as a best possible time. Lots of room to turn it back around. Also, we're getting spoiled with all of the gamers that we're having on screen now. We're having 7 people on the screen. That's a lot of Mario, which I love. Not complaining.
Did Wilco save and quit?
It sure looks like it. Yeah, I think
Oh,
that.
you know what? Because he's going to CCM, so it's fine. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Tactical. Deep breaths.
For a split second, I also thought, wait, wasn't Wilco in basement? But CCM definitely is not the worst to re-enter after saving quitting.
No, I think that might have even been intentional.
Oh,
Ooh, careful!
oh,
Taking a bomb.
wow!
That's okay. That's a quick star to die on.
True.
It will put him, unfortunately, behind PB.
It definitely, if it was not gonna happen after the save and quit, now it definitely is. It's a little unfortunate. Wilco definitely was very low there for the side flip, for the back flip. Oh, this star is causing some trouble here.
Yeah. Hopefully that will not lead to compounding errors, but the good news is that there's a canyon between 6th and 7th right now. So Wilco definitely can sneak into that gap.
True. We got a lot of time, almost 2 minutes to play with here. Is that a new donation that we're just getting in here from Z-Beard?
Hey!
Z-Beard. Good luck to all the runners. Sheets haters, grow up, is what Z-Beard's saying.
Sheets gang!
Thank you so much for the $15 donation, Z-Beard, and contributing in supporting the event, supporting Urban Arts, and yeah, helping us getting closer to reach the goal that will extend the stream for another 2 hours today.
Yeah, we are $931 away. If everyone right now who's watching donated $2, we would be done.
True. Well, actually, I'm very bad with numbers, but I just trust AC. AC seems like they know what they're talking about, so yeah.
I do have a math degree.
Then
it's actually like closer to like $2.05, but roughly $2.
I now trust you even more with the statements that you put out.
Thank you.
And also this time I did it right. No lowercase case here. I did join the Aboba train.
RJ noting that he came into Sheets Wawa discussion. Yeah, listen. I like Wawa, but Sheets is better.
Wait, is that real?
Is what real?
The statement that we just got in chat. Every time someone types a boba before the top of the hour, I'll donate $1 in parentheses up to $50. Bye, hi, my name is Pizza.
That would definitely be cool. I did notice we just had a new donation. I'm trying to load the... Here we go.
Totally real. I'm so mad about these Sheets takes. Well, hi, my name is Pizza said in chat. Alright. Well, if it's real.
It is, in fact, hi, I'm Scott, who pips Z-Beard with a $16 donation, saying, drown the Sheets in Rofo gravy, gas station chicken forever. That is the most disgusting thing I have ever read in my entire life. Thank you for your donation.
gas station chicken forever is a wild thing to read out during comps.
Yeah, so Sheetz, Wawa, and Royal Farms, which I guess is now shortened to Rofo, um,
Mhm.
which is weird because there's no O in farms. Um, they are chains of gas stations slash eating establishments in the Northeast United States. Sheets mainly like Western PA, Wawa, Eastern PA into New Jersey, and Royal Farms more of like a Baltimore area, which is
Mhm.
whereabouts where Pace is held. Um, so it's a gas station, but you can go in and like actually like buy real food. Um, and
It
Sheets is the best of the three.
I still feel like you should not call it gas station chicken for like at any point. Gas station chicken sounds like it's gonna be the worst chicken you'll ever eat. Also, we got an anonymous donation, $25 here, saying a boba. Chillum.
And also entering for the Nintendo Switch. Good luck to Anonymous.
We're getting those raffles in. They want the incentives. We got either the signed SM64 cartridge, signed by all the people that make it do two qualifiers, make it to pace, and run for the event. And they're gonna sign the cartridge, and then it's gonna hopefully, with a little bit of luck, end up at your place. And from what I've heard, if you get to win it and you run the game, it automatically, immediately increases your skill level just by looking at it. So I would get it if I could.
I mean, technically speaking, if you only have a US cartridge, it will save you some time.
Sure. And it's a Steel 4 cartridge already, let alone a signed one.
Right.
The whole gas station chicken talk made me lose focus a little bit. So I'm gonna take you all back a little bit. I'm gonna bring us all up to what is happening. Wilco is right now in BBH, which probably also did linder your focus a little bit because people seem to do that during BBH. We got Hara in CCM. Gainai is now minus 12 in BOB. Loving that. Beef is already back at it in JRB. Avatar did reset what we see in Dark World right now. Callie also is putting in the work. Just started and has now 16 stars doing the princess side. Cryptic and HMC, pretty much in the middle of it, right? We're wrapping up hundreds and heading to the next few stars. And yeah, that's where we're at. I think we're all caught up.
Wilco with a tactical split change while we were talking. Currently now running against 148.06 splits. I don't know which splits those are, given that he is on a 147.55, but it is roughly where he's at for his pace time.
It definitely helps. Like, I also don't know what splits these could be. those could be. But it's always nice to have, you know, green splits in front of you. It helps a little bit with the mindset. You don't feel like you're in the plus too much. The red color alone does it for me. When I see it, it's like, ugh. So seeing a little bit of, which is probably also why Wilco's not going for red splits, but has blue as behind PB splits. It definitely does help staying focused if you don't compare against PB for a little while, at least.
Fair enough. And given that BBH is a resident sleeper stage, I think now would be an excellent time for a break. We will rejoin you in about 5 minutes to see the second half of Wilco, hopefully get to see his DDD hundreds. But first, this message from Urban Arts. Oh, there's another donation.
Yeah,
I take
we
that back.
do have-
Hold on.
We do have another donation from Hi, my name is Pizza, and as promised, with a $50 donation saying I lost count in chat, but as promised, a boba.
Thank you so
Someone
much.
sticking to the word. Hell yeah, thank you so much.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
And we are back from our little break. We ended things with a very generous donation of $50. I'm waiting for my comms colleague AC to join us in a little bit. Right now we got Wilco in the last breaths of DDD. Before heading upstairs, we got Hara doing a little bit of DDD too. Beef is already in BOB. We got Callie with the first run of the day in SSL right now. Going for the red coins here. And Cryptic in CCM right now, also on a very decent pace. But you already know anything could happen. There's plenty of time left for our runners to get some runs going. The leaderboard right now does look good, but can definitely be improved. Though we usually see like a 140 at the end of the weekend. Usually, I want to say like a 140-ish time on 7th place. Right now, it's Seth Xander with a 143.29. That makes me feel like there could be some changes, definitely, throughout the next few hours. By the way, we have a donation goal of 27,000 right now. We're at 26,152 plus 42 cents. If we reach that goal, the stream will extend for another 2 hours tonight, which gives our runners another 2 hours of running and resetting, which they usually appreciate. Plus, it is for urban arts, for a good cause. So yeah, might as well. We have $1 left. It doesn't have to be a big donation. Any amount helps and does support the good cause. Plus, yeah, maybe we end up seeing more runs, hopefully, from these runners. And that's Hara wrapping up SWRC now, heading into the second Bowser fight of this run. Wilco having a little bit of trouble getting up there, but we did it. Also now running, we said it earlier before break, right now running against the 147.55 bits split. The best possible time is still a 140.16. So that definitely gets you on top on the leaderboard. If no major mistakes happen, this run does look promising.
I am back. Sorry about that.
No worries, I got them.
I got stuck on the phone with my pharmacy.
That is totally fine. You did not miss too much. Pretty much, we see the runners that we've seen before. They're still here, so that's good. Means no one rage quit, no one gave up.
That's good.
Always love seeing one of the runners that is currently playing also in chat.
Classic. That is classic Callie.
You gotta have an outlet, you know. Oh no, Wilco! This triple jump wall kick is so hard when done fast. If you try to go too fast there, it's so easy to mess it up. And that, unfortunately for that star, it is, if you fall down, some time that is lost there.
Yeah, I
And
was
when it
talking about that
rains,
with.
it pours. Go. Waiting for the elevator to get fully up there. I'm sorry, I cut you off. What were you about to
Well,
say?
actually, I'm glad you did, because Electric and I were talking about that last night about, if you miss that triple jump, you can end up with, like, you almost always end up doing one or more errors after that, and the same thing happened to Wilco there, where he, might have lost his concentration a little bit because that triple jump is so hard and so difficult to back up. He was able to
Yeah.
back it up, but then got punished in the elevator.
You always want to, like, when that happens already, you already got in mind that you approximately lost like 10 seconds, maybe even more. It depends on the movement that you're doing afterwards and how fast you recover. But you're already having that in mind, that you already lost a bunch of time. So now you want to make it up, and now you want to, like, at least be fast throughout those wall kicks that happen inside the low cage area. And that usually causes you to either get an A input too early or too late. Plus, if you break the box, that's also causing a bunch of lag that definitely does play a role whilst climbing up the caged elevator too.
Very true, and we're going 7 wide here as X Raisin joins the stream for the first time today.
Also a very impressive runner, as from what I know, I'm not sure if it's like still active, but used to have like a lot of MU world records in general. Is a very determined player, very goated, very ambitious and passionate about the game. He's been around for as long as I've been, I think. Maybe a little less. But yeah, also a little bit of a SM64 dinosaur.
I can confirm he still has the 120-star world record in the MU category. And I can also confirm that Quechi, however you pronounce that name, donated $15 saying, "When all else fails, wall kicks will work. Thank you for your $15 and good luck in the raffle for the SM64 signed cartridge."
Loving that.
Of course, that money doesn't go into our pockets. It goes to the Urban Arts, a great program that we have partnered with for a number of years. You learned a little bit about them during the caster break. And Wilco 1 star away from finishing up here in Wet Dry World. You can see he has moved to his 147.55 splits, which he is currently ahead of. Unfortunately, did lose some time in Wet Dry World, but you can see saved a minute in DDD hundreds. And knowing Wilco, I'm sure he has some time to save later in this run as well.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, there's definitely lots of room left still to make it 7th place. I feel like 6 with this run would be a little too optimistic. That will probably not be the case with that fast possible time. But definitely 7th place is still possible. And being on the leaderboard is pretty much everything that you want to achieve here. And stay on it. And get enough points.
Very accurate. You never know how these next qualifiers are going to roll out. I did just notice that Cryptic has unfortunately reset.
Very sad.
Yeah,
But
tough
Cryptic
luck for
has
him
been
halfway
playing
through
very
the run.
well. So I would think that Cryptic probably does not have too much trouble recovering and getting another run in no time. I just noticed though that Guy and I did reset too. We had it in BOB when I was when we were getting out of break, but yeah, apparently did reset. Might have missed that because we're already leaving Worm's Fortress. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're getting 42 in HMC. So Callie is about to wrap up this HMC and is then also heading to the next stage. Beeve's last 100 coins here was pretty decent. So I'm excited to see how this one's gonna play out. It's again a long 100 coin star, with a lot of very difficult things that make it a little harder to get a good time here.
Right. I want to call attention, by the way, to the run that Horror is on, because we haven't really talked about his run too much. Currently 80 stars in, and he is a minute 20 ahead of the 141.07 he put up during overtime yesterday, as Wilco having horrible coin RNG here. Thankfully going to be able to recover it. That is unfortunately going to lose him some time.
Yeah, I did notice that the RNG here is not treating Wilco as nice as it could be. Beat, by the way, did get the BLJ during hundreds, and yes, I absolutely agree with you. We should keep an eye on Hara. Very, very goated player overall. And you can tell by the best possible time that we see on the splits, 138.16. With 81 stars currently, so there's not too much that is gonna come up. Obviously, there's a lot of difficult things still about to happen, but yeah, we're already over halfway through, and still having a 138 as a best possible time looks promising. At least I don't want to jinx too much. But as I just learned from you, the comms cannot do that since we're not actively in the runners' chats, so they don't hear us. So yeah, not cursing anything today.
For the record, I think this is on Horror's PB pace, because I think he has like a very high 139 as a PB or a very low 140. And this is definitely 139able. Would move him up in the standings, and more than that, like, the other thing I want to mention here, in his 141.07, his back half was cracked yesterday, and like, I think he was like plus 30, plus 40 or something, heading to, or at least through BBH.
Mm-hmm.
And that was on the high 141 he put up. And so he saved over a minute on that back half. He is looking to have a similar back half here that would put him right up against or above his PB.
That is crazy. Like, also in general, coming back from, like, again, as I said earlier, when you're already like behind splits, it definitely is harder to perform well than it is when you're like in green splits. You really know it's a good run, you gotta keep up, you gotta continue on playing well, and the focus is much higher than it is on red splits. So it sounds interesting that you could just like clutch it like that. I just checked the Horror Does Speedruns profile on speedrun.com, and according to that, the 120 star PB is a 140.01.
Infuriating.
Yeah. So we are definitely on yes, on very much PB pace. Real PB. Not only event, but a personal best in all regards. Yeah, Drum. What the F?
We're stretching out a bit. 85 stars into his run. Technically not a no reset. He did have a reset, I think, in Dark World or something. Raisin having a world of hurt here on the Eel Star. He's not going to be able to get back to that in time. That is a very unconventional death.
Oh,
Unless
yeah.
he's not able to get the points.
And sometimes, like, these are the things that you don't really pay attention to as you're running. Like, sometimes it just happens that, you know, it's like very uncommon for runners to get damage somewhere where it's like not necessary or wanted. So having less health than you usually would have throughout the run always throws you off, kind of like you don't think about it too much until it hits you and you're like, oh, that happened, so therefore I cannot do what I usually did.
And that's where game knowledge comes into play, finding those backups that don't happen very often. Wilco having a little bit of difficulty in TTM. He's definitely lost quite a bit of time in this upstairs, hoping to save it later on in the run. I'm sure that there is room for improvement somewhere in Tippy.
Oh, there always is. It's Tippy after all. It rarely happens that Tippy is your best segment throughout the run. I mean, it happens, but it usually does not too often.
Guy looks like he's minus 21, I think that says, through JRB. That's good to see. Callie working on CCM right now, getting started there. Beeve in Lethal Lava Land, but of course, the majority of eyes will be on the two runners on the top of your screen. Wilco, the last standing no reset run, and Horror, who is potentially working on a lifetime PB. And Wilco's going to do it again! Man, we were talking last night about, you know, runners having so much difficulty there with that log, and we saw a couple runs in overtime end at that log, and now Wilco having a world of trouble with it. Gonna have to go for reds.
Sometimes when it happens once, you're so, like, scared, kinda even scared, to do it again. Like, it sits in the back of your mind, and you know that, oh, next time I do this mistake cannot happen again. And you're pressuring yourself, already thinking, oh, hopefully it doesn't. So, I don't know, you maybe, you know, have like you're kind of mind blocking yourself there. That can happen. Not saying that it couldn't also be just because of movement. Because that is definitely also a thing. It just sometimes end up doing something you've never done before, and it just is in your muscle memory, and all of a sudden you don't know why that is.
Or 3/4 of the way done with his run and quickly grabbing the Lonely Mushroom Star. Wilco about to finish up with hundreds.
Cryptic, please. Please. Get your butt back on the screen. Really attached. I know I should not be, but I am attached to that horror run. I got to meet them last year at Pace, and horror is just like such a sweet runner, so nice, so cool to talk to. Not to say that not every single runner that we see here is absolutely goated and nice and cool. But
Right. Now, I was at Pace over the summer, and every single runner was super nice and,
they're just like so.
very personable. If you want to go meet your favorite runners, Pace is definitely the place to do it.
Absolutely. Also, Boko just got breezeless, which is a little bit of an ego boost, I would assume. That's something that you really desperately need after seeing some things go wrong in TGM. It's the least it can do for you is giving you that breezeless time save. But yeah, I would hope for, obviously, any runner that we see, every runner that we see, I hope it for, but I would really love for Hara to PB with this run at the end. They're moving so fast. The last time I actively checked Cali, it was like I think, where were we? It's leaving HMC, and now we're in CCM already, with 58 stars. It happened so fast. Wrapping it up here. The movement.
Ooh. I'll go a little bit of difficulty with the spin drift. There we go, getting it second try.
Wow. I've never seen Callie do that star. So it threw me off just a little bit that we took a huge quick tour around this mountain.
He went the other way.
Yeah, like over the
Nice.
bridge too, and it was lovely. I don't know if that was like some sort of not backup, but like alternative movement after getting a bong on the wall. Because what I usually see is people grabbing one of those coins from the lower coin row to because it's like what's it called? Like a
checkpoint, a trigger.
Yeah, like a checkpoint, exactly. And then they just jump down, dive, go straight to the snowman's head there. But that was exciting. I felt a little thrilled, just not knowing what was going on. Yeah, we see it in chat now too. Chat is hyping up the horror run, as they should, because it really is a great run. You don't want to even think about the nerves that come with such a big split ahead.
Noted, notable goated chatter Tiles underscores. Always happy to see
True.
him.
True,
Or
agreed.
them. I don't want to assume. Even though I kind of just did. Horror, meanwhile, on mid 139 pace. Yeah, fun fact about Tiles, I rated Logan's chat once. Logan USA, who is a 18 to a 15 in the span like 2 months now. Oh, no kidding. Good job. Logan USA is like the strongest Mario Kart Wii time trial player, and I rated him once, and Towels joined in our raid message, so that's why I know him.
I see. Yeah, I think it's Tiles is like everywhere too, so you cannot really. Tiles watches all the goated people.
Yeah,
So-
it's just weird because after that, I've seen Towels in like 15 different chats.
You never know. Is it one of those things where you just like never paid attention to, and once you know
Probably.
to focus on, you see them everywhere? Yeah, I worked for a store once, for like a clothing brand, and I heard of it, but I never really saw it on people. The moment I started working there, I saw it everywhere. Maybe that is with Tiles too and other chatters. Like once you know them, they're everywhere.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I've definitely done that with Troy, who I've commentated a lot of SMO with. And I'll see him in like Tetris chats and stuff, and I'll be like, "Oh, yo, what's up, Troy? What are you doing here?"
I
But
had
like,
that thing.
I also know Troy fairly well.
I had that thing with just joined Gio Gringo. Also a 15 on 16 star. Go to runner. Just leaving that there. You wanna now you're gonna see them everywhere.
Wilco,
Wilco
unfortunately,
missing
not getting his signature clip.
Yeah, the own signature clip, unfortunately, but you can't really blame it on the skill. You cannot say it's a skill issue. It's just a very unfortunate trick people gotta do sometimes or want to do, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Do I? It's not a gonna come. Maybe have game audio next time, and it will be Geo.
Hold out, dang. By the way, make sure you say hello to us in chat. We'd love to see you guys check in, and also we'd also love to see you guys give to Urban Arts, because if each of you donated $1.50, we'd get 2 extra hours of Mario content today.
I need those 2 extra hours because I cannot get enough of Mario. That's the first thing. I planned on doing some 120 pracky myself tonight after doing comms. I'm gonna be here for another 2.5 hours. But after that, I'm gonna, boot up my little console and do the same thing. And it would be so nice to have those runners on the side. Please make it happen for me. And
You make it happen for Elisa, if not for your favorite runners.
Yeah, or the good cause that is. That's if
Also true.
There's also Urban Arts that definitely is the biggest reason to do it, and it has some cool side effects, like you're making me happy. The runners, AC.
Wilco with a very close save there, by the way. Almost fell off of the box, and that would have been this 100-star done.
It would not be the first time we see a run die to TTC 100s. I feel like this star, no matter how much you practice it, it is always a gamble, a little bit.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, I would argue probably like 20 to 25% of runs probably die on the star.
Yeah, I would agree. Like if you're not feeling confident with TTC that day, and you end up being there, there's a big chance it probably is gonna die there. Unfortunately, having a little bit of bad cycle timing here for Wilco, but that is overall we got it. We made it. We're out of those 100 coins. And sometimes that's all you can ask for when being in TTC. And we got Hara in the cloud stage currently. We saw, I think, I don't want to lie, but I think it was Avatar dying there yesterday, which was pretty sad. Most of you probably know you end up not only getting thrown out of the chimney, but you end up outside of the castle. So you gotta climb up all the way to Tippy. Not ideal for a speedrun, but we got it. Hara's out, no deaths this time. That looks like it could be moving though. It's not. I'm just not. I did not read that. I cannot read the clock. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of issues. Same spot as Wilco, by the way.
And I just also want to shift the attention for just a second got a really good Cali run going on here. We're comparing against a 140 flat. The best possible time right now is 136.10, and we're currently minus 104. Is what
the top time right now 138.40, which is, I mean, an excellent time, but for these top runners, very beatable. And I would be kind of surprised if that was the top time by the end of the day. Now, Green Suigi, obviously, first ballot Hall of Fame Mario 64 runner. I had a chance to talk to him at Pace. Again, very nice guy. And he said that he was going to start working on 120 star. I did not expect him to get this good this fast, but I really should have.
But like, I also expected it to be just like a little bit more or of a grind, through like a run grind, not only a practice grind. But it makes sense if you keep in mind how much grinding practice work Suigi put into 120. There were plenty of streams that went on for, I don't know, like 8 to sometimes 10 plus hours just practicing 120. So it's definitely not surprising now seeing Suigi with the sub 40, 140 times as a PB, but also as an event time here. Suigi also did PB not too long ago, right? That was this crazy almost 136 run that ended up being a 137.11. Yeah, like a week
Not
ago.
surprising.
Not at all.
Okay, Wilco! Okay, that was at least an early death. Still time to be saved because it looks like he had a couple of deaths in that 147. And he saved over a minute, or excuse me, about a minute on the dot in TTC.
That
So definitely
is-
worse deaths could be had on Carpetless, but still unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I do agree. From what I know, Will could definitely put in the work for Carpetless. A lot of grind has gone into Carpetless, so I really hope that that was the only mistake we see throughout the whole process.
Well, we're about to find out. First
Alright.
true attempt at it.
That looks like a third frame, no? Oh,
Now,
yeah, that looked like a. I think. I don't know if usually he goes as fast for the whole Carpetless segment. Maybe it was like a little bit of pressure too after that death, knowing that he needs to step up a little and try to get this fast. I also couldn't entirely see what frame that was, but I want to say it was a third frame. It could have been just a little hard to navigate.
I have no idea how on earth we were responsible for that, given that we merely mentioned that he was doing Carpetless.
And they also, again, they don't hear us. They don't know what's up. They don't know my story.
Well, that's interesting.
Wow. I've seen that yesterday too. I'm not sure. I think Simply did it. I think it happened with Simply. But maybe I'm also lying. It could be. Oh,
And
well,
a firstie.
oh,
Ah, jeez.
is it? Definitely.
Now, I should note, by the way, Horror did not go for Carpetless in the 140-107. I would imagine, given the potential for his first ever 139, if RR goes well, that he will not be going for it here, but who knows? Maybe he'll pull it out of the bag.
You never know. I remember, and that has been a few months ago, but it was like, I think one of the very first 135 possible runs that I've seen from Ouija. And it was a very...
Horror taking a death, but at least it was a quick one.
Well, maybe that is what it took for him to now make a decision. See? But yeah, like dying there on the triple jump. is not as bad as it could be. There's worse things.
Yeah, it loses like 15 seconds.
But yeah, I remember that I saw one of those infamous pacers, Rommels from Ouija, entering Rainbow Ride with a very low 135, which was insane, and it was the craziest thing I've ever saw. And Ouija could have gotten the 135 without carpetless. That's how good this run was. But it eventually died to carpetless, which is very, very sad. But I totally get that you don't want to miss out on that 50-second time save, and obviously not when you're Ouija and you're not only aiming to be very precise and, you know, but also expecting the picture perfect run with overall pretty perfect gameplay. You don't want to leave carpetless there.
Wilco finally getting carpetless, by the way, and while he will not be going into the top 7, still able to improve on that time, especially given that he must have had a death in bits. Corey taking a reset there, and we also saw a HMC 100 reset.
We still have so...
And what on earth was that RNG from Moab Mahler who just joins us?
I did not see that, unfortunately.
The money bag, like, splattered, like, all the way dang nearly to the chill boy.
I feel like SL has the worst RNG. I don't know why, but every
100%.
time I think it must be the money bags, because they...
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
We were talking about that last night, too, about we need to decompile the game to see how the money bag spray actually is, because it seems just so often as Beeve, unfortunately, missing that jump on DDD 100, going to have to do it again after a front sub. But the money bag just seems to spray so awfully every time, and it's just so unlike any other enemy in the game.
I agree. We got a 103. What is it? 103. I'm blind. 14. Upstairs time from Kelly, which is very good, but didn't really expect any less. We got in chat. We got the question: is it's top 7 that go to pace? Maybe you can elaborate on that, AC. Maybe you
Sure,
can...
I do just want to briefly mention, by the way, that Callie is on 138 upstairs pace, so if he stays on these 140 theory splits, he will, or I guess technically, just miss out on first place, but very first placeable run for Callie right now.
Yeah.
So, there are 7 runners that qualify for pace, but it's not the top 7 runners this weekend. There are 3 total qualifiers. There's the one you're watching right now that concludes today. There's going to be one in August, and there's going to be one in September. Same format for all 3, where they're going to get 2 days to put up their best possible time. And it is... They're earning points today. Oh, horror.
Oh yeah, the horror fall down. But
again, could be worse.
We're seeing carpetless, so that's...
Oh.
I might as well get the mistake.
This must be a last-ditch effort kind of thing, because he went for hundreds with... Oh, no, I'm sorry. That is what you do with hundreds. I take that back. Okay, I'll explain more about the format in a second. We gotta watch Horror do carpetless here.
Yes.
This is a make-or-break moment.
It looks good.
Gonna have to do it again.
Not taking any risks. Switches.
Yeah, lifetime PB now out of the question, but 140 certainly not. If he can get carpetless, and he's not gonna, and that'll do him in.
Frame too late, unfortunately.
So Horror will finish out this run, but it is not going to improve on his 141.07, unfortunately, which is a big bummer for him. because he
Very
was
sad,
potentially
yeah.
on 139 pace.
We did see him enter with a 139 into Rainbow Ride. That's possible time. That is sad, but you know, it is it is Rainbow Ride. These are just the things that happen. And the Firsty, when it rains, of course. AC, I told you.
Yep.
I told you.
Compounding errors.
Seeing oh, Wilco is really struggling
Yeah,
here.
what? This is just spaghetti everywhere here on Rainbow Ride. Horror's not even going to finish now that he can't PB. Don't blame him. Tough luck there for Horror. Wilco, I mean, at this point, he has a huge time save in bits, which is the only reason he's continuing, but even then, I don't think he can get 147.55.
It's sad. I mean, I totally get it. It's sad to see that Horror does not get to finish this run. So now I want to say all eyes on Callie. We definitely keep an eye for you on all of the other runners, but you
Yeah,
can...
Wilco's trolling now, so that's going to be the end of his run.
Fair. After
He
everything
needs to
that
get some
happened.
anger out. Oh, is he gonna? No. Oh, he's going for. Oh, he got the glitch. He got it.
Oh, we love that.
Oh, at least a happy ending for Wilco there, getting a Chucky grab glitch.
We're getting some, you know, like this way or another, these runners make it enjoyable. Even with the worst mistakes that can happen throughout the run, you always find a way to, you know, decompress, get some anger out.
But yeah, briefly, because I never fully got to finish, top 7 in points across these 3 qualifiers will qualify for pace. First place in this qualifier will get 20 points, and usually it takes about 25 to 27 to qualify for pace. So you'll definitely need to put up good times in 2 of the 3, or probably all 3 qualifiers in order to make it to pace.
Unlike you and me and other chatters, you don't have to qualify to end up at pace. We're also selling tickets right now for the pace event that is taking place in fall. So you get to see these runners live, in color, in action. I mean, considering they end up qualifying. But yeah, the 7 top runners that qualify end up at pace, and you can be there too. Tickets you can buy. It's a goated event. And I cannot wait to be back. Well, if you're colorblind, they're still gonna be in color. We're just not gonna be able to see the right colors, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that depends on the color blindness. Like, I'm colorblind, but I'm red-green deficient. I don't see, you know, in black and white like some people do.
Yeah, there's like different kinds, right? Like I know that the green red weakness is like a little bit of a thing, or like is what I knew that most people have.
Oh, okay. Interesting backup by Muller. I'm not sure that was intentional.
I don't think it was, but you know, you might as well. If you end up, if the universe wants you to get that star, you're taking that star. All right, we got also Beef with quite a pacer here. Let me try and pull Beef up on a separate screen so I can actually read out the splits for you. Is what I would say, but Twitch just hit me with an ad here.
Nice.
So, bear with me.
Callie's currently on 138.40 pace. BPT of 136.33. Total playtime, by the way, 2,700 hours.
So every time someone asks me in chat and is like, do you know how long you've been playing, like in total hours? And I'm like, fortunately, I don't. I don't. I think I don't want to know. We got Beef on a best possible time of 138 flat right now, running against the 139.42, which is, I'm pretty sure, the PB.
That sounds right.
And yeah, that also does look like a very good run so far.
I can confirm Beeve's lifetime PB is 139.42, achieved just 6 days ago.
They just don't stop. They do not stop grinding and PBing. And then there's me, who just like couldn't for, I think, a year now. Well, you know what? It's okay. I love. Someone has to sacrifice so other people can PB. I think that's what it is. I like to see it that way. And just because we got it in chat, Simply was doing one run yesterday, and I think that might be it for the whole weekend. Not knowing about the next qualifying weekends, but for this weekend, pretty sure that was the only run that Simply did.
Arrives 139, leaves.
And it is comes in, drops over 139, 49, and leaves. That's a statement.
Callie
Right.
doing his hundreds with Cooper race like all the cool kids.
It is a cool kid thing to do. I would agree on that. That is a bass puzzle time. Did you say it was 138 earlier for Callie?
Oh!
Is
Reason
it
being a
136?
fall on pyramid puzzle. Let's see if we can back this up. Oh, we can. Nice job. I'm sorry to cut you off.
I was just saying, did she say it was a 138 best possible time from Callie? Because it is a 136, but I might have...
No, I said 136 BPT and 138 pace.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I got you,
good.
fam. Although we are getting the hook here, unfortunately. So, Elise... Oh, I take that back. I'm getting the hook. I think you're on for another 2 hours.
I'm gonna be here for a little longer, yeah, but we're gonna say goodbye to you for now, for this weekend. Was it your last shift?
This is it for now, but I'll be hanging out here if I need to fill in for a backup.
Oh, we love that. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I had a blast with you in the booth.
Yeah, is this our... have we commentated before? I'm not 100% sure.
I'm also not sure. I feel like if we did, it was just like only once and maybe
Right.
for an hour. But I'm so glad we got you.
Yeah,
Because
this was a great time. Callie might lose this Cooper race, by the way.
hopefully not. Oh,
Callie might have lost this Cooper. Hold on.
I'm not sure.
I know we got the hook, but we need to watch
Okay.
this for a second,
Wait,
and then we'll
wait,
go to break.
Yeah, Drum, you need to give us that before we leave. Oh, okay. Okay.
So at least
I
he's
don't know
gonna
what
get
to do,
the.
but I'm nervy.
This has been an adventure, and even still, potentially saving time. But we're gonna have to check on the Cooper race. Go into VAR and the
so
decision.
nervous. That
Got
looks
it.
like it. Okay, we got it. We can now. I feel like we can now go into a little bit of a break.
Go to break in peace.
Yes, for this time. You get to learn a little bit about urban arts. And I'm grabbing another coffee.
And
Goodbye.
I'm going to Sheets.
It was perfect. Oh,
I think I have to now because I actually have to run out that way, so I have to commit to the bit.
get that gas station chicken.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
We're back, and we got a little bit of a new face here. Well, not new for the speedrun comms community, but right now, for this moment. Hi.
This is my
Xavier,
first day
good
in the
to have
community.
you.
Hello.
It's your
What's
first
going
time in
on?
here. How's it?
Yeah.
Do you know this game?
I've been watching it for a few minutes today, so I think I have a pretty good understanding of what's going on so far.
That's also how I started doing comms today. Welcome in, Xavier.
Thank
welcome
you.
back, chatters.
Blessed to be here.
It is always a party when it's us. I love that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to commentate with you. I've been looking forward to this moment my whole life.
Honestly, I had like a little calendar where I crossed out the days until, I circled comms with Xavier on my calendar.
That must be a really thick calendar.
Yeah, I bought one with like extra big field so I could write your name in.
I love that.
Yeah, but talking about Mario for a little bit, gotta cut the flirting here. We're seeing good enough of a Wilco clip here from Callie, who is on a solid 1:37.13 best possible time. Pace.
We also have Moab Mahler here finishing the run with a 2:03.4x. Actually, I'm wrong. It's a 3x, but GG's.
GG for Moab. We got Beeve in TTM. A little bit of a controversial stage. People either hate it or love it. People say it is the third most difficult stage.
Yeah, I've been not a huge fan of TTM recently. What are your thoughts, Elisa? I'm curious. TTM.
TTM, great in practice, terrible in runs. Like, it's one of the stages that I really like from what it looks. Like, I love the whole design of the stage. But the moment you gotta do it under pressure in runs, no, count me out. Like, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, big agree. I feel like as a spectator, if you've never played this game before, TTM probably looks very fun, especially like Beeve right now is on this slide full of coins. Looks very fun, but once you're in the stage, it's just a mess of invisible walls. It feels like the stage was duct taped together in the 11th hour before the game was released.
It's brilliant. Like, sometimes I even think they predicted it, like a little bit of a Simpsons episode moment here, where they just were like, oh, like 10 years from now, 15 years from now, people are gonna do this with a timer, and we gotta make sure it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be difficult.
Speedrunners are gonna hate this stage.
Just gonna put one here and one there. Oh, they're
well,
gonna
they succeeded
hate
if that's their goal.
I could see that. Honestly, I feel like they with Nintendo, that's like people that would do it. If anyone did that. I didn't say that. You didn't hear that, Shigeru.
Yeah, don't no one tell Shigeru, please. Still a friend of the stream.
We got a clean 100 from Callie. From what I saw, it looked pretty clean to me. We have Beeve also on a best possible time with 1:38.30 right now. In SL, did not clip into the Evo right away. It can't have it all.
A great time to be watching this stream right now. Not that there's a bad time to watch the stream, but sometimes you have some lulls in the runs you have, but these Beeve and Cali runs are just amazing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This in general, this is my highlight. I feel like this is my personal it sounds so nerdy. This is my personal Christmas, but it happens a lot of times.
Christmas comes twice a year for you, huh?
But also, like, it's spread out on different weekends, which I love. It's like a big Christmas month season. I did not know where I was going with that, Xavier. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say I love this event, okay?
It's Christmas in July. It's okay. There's a name for that. You're good.
Yeah.
What's very interesting too, I haven't had too much time to watch this weekend because I've been working a lot, but if you look at the leaderboard across the bottom of your screen right now, there are only Let me count here.
Oh, that's
Three names of people who were in the last PACE LTA live event in the summer, PACE 2024. So obviously these leaderboards, we have plenty of time left and they're subject to change, but it's really remarkable seeing all the new names and faces. Especially notably, I don't think Simply participated at all for the last qualifiers. It just goes to show you how many people can really make an impact on this leaderboard. There are, I could see up to like 15 people who could be on that stage in the fall.
Yeah, and if you keep in mind that Simply also just like got here, did drop one run, and it was pretty much no reset, and left knowing that he made it on the board with a 139, 40-49. That is impressive. That's something. Loving that.
The embodiment of the Giga Chad meme. It's crazy.
Absolutely, yeah. No. I 100% agree with you. It's but you know, these players have been around for the longest time, so it makes sense. There's definitely some you know, consistency and routine.
Absolutely. Speaking of routine, I find it so funny how fast this game evolves. I remember about 2 or 3 years ago, I'm sure you can clarify my timeline, whenever people first started implementing moving reds and runs. And every time people would do it, I think Cheese was the first person to do it very frequently. Every time he would do it, the commentators would stop talking and like watch in awe and fear, kind of like how Carpetless is now. And
I was about to compare, yeah.
Yeah, and we've come to a point now where we're just talking and being very casual while people are doing moving reds, and so many people are doing it. It's not really like a spectacle anymore.
It is really it's crazy how fast we're also getting used to things, right? It not to, you know, do the drop the wisdom and be like the, you know, we're always getting so used to the good things, but
okay.
It definitely is one of those things. I mean, not even 6 months ago, people were like holding their breaths, and we still like sometimes do when it comes to Carpetless. But it was now, it's like, oh yeah, Carpetless is happening, by the way. And you give it a brief look and you see, okay, wait, got it. Like, now they also do it so fast, you can't even blink anymore.
I 100% agree. If you actually want to see how terrifying Carpetless was when it first came out, as a viewer, you can click on the speedrun channel and look at the highlights and go back and look at PACE Fall 2023. That was about a month after Carpetless was first discovered, and the first, not discovered, but the newer methods, the more consistent methods. And the consistency level was a lot lower, so every time somebody got to Carpetless in a run, it was like you could cut the air. It was so tense.
True.
So you can physically see it.
I was there for that event for Gen Coms in Laurel, Maryland.
Oh my god, how was it?
It was really like, it was crazy how this whole room just went so quiet, and everyone was just like holding their breaths. You could hear a needle fall on the ground. It was insane. I love the energy, and now it's just like, oh yeah. So currently doing, oh yeah, they got Carpetless. What else? Let's check the other letter.
We do still ask everyone to be quiet in the event during Carpetless just as a courtesy, but I don't know that that's necessary anymore. They're just so good at it.
They really do. Like, it come to a point where people don't even really, it feels like they're not even checking the frames anymore. They just got a feeling that they are on the, oh no, talking about Carpetless right now. I hope I pronounced that correct, but Ryan DeCilo?
That's what I would say, Ryan, yeah.
Yeah. Did unfortunately take a death on that wall kick shortly before you get to do the actual Carpetless setup, which is, in my opinion, Z-Beard, the harder thing. Like, Carpetless, in comparison to all the movements and things that you have to do to get there, I don't know. I personally do believe that the whole way to the actual setup is harder.
It's deceitfully... Ooh! Okay, sorry. It's deceptively hard to get up there. If you look at it again as a viewer, if you've never tried to do Carpetless before, it looks like it's a pretty simple waltz up there to the platform, but there's a lot of very sketchy stuff. Most notably, the long jump from the like last platform
We
near
got
the
it.
rainbow. To
We get it.
let's go. We get it. The long jump, wall kick to ledge grab. It's so easy to miss that ledge grab, and it looks like very easy, but it's like a weird off angle, not notched, and it's yucky.
It really is. It also feels like you don't have I actually never really thought about it, but it doesn't feel like you have a lot of room to play with when it comes to the wall kick frame. It must be like a second or third. And yeah, now considering when you're under pressure, you're already on a good run, you're, pacing, the nerves are all up. That is just such a hard thing to do. Sometimes not getting a firstie is the hardest thing in the game.
Literally. It's as someone who's just recently learning Owlus, the firstie pain is real.
It really is. The moment you know that you cannot get a firstie, that's when you get them. And when you need the firstie for like Island Hop, never. It's never gonna happen.
It's like a 5th frame wall kick for Island Hop.
I'm out there inventing new frames for wall kicks when it comes to that.
That's what I'm trying to do every time I do lag 2 bounce though. I literally, the last frame possible, I'm trying to bounce off that wall.
It really is. I don't know. At the moment, you gotta. It's just never working out in your favor.
It's never gonna happen. I think this Beeve run is still pretty good, even though I saw him lamenting the slight altercation he had in SL with a fly guy.
Yeah, I saw that too. Oh, cryptic? Okay, good. We got that. It looked a little sketchy for a second. We also got Avatar back, doing runs back in SSL. Quickly wrapping up on the inside part of a 100 coin here.
We have so many exciting stages on screen. 3 Kippy at the top, 2 SLs, and a BBH.
I don't even know where to look right now. Well, probably on this Cali Carpelus.
Oh god.
Alright. Oh no!
Missing the frame.
That looked like I thought it was a third, and could have almost thought it was like one early, and then we just stopped trying, but maybe it was a second. In that case, it was definitely too late.
It's just so cinematic too. It's like you couldn't even write this in a movie, how if you miss Carpelus, you just have to sit here and watch Mario fall for 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Just to compound the tragicness of the situation.
It really is. It is tragic. But this
Here's
is what
the
you
weird
sign up
jump we were
for.
talking about. Yeah, exactly. And missing Carpelus, you're losing about 40 or so seconds just from that. So it's just a huge time loss.
All right, this time we do have the right frame, and there we go.
Let's go.
Loving that.
Opting to not go for the harder ending too, just getting it done.
Beeb now also leaving TTC, heading to Rainbow Ride, and facing the same fate that Kelly just went through. Well, hopefully not with the death, but the same things, same stars. Everything.
So it looks like if Callie can clutch out this bits, he could take a 5th from Simply here.
Which is obviously what you would prefer and want. There's no doubt for me that Callie, with this run, is definitely making it on top. Not on top, but onto the leaderboard. There must be some terrible things happening to not get at least 7th place.
He's not going to lose 6 minutes in bits. I don't believe that's going to happen. I agree.
Well, see, that's already 3 seconds. I'm counting.
Yeah, it really adds up to 6 minutes fast. Maybe if you're at my skill level, but that's another that applies to Callie.
Yeah, I also highly doubt that this is going to be a 6-minute time loss. And it will
As long
be
as he doesn't miss 18 throws and take a death, we're good, I think.
Now watch Com's curse happen at
That
the
speed
finals.
kick was saucy. Did you see that?
The elevator part?
Yeah.
Love that movement. But it's so hard to actually get the right cycle on that. Like one mistake throughout the whole stage, you know, changes the cycle that you'll get at the end with that.
Exactly.
It's terrible game. All right, we're holding our breaths. We're praying for those throws.
I'm literally holding my breath.
That is, you're allowed to breathe. It's okay. We have noise suppression. Is that right? No one hears. All right, that is 2. Can you do it?
One more.
I think that is. Come on! No! No! Steven, are you good?
No. My
I'm a little
lungs are
worried about you.
thirsty.
Oh, we got it.
3.
Finally being able to breathe, and Callie with a 139. What is it? Like a 30, 31, 32? It's a 31. Hey,
GG's.
GG, Callie. That gets him on the leaderboard, 5th place, as predicted by Z Seabeard. That one
The
guy.
reverse
that also
commentator's curse.
that one guy that also predicts everything for The Simpsons too.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone here is happy about this except for Simply fans. I'm sorry, Simply fans, but he's still on the leaderboard, so
True.
GG's,
But
Callie.
we will have to see a little bit of a more dedicated grind from Simply next qualifying weekend if he wants to stay on the leaderboard.
Looks like Ryan is also in bits here, getting the first throw. Whoa.
All right. That is 2.
Very clean so far.
Really
Great
nice
regrabs.
Yeah.
3
All right.
for 3.
That was picture perfect. GG to Ryan.
GG's. You could not ask for better throws than that. That's fantastic.
And that also does get Ryan on the leaderboard. Right?
Let's go.
Seventh place, yeah.
7th place. GG's, Ryan. So now you need a 140 or better. Can you believe, looking at this leaderboard, I feel like not even a year ago, it's a VC run here too, so there's going to be a little bit of a time penalty.
Oh,
but
it is a VC run. Okay. Did not.
What's the time penalty for that? Do you know?
Well, for VC, I don't know.
Looks like it's maybe iffy that Ryan will be on the leaderboard,
But what we
not
still
eligible
love
for
is-
points. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think we are counting other systems than the actual console. But nevertheless, we got Ryan on screen. I love that with this event you can actually see runners you never heard of or did not have on your map, but maybe have after the event, because no matter what the skill is you're playing with, how good your PB is, you still get a chance to be shown here on screen when you're doing a run.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's like a big celebration of the community. Anybody who wants to can run. You will be shown on screen if there's not insane runs happening while you're being shown while you're running. But it's really cool just to see everyone come out and contribute to the event. And it's for a good cause, which we haven't mentioned yet. But we do accept donations for Urban Arts. They are a wonderful, fantastic foundation. And you can also be entered into raffles to win really cool stuff, like a Nintendo Switch console or a signed JP cartridge.
And I said it before, I'll say it again. Rumor has it that owning a signed copy of this game. I was thinking the same thing. That if you get the signed cartridge, that automatically improves your skill level gameplay immediately just by looking at it. So might as well go for that cartridge. We're seeing Beef with the second carpetless attempt here. The last attempt was a third frame that unfortunately did not work out. That does look like... Is that... Yeah. That did
It's so
look a
unfortunate.
little... It is... You know, it is what it is. But this
It's a hard trick.
definitely is, again, under pressure more than anything else.
It's like Avatar going for C-up slide and instead just taking a nice long look at the ground. Unfortunate there. But...
You know, as long as we did not die here.
well, he did die the last time.
Yeah. And we also saw just, you know, the run. Finally. Finding an end here for Avatar, which is unfortunate, but we got some time left and you can still extend the stream today by another 2 hours if we hit that donation goal we were talking about.
Yeah, we're pretty close.
Yeah, and that would give those runners like a lot of time to get another one going, and not to say that we always see the craziest runs. I feel like in those overtime hours.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like I don't know. It's like a spirit that just like goes through the runners. Then and they know, okay, I got another chance and I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna make the best out of it. And out of nowhere, they coming up with the crazy pacers.
The spirit of Super Mario 64. And I think we were talking about this earlier, but Beeve is really showing how hard carpetless is. Anybody can struggle with it. Beeve is literally one of the best runners of this game, and he's failed it, 3 times so far. It's just... It's a very precise trick, and it looks deceptively easy because of how skilled these runners are and how much they've practiced it, but it's an insanely hard trick.
Even like we've seen world record holders losing runs to it more than once.
I don't think anybody's surprised that Beeve is immediately booting up the practice ROM to get some carpetless practice in after that.
I feel like that's a good thing to not only for the practice, because obviously these runners know already how it's done and there's a big chance that they could get it the next time. I feel like it is more so you don't get a mental block on things, because I know when I fail something, and it doesn't even have to be the hardest trick in the game, but once you did lose a run to it, you just want to make sure that this is not going to happen again. And when I don't pick it up right after and grind it out for a few minutes, then the chances are high that I'm gonna sit there and thinking when it comes up, I'm gonna be like, oh no, this thing happened the last time, it can't happen again. And just like that, you get, yeah.
I don't know about you, Elisa, but if I fail a trick in a run and then I get there the next run, I feel like a little bit of pinch of nervousness as soon as I press A on the star spawn. I'm like, oh my god, am I gonna do it again?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I stopped doing that the moment I just stopped running the game after not getting a trick. That's the strat now. If I don't get a run going, I'm just like, okay, might as well just run Sonic. Or, might as well just switch the game and never come back. That's one way to avoid bad mindset.
That's fair. Now we have a question in the chat. I know Elisa is a 16 runner, but do you guys run 120? Lisa,
Excuse me. So first,
popular 16-star runner.
first of all, I do appreciate that there is some recognition. I love that. I am not a 16-star runner though.
That's a surprise to all of us. I'm really shocked.
Well, it makes sense because I have, for a while, I was grinding 16. I really desperately wanted to get that sub 16, the 15, 55 that I have in the 16-star, but I main 70 for now. I did for the longest time. I've been around for 10 years. Crazy. Now I said it out loud. Now it became true. So I've been around for a decade, and I never had much interest in learning 120, but for a year now, maybe a little bit over a year, it caught my interest finally, and it also comes with commentating on these runs. For this event, you get to see so many things that I never got to see because, again, I was not into 120.
Right.
And now, knowing what is happening, I kind of feel like, first of all, we're hitting a limit. I'm not plateauing entirely. I know that I could probably get more PBs, and the sub 49 still has to happen. Still not have recovered from that. From that almost 49 skip that did not happen. That really sticks with me. But eventually, I just want to have this feeling of PBing again and having easy PBs too. And that is for everyone who is running the game and is starting a new category. You know you're going to PB so often and right away and back to back. And I miss that. So yes, I'm learning 120 right now. TLDR. Learning 120 right now. And celebrating my 10-year anniversary in October. And that's when I'm going to do my 120. Seabird, what about you? But let me first, before you answer, I see that we have a new donation. Do you know how? Oh, we have 2 new donations actually. We have Snus Buzzin with a $15 donation. Comes, give me your best Wario impression.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Wait.
I missed.
I cannot beat that. That was. We're leaving it there. That is
What?
unbeatable.
That was you.
I'm Seabeard.
I haven't done mine yet.
I did such a great job. I wonder how I did that.
I'll try to do mine now.
Okay.
Oh, I missed.
That was good,
That good?
too. Just keep practicing. Keep it up. And we got another donation. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that name, so please have some mercy when I do.
You got it. I believe in you.
Wang the Thien. I also have a lisp, so that makes it even worse. So with a $15 donation, $15 for a good cause, plus chance for 2 more hours of SM64 speedrunning, plus chance for a signed SM64 Japanese cartridge, equals no-brainer. Let's go! Thank you so much for the donations. That is highly appreciated. We're getting closer to the end goal of 27,000, definitely.
Yeah, look how full that bar is.
Yeah, it is like I can barely see the white part, which means we're so close, guys. Just, if you have, it doesn't have to be much. It could also be $1. If it's only $1, it's $1. If you have something left, don't donate if you don't. But if you have some spare money to supporting today, it is for a great cause. It is for a good event. It is coming in handy for all of those runners too. And it's coming in handy for all of us because we get to see more Mario.
Yeah, and if you don't know what you're donating for, Urban Arts is an organization that gives a lot of great opportunities to underprivileged kids, especially in the realm of video game development. They're an excellent organization, and I believe you can !UA to learn more about Urban Arts. There it is.
Getting some new indie games, perhaps. Getting some new video games. That's what it's for. Helping kids getting that education to make great video games. And if there's one thing you get me with, Seaver, it's video games.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Absolutely.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
To answer your question from much earlier, I actually am a just long-standing fan of 70 Star. I'm one of the 5 people who really love 70 Star anymore. You're also probably one of the 5 people. Not a lot of us, but we do love 70 Star. I actually, after Summer Pace since I was commentating there as well, I decided to start learning some 120 star strats just so that, you know, I can speak to what's happening with a little more experience. And while I was learning and grinding SSL 100, I actually caught the bug again. And now I'm running 70 again, so kind of counterproductive, but you know.
You were like on it and you're like, better not do that next time. Let's just get rid of 4 stars.
Yeah, I was like hanging out with with 120 star, but like also like longingly looking at the picture of 70 star on my nightstand the whole time, you know? It's like, I miss 70 star. So, and it's weird too, because if you run 70 star, so 70 star was the original any percent of the game. You're only losing 50 stars off of 120 stars, so it seems like it would translate pretty well, a lot of your knowledge and information. But you'd be surprised at how many stars between 70 star are different in 120 star, so the knowledge doesn't even always directly translate just by knowing 70 star.
And not only that, but there's also like movement in 120 that you just don't get to do when you're a 70 star runner. For example, I said this yesterday. We can actually see it soon from Kari. There's every time they're on like a blue coin switch, it happens in HMC, it happens here, and it also happens in CCM. They do like a little quick side flip on the blue coin switch and then an immediate ground pound. And it happens so fast that I did not know how to do it. And what I did end up doing instead was I tried to do like a quick, you know how you can do a quick turn when you run for a bit and then you let go of the stick and you tap it again, Mario stands still. And when you tap it then in another direction again, Mario does a quick turn. So I thought that was what's happening. So my brain thought I had to land on top there, do two to 3 very quick inputs, turn around, and then do a ground pound, and it made it so much harder. Until Blue Bob, also very goated runner.
Blue Bob the GOAT.
The absolute GOAT, yeah. Did tell me, no, we just like do a side flip, a very quick one. It's just very quick A press. I'm like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. Why did I even that? Or just like also slides on top of hills, you know, when people just like dive into a hill and gain speed out of sliding down. This is a thing you never see in 70 star. So 120 definitely has the crazier things going on.
Yeah, and it also simplifies a few things. Like we saw while we were having this conversation, Raisin doing wet dry world hundreds plus reds. And that is far, far easier and more preferable than hundreds plus secrets you do in 70 in Wet Dry World. What a terrible start.
I really need to learn that still. You know how much anxiety it gives me just thinking about switching in between categories and one day accidentally doing something terrible. And also, speaking of something terrible, Wilco just died on Tama. Hate to see it.
That clip I didn't see a lot of the tournament yet, but I saw a clip yesterday of Wilco spawning the DDD 100 star in the ceiling yesterday, and I've literally never seen that.
I was there for it, and I also didn't even see, unfortunately, you know, there's always a lot going on.
There's a lot happening in the booth.
So I wish I would have saw, but yeah, we saw the stars stuck in the DDD ceiling. Never saw that. I did see it in SSL. I think that is a more common one.
Oh, the classic, yeah, when you kill the Goomba for a backup and the star gets stuck in the ceiling.
Get the coin too fast, yeah.
Yeah, if you've heard anything, if you pick up any information from us, please do not jump when you collect the backup coin at the end of SSL 100. I beg of you.
If the 270 star runners can teach you something about 120, it's that.
But no, I think you spoke to something I think it's pretty important to highlight too, is that it's really hard to catch everything in the commentary booth. We're doing our best to navigate everything happening on screen while also keeping things light and talking about different experiences we've had and keeping things relatable. So we've probably missed 2 or 3 things already that people are like, I can't believe they missed that. But there's a lot happening.
There's a lot going on. We're already multitasking more than we want to admit.
But also, if we did miss something, please feel free to write about it in the chat. I'm not one to turn up my nose at criticism. I'm not
absolutely.
perfect.
Give us your full honesty in chat. Well, maybe not full.
Yeah,
maybe
don't go
like
full honesty.
wrap it and put a little tie on it and make it look cute.
Give us your how honest you would be at work without having to hear from HR. Like you can be a level of honesty that's so professional. Like, hey, you can give us like as per my previous email, but anything beyond that is like you're gonna have to go to HR.
Yeah, I feel like that was a good comparison, good analogy. Thank you. We have some new faces, new in quotes, faces on screen. We got Badronis, long-term community member.
The GOAT.
The GOAT. Put up some, at least what I know is the BOB 100 tutorial I learned from. So shout outs if you want to pick up speedrunning. And if you want to pick up 120 specifically, Badronis is having a lot of knowledge about the game and has some videos up to learn from.
A lot of great tutorials. I know it's becoming a meme at this point for at least me personally, but every time Badronis is mentioned, I talk about how helpful and impactful his Lag 2 Bounce tutorial was for me. So if you're struggling with Lag 2 Bounce, check out Badronis' Lag 2 Bounce tutorial.
Absolutely. Good coach, I want to say. We got, I think it could either be Reno or Rhino.
I think it's Rhino.
Also, Rhino, alright. Got Rhino on screen right now. I saw in my little own Twitch sidebar, I saw that Ouija and Cheese are now also live and ready. They're probably preparing, that's why you don't see them yet, but I'm pretty sure that they will end up at some point on this screen. There's no doubt.
Maybe we'll see the second ever live 136.
I cannot wait for that. I talked about this yesterday. It was also thinking how he just called it a cute little D-Rust. Or was it? I'm not sure if it was a cute little D-Rust or a cute little no reset, but I want to say it was you call it D-Rust, which is crazy.
Either way, hilarious.
Yeah, just pulling it out there. Here, look at me. Look at my 136. It's right there, and I'll see you at pace, I guess.
Yeah, right. Punched his ticket with that one run. He actually mentioned in the chat earlier, I heard Ouija only does runs if you don't capitalize the G in his name, so maybe someone did some things behind the scenes to make him do runs.
Did someone ruin it for everyone?
I think somebody unruined it. I don't know. Maybe we'll see Ouija's name come up here with the only lowercase letter on screen. We'll see.
I do have a sword, and I'm not afraid to use it. I'm gonna delete every single capital G.
You heard it here first.
Oh no! Well, that's fair.
Do not capitalize the G.
That they did not really. I had some rules here, and I feel like, play me, kind of, in capitalizing all G's in existence.
See, Artsy gets it. That's how you write the name, Artsy, just like that.
I think that is how you initially wanted to.
It looks great.
Yeah. A pleasure for the eye. Yep.
You know what else is a pleasure for the eye is seeing Sweegie in first place with a 138.
I was about to come back to the game. I'm so glad that we had the same cute thought here, and I agree. It is insane to think that this guy is not only super young still, like just a little guy who's also the world record holder for 16 and like sport categories in general.
Possibly future world record holder of 120 star at this pace. I mean,
it really is. Yeah, it could be happening. That is a possibility here. We were thinking it would take him a little longer, but Suiji just 8 days ago, I think, got a 137.11, if I'm not mistaken. That was on 136 pace till Bits, I want to say. Either Rainbow Ride or Bits. It was definitely late game.
Yeah, super late.
Really, really unfortunate that didn't happen, but also I'm pretty sure that Switch is aiming for bigger 136s and eventually 135.
I mean, we are really at the cusp of 135. I would be amazed if we had another world record that wasn't a 135, because Ouija took it so close to 135. I actually...
Oh, yeah.
That run was happening while I was at work, and I had it on, but I obviously wasn't looking at it while I was driving. And I heard him enter Bits, and I just I pulled over in a parking lot and watched the last 3 minutes of the run. I was like, I can't miss this.
So you also saw the unfortunate ending, the unfortunate side flip where it died.
Yeah, very strange. I never thought I'd be not disappointed. Obviously, it was a sensational run, but there's a lot of mixed feelings at the end of that run, because he got a new world record. It was an insane run, like end to end. But there was the strange regrab may have cost the 135. Just such a strange thing to happen. But again, a crazy run, and I have no doubt that he will have more pacers get that deep or deeper.
I agree. No, it's gonna happen, and it's gonna probably happen sooner than we can even think of. It's just gonna be there one day. There's so many runners that are really coming close to it. So we got Karin, right? Like, we got a bunch of Ikari also got very close. We got Suiji. We have Ouija, and those are at least the names I can come up with right now that are capable of getting a 35.
I think Ikori is definitely worth a shout too.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you didn't say that, I'm sorry, I zoned out for a second.
I did say it, but also I don't feel like enough people have them on the map, so
yeah,
might as well say their name twice.
Yeah, Corey is just known for the very efficient practice techniques. I think everyone has heard of the Corey method, but really making waves in both 70 and 120. Currently holds the record in 70 star. An insane record that people really don't talk about enough. There's a big gulf between first and second place in 70.
Wait, tell me about the Ikari method.
The Ikori method, as I understand it, is you have an idea for how fast you want a star to be, so you practice getting the star under a certain time, X amount of times in a row. And then from there, you implement it into a stage RTA X amount of times in a row. You just kind of like grow, you grow your times out from getting a star at a certain time to getting a stage completed a certain time to doing a segment. So it's kind of like taking things in bite-sized chunks and then expanding them with streaks.
Yes, that's what I thought it was called, like just like streak practice. But
yeah,
no, that makes sense. I did see that, and I also think that is a very good way of practicing it. Yeah. It's like,
and I also think that Suiji is showing how impactful efficient practice can be. I mean, I don't know if you're anything like me, Elisa, you've spent many times just like zoning out, grinding an X-Cam for no reason, and people like Suiji are just very intentionally practicing things that need practice, and it really shows.
I love how you added all for no reason after you said you.
Well, everyone's done it. You're just like, I don't know, you get onto practice and you're like, I like TTC 100. I'll just practice this for 3 hours. And it's like, well, what's that doing? You never open up DDD. Open up DDD in your practice room, you know? It's like, come on.
It's the first thing I say when I go live and I end up practicing, like just I think the things that everyone practices is like tippy things. So I end up
Yeah.
being in TTC. I practice my 100s, and I'm like, why do I even like care to practice this right now, knowing that we will not reach TTC?
I know, right? It's like, it's all I'm saying is it's very easy to practice stuff that you like doing, but
Yeah.
you should really be practicing stuff that you don't like doing because there's probably a reason you don't like doing it.
There is something that I found. Oh my god, the terrible.
That's horrible RNG
Well,
for
no,
Raisin.
hey, we're coming
Well.
back. It was alright. It was not as terrible.
It was
as
so
I
bad
thought.
it turned around to being good.
Yeah. All coming back to me. I downloaded something from Kaiman,
Oh,
who
dear.
is a also very known member of the community. He has been around for ages. Just like I did. I think we've been around for the same amount of time, and they put up like a practice well, it's not a software, it's more like a, what's it called, like a
ROM or
yeah, it's not a ROM, it's just a, what's it called again in your language? Well, let's just call it a little
I wish
program.
I could help you, but I'm not sure.
Let's just call it a little program that you open up and you tell it what you want to practice. So it gives you like options 120, 70, and then you type in how many stars it should show, and then it shows you random stars or
Oh.
maybe stars that you get to practice or have to practice, and it's usually like difficult stuff that people usually would not want to practice. So instead, because I'm also the same way, I go and I just practice what I like because no one wants to not have a good time. But sometimes I pull it up and it actually gives me stars that I should practice, and I don't have to think about, oh, should I not? Is this working? You
That's
get a variety
interesting.
of stars.
And that could save a lot of time because I have been going on that, like, have you ever seen those spin the wheel websites that a lot of like people will use for raffles and
Yeah.
giveaves on Twitch?
Yeah,
I would go
yeah.
there and I would type in a bunch of star names and then spin the wheel. So this would actually save me a lot of time.
Yeah, see, the Kaiman thing definitely helps you out on that. I can send
Oh
you
my
it.
god. Yeah, if you
and-
don't mind. But also,
Oh.
what an insane Wilco by Raisin.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see that Raisin comes from a lot of 16. Like,
Oh, yeah.
BLJs are not the problem here.
No. So if you're a fan of cheese, we mentioned this earlier, but you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, there's a meter. We have $26,197.42 raised out of $27,000. If we hit the $27,000 mark, the time to reset gets extended. So right now, you only have 4 more hours of runs. But I bring up cheese specifically because there have been times in the past, I think 2 separate times, where we've hit the donation goal to extend the reset counter, and cheese has taken first place in that extra time. So every dollar counts. You're donating towards a good organization in urban arts, but you're also allowing everyone to see more Mario. And who doesn't love that?
We do love that. I would highly encourage everyone who has few spare dollars left to donate it to a good cause. Plus, you always feel like you gotta, maybe also because of the incentives for raffle that it's going on, but you don't really have to go in and donate $15 or $25. The small amounts do it too. So if you have $1 left, that also helps in the long run.
And another sneak incentive are things like what happened earlier. Somebody donated, and we will read your messages as long as they are appropriate. A sneak incentive is somebody donated money earlier and got to hear an insanely accurate Wario impersonation from Elisa. So
True. I did that. On my own.
it was
so much
really
for
good.
giving me the credit. I practiced hard for it. I can tell you that one. Oh, is this Raisin? That was crazy. I really did not think that was gonna grab the star.
It's like the last pixel that Mario could have grabbed the star there before he fell.
Yeah.
It's interesting that Mario, it's not readily apparent, especially because it's not shown in his avatar, but Mario has a pretty sizable hitbox above his head in some circumstances. You'll notice, like when people ground pound stars, Mario doesn't look like he's touching the star, but he still grabs the star. And in that instance with Raisin, it was like a few in-game inches above his head, still grabbed the star.
There's so much that is relying on either the hitbox of Mario or the hitbox of like certain stars. They also seem to have like a pretty convenient box, especially for Canalus. That is what makes Canalus work.
Yeah, the rotational angle.
Yeah. So it is indeed, we can confirm it now, not solely depending on star rotation. That's an old I don't know. I don't know if I can.
I don't know which way you were going with that. I was trying to figure out how to like get in there with you.
Crypt it. No. Yeah, no star rotation involved here. It's solely the hitbox.
It's just Canalus. Yeah, Canalus is the only area you have to worry about star rotation.
True. True. I was the star rotation ones, I should know. And also,
Yeah.
we have it for DDD chests, for example. Like every time you see some chests, you can actually do get the secret, I want to call it, or like the activation of the chest, just by touching it briefly with your nose, with Mario's nose. As long as you're facing the chest, it should do that.
Yeah, it's the chest hitbox is very strange too. I don't know if you've had this, but this happened to me the other day, Elisa, where I was actually completely beyond the chest, facing the opposite way, but since I was close enough to the chest, it's still open because I was like, it's hard to explain, but if Mario is looking in the direction that the chest wants you to be looking, even if you're not really near the chest, you can still open it. And I was behind it, and it's still open.
It does behave really, really strangely sometimes. Yeah, I'm the opposite. I could like look at it straight and swim towards it, straight angle, and still not unlock it. That's a special skill that I have. It's a very interesting angle that Raisin went for there. I was a little lost for a second, but maybe I'm just too used to, the triple jump wall kicks that happen behind the thwomp. I don't know how to explain it.
There are so many different ways you can get up to the thwomp after the 100 coin.
There's so many. We're not prepared. We're also just little guys being unprepared in the group sometimes.
Yeah.
Also,
so you prefer the... Go ahead.
I just wanted to say before I miss it, I saw Soda in chat, also Goated 120 runner, by the way, saying Usamune also has a random stage option.
That's really cool.
Pretty sure that most people are familiar with the Usamune ROM, but in case you're not, it is a practice ROM that we as speedrunners use, so we don't have to practice with the original game cartridge. That would take too much time. Doing that.
You would not be seeing the times that... Did you? Can you walk us through that?
Well, when I was just a little speedrunner girl that got into the game, I did not only practice on my real console with the real game, but it was also a PAL console, so it runs slower than NTSC consoles, and I practiced for like 3 months, I think, and I just re-entered stages and went back to the point that I was trying to work on, and the fastest way to do that was just dying and trying to do it again. And I would, you can triple jump, slide down onto the roof, so I would first get 99 one-ups from Yoshi, and then and then start my little practice session. And if I was not in the mood to get to Yoshi, I would do Vanish Cap and grab the very first one-ups that are laying around there. I had like crazy strats to get to one-ups, Also interesting to see Raisin is going for the carpet, which is totally understandable. We are seeing a 146 here as a split time.
Isn't it crazy?
So
This is
no
like a
need to-
throwback. This is making me feel nostalgic, and it's only like 8 months
It was-
ago that we used to see this more commonly.
It was really it was really great practicing this way, and also was really throwing me off too to just see the carpet there, and I'm like, huh, what's happening? But yeah, that is how I started, and now eventually switched to Game Shark, which was an acceptable option for that moment. Game Shark allows you to pretty much put it's its own cartridge. For those of you who don't remember it, you put it in the console, and on top it has like another pin slot, whatever, where you can put on another cartridge, and where you put on the SM64 cartridge then, and you typed in a very long code on
long
the
were they?
N64. It was, I don't know, it was probably like either 16 or 32.
Oh my god,
Letters
characters?
and digits. Yeah, characters and digits. It was, I think it switched back and forth, and you had to, like press through the letters to the characters to get through the right one. It took you ages, and it only saved like 1 or 2 codes, depending on how big they were. So you couldn't just, now with the Yusamune, you can switch around and you can activate save states, you can deactivate them, you can set, you can do whatever you want to do. You can reload it from, I don't know, when you're inside the volcano, you can decide if you want to have a level reset or a level entry reset. All of these things were not possible with the Game Shark, so I'm very happy that Yusamune is a thing now.
Did
It
you
must
have,
have
like,
taken
the
like 30
classic-
plus minutes to type it. It says
My
Soda,
God.
and it really was. You could probably cancel plans for that afternoon if you wanted to get another code in.
Did you have like the classic gamer notebook that had all the codes in it? The
I'm
different
not
levels?
I'm not sure, because I don't know if it was solely for SM64. I would assume that every game would then have different codes, but I'm not sure about that. I thank God there's a good community that knows a lot, and they could always help me out with that thing. But now people got the Yusamune, and they can just practice with that, and that makes it a little easier. Absolutely. To wrap that up.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it was like to do that. I also can't imagine what it would be like to have to hit 2 Lactu bounces, since we don't do that too much anymore. But Raisin is doing that, and he's doing that with the no booty option of Lactu bounce. So very impressive.
We love a little booty less.
Yeah, I don't know what's acceptable to say. Cheekless.
I think, and I feel like I always said it. Now you're making me a little
Making you
nervous about it. You did make me a little nervous about this. Also, I just sent you the link for the thing.
Thank you.
I think because it's a strat name, it's its own name, no? Are we?
Oh yeah, I think it's fine. I was being a little bit cheeky,
Oh,
but
see,
buttless
weird.
does sound better.
Got me all nervous in here.
I'm just gonna say
sweating.
buttless. It just sounds better.
Yeah, I mean, there's some variations that I do appreciate hearing. Cheekless is definitely one of them.
Also, while we were talking about Usamune, Beeve very skillfully hit a punch grab MIPS, which is not easy to do. I know that we usually gloss over stuff like that, but I really love accentuating how difficult it is to do the small difficult strats like that.
Yes, it's just, I think what makes it difficult is that you really have to pay attention on like the order of things that you do. So for the oh no, and that's it with the beef run.
Well,
this
you win some, you lose some.
That is true. At least we got the MIPS.
Gluteus maximus list is really
Wow.
good. That's
That's crazy. Okay, that's crazy.
You know what else is crazy is this Raisin run in bits right now.
That is
Definitely could
I
enter
agree.
on the leaderboard.
Raisin did a while ago, we said it earlier, a while ago switch from MU to the original console. So that definitely does explain the skill that we're seeing here. But it's also very difficult to switch from one
Yeah.
system to another. You would think that MU and the console oh my god, the console version, that was pretty cool though.
It was really
It's
cool.
not too far from each other, but really there is some significant differences that make switching from one thing to another a lot harder, or at least like you have to grind it out a little bit before.
Yeah, it's a lot of things that are difficult to describe. It's a lot of feel-based things that are different. Like the timings feel a little bit different. Obviously, the lag feels different, and all of that together makes it difficult to switch from one to the other. So it's cool to see Raisin really thriving on console now.
Yeah, but I think the lag is probably the biggest thing.
It's so
to keep in
hard.
mind. Okay, we're
People don't realize.
taking a little safe here with the throw. Just gotta get him close first. Okay, that's one.
That's one. Let's go. Still very leaderboardy.
We're doing a Ouija here.
It's okay.
All right, that's two. Come on,
Not
take
miss
us
the
home,
throw.
Raisin. And that is it.
Let's go.
GG, Raisin. Unfortunately, barely missing the sub 41.
Oh, it's gonna be so close.
That is a
Interesting.
one.
Okay. What what do we do?
It's a. Oh, now I see it. Oh, oh. Well, I guess someone has to retime that.
We'll send them each half of the 7th place trophy. So that's how we solve that. Please, nobody else gets 7th place. You
I
cannot
think-
cut this trophy up
okay,
anymore.
That's interesting. I don't think we had that before, like this precise.
Both runners have to do a race one-on-one right now to see you guys get 7th.
A little Mario off.
Uh-huh. All right, and as we're finishing that run, we are going to go for a little bit of a caster's break, but please stay tuned. We will see you after the break.
See ya.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Welcome back to the day 2, heat 1 of fall 2024 pace qualifiers. I am ZC Beard and joined by, for the 4th hour in a row, Elisa. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, you might have seen me from earlier this day. I was here too. I've been here for a while. Hello. It's good
Marathon
to be back.
commentary session.
It is intense, but also I gotta be honest with you. I probably would have also watched if I wasn't on com, so it does not make too much of a difference.
That's fair.
Now,
Just watching, like, commentating to yourself. Like, and we have Beef here going for shift clips.
I just like to stay in shape. So yes, that is what I'm doing.
And what you could be doing as chatters, viewers, fans of Mario is you could be donating to Urban Arts. We are so close to our goal of $27,000. And if we reach the goal of $27,000, we extend the time the runners have to reset by 2 whole hours. So right now they have about 3 hours and 45 minutes of resets left until they are not allowed to reset anymore. But if we reach that goal of $27,000, they get another 5 hours. Well, they get 5 hours and 45 minutes, so another 2 whole hours, which is pretty impactful for some of these runners like Beef, Cheese, and Ouija, very fast runners who are actually not on the leaderboard yet. So
they definitely do need a time. Yeah, it would be sad to not see them on the board at all, or like just leaving with no points throughout this whole first weekend of qualifier. I don't think it's gonna happen though. I would hope that they put something on the board, and knowing Cheese, knowing Ouija, they will, and when they do, it's gonna be good.
it's definitely not going to happen if you guys are able to donate enough to reach that goal, because these guys, the one thing they can do really well with is more time. And speaking of donations, we did have a donation from earlier from Diblin for $5. Love the event and the runners. Good luck to everyone. May carpetless work in your favor. Thank you, Diblin. That's actually 5% more luck in all carpetlesses for the next hour. Yeah, little known fact, every dollar you donate actually helps the luck and RNG in the runs shown on stream.
True, I read an article about this once that is confirmed to be the thing.
So exclamation point and donate if you'd like to donate. There are also some cool prizes and incentives you can be entered into a raffle for, such as a signed cartridge and a new Nintendo Switch console. And we will also read your messages on stream as long as they are appropriate.
Do they have to be?
I mean, they don't have to be appropriate. I'm just not going to read it.
True. So you could potentially write whatever you want. It just depends on if you want to have it read out loud from us.
Exactly. It's also very strange to try to commentate here while there's a giant GIF of my face in the chat. I've never had this experience before.
I love that so much.
My girlfriend posts that everywhere.
That's the support that you want to see.
Speaking of support that you want to see, we'd love to see your support in the chat and donations, or just being here watching the stream for these runners. They really could use the support, because I'll tell you what, as someone who did my first LTA recently, this is exhausting. Like, really genuinely exhausting.
It is, yeah, it can be. It definitely can be, you know. It's a lot of things going on. It's a lot of focus. It takes,
I guess it depends on how well your runs are going too. Like, when I was doing the runs in the LTA, I was stuck primarily in lobby and womps. But if you're someone like Sweegie, or I don't know about Sweegie, but Simply came in, did a run, got on the leaderboard, and like, all right, I'm leaving. That's not too exhausting, you know?
No, that is one run. That does not sound too bad. It must be so nice though to you know, just for once do not compare yourself against your actual best time. You don't compare against your PBE. You just try to put an acceptable time on the board. You're just trying to be better than, I know, 6 others. And that's more than the one you're usually comparing against, so that's good. I'm smart. I did the math there. But
You're smart.
Well,
What does suck is I've seen Corey have something unfortunate happen in Wet Dry World where he actually fell down and had to do a very difficult backup. And then I just saw something unfortunate happen to Rhino and DDD 100. So we are, unfortunately, the donations that enhance the luck of the runners, they also, if we don't have donations for a while, they take away from the luck of the runners. So we're really dire need of some donations to help these runners out.
The pressure.
No pressure, you know, if you're able to afford
no
it.
pressure, but this solely depends on you. It's
No
relying
pressure,
on
but
you.
you're ruining the tournament. Don't donate.
Well, don't take us too seriously, but also do take us very seriously. We, at the end of the day, are supporting a very good cause.
Yeah, Urban Arts is just a great organization.
I'm not saying that if you want new video games, you have to, but also these people are putting in the work to make new video games for you.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe if we get enough money, raise enough money for Urban Arts, they could make Super Mario 65.
I'm here for it. You had me at Super Mario 60.
There you go. Yeah, that would be a weird movie. You had me at Super Mario 60.
I would still watch it, and even if it was trash, it would.
It probably would be. Let's be real.
With the popcorn and everything, and I would also be there like 3 times.
What's not trash is Beeve's 12.7 slide time, especially those of us who struggle to get sub 13.
I love how you're always like, I don't know if that's the right word, but I love how you're transitioning every time you're. It's so good.
I'm trying to put my brain to work, you know, Elisa. It's hard for me.
It's such a radio thing to do. Like it's usually you get to see that from like radio hosts, and I love it.
Another radio host thing to do is read out donations, and we do have another donation that just came in hot off the press from a wonderful person, Heroic Teddy, donating $5, saying it can't have that luck running out. Thank you, Teddy.
That is the kind of responsibility that we want to see you take on. That's what you do.
You don't want to hear me say anything about Mario? Spread any misinformation?
No, not. Everything that has been said on comms so far was 100% facts from start rotation till this very moment.
That's what we're supposed to do. Little known fact is commentators, we're supposed to do 2 things. We're supposed to try to get donations for Urban Arts, and we're supposed to spread misinformation. So I think we're doing a pretty good job.
That's how they got me. Like they were like, "Do you really want this?" And then they came up with the, "Oh, you can be spreading misinformation, and also you can, you know, get us some money for the Urban Arts." And I was like, "Okay, that's all I need to know."
Actually, someone came in my stream. They're like, "This guy has no idea what he's talking about. He'd be really good at spreading misinformation."
No, that's we know best. Like the little Hulk Hogan thing. It's us.
I really do like running 120 just to try to learn more about, because I haven't run 120, and I don't know that I will, but running the 120 stars like individually, trying to learn them in and out, has been really fun, and I am beginning to understand why people like 120 so much, although Corey is showcasing one of the reasons why people might not like 120. The Goomba that he has to ground pound to get a blue coin was walking up the hill like away from him.
Well, that is one thing that you actually feel a little more blessed with when it comes to 70 star is there's only a handful of hundreds that you gotta do, so you don't have to worry about RNG most of the time.
Yeah,
you got a little bit of, I don't know, I think the heavy ones are Worms Fortress and then obviously TTC, and that's it. Well, Wet Dry World.
Well, it really depends on which 100 coin route you choose in THI, right?
I'm sorry, again?
It really depends on which 100 coin route you choose in THI. You either have not a lot of RNG or a ton of RNG.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of choose, we have another donation here that's going to make you choose, Elisa. It's from Anonymous, $15 donation saying, based on your experience as commentators, which top runner would be able to change a light bulb the quickest and why?
Okay, I gotta think about this one for a bit, but right now, from just those that are on the screen, because we got a lot of top runners, so I'm gonna I would say it's Ouija, because I think Ouija would grind it out till Ouija would grind it out until it's like perfect and can't be done this fast by anyone else. That's just Ouija's nature, and yeah, I feel like that is my answer.
So you think that Ouija just does everything fast? Like everything he does is just like fast as lightning?
As long as it's in a competition setting, which it was for this, so I think, yeah. No,
like he has like get out of bed X cams, like brush your teeth X cams.
I mean, through the bones, it runs in the veins. I could totally see that. Though that feels like a very stressful life. I don't know.
Oh, you know, it's the grinder's lifestyle. I'll give you an alternative. You know who I think would be the least able to change a light bulb, the worst at changing a light bulb?
Is it us? Don't say us.
Liam.
Oh.
I've never seen that guy lit up on his stream. He's always just shrouded in darkness.
Never seen that guy. In the first place, finish it there. Like, it's all dark.
I think Liam would be the slowest due to just lack of experience with light bulbs. He's always just in the dark on his stream.
I'm not even sure if this guy has some sort of lighting in the room, or if it's
can we
just like
confirm if there's any lights in Liam's house?
broke. The light bulb broke several years ago, and we never actually changed it.
He's like, whatever, I'll just stream in darkness, and everyone's like, I love this. This guy's so innovative.
Yeah, that's such a signature move.
Yeah. Beeve nicely backing up secrets, unfortunately missing the third secret twice, but able to go back and nab that secret. So we've got two runners in Womps, we've got Beeve in BO Beeve, we've got Corey in TTM, Wilco in THI, Ryan in Wet Dry World, and Cryptic looks like he's taking a break.
That is
a very understandable
fair.
Break taking place.
You can also already see with the frame that is being paused right now. You already know why, and it's like
you can see what took place.
Yeah. Okay, this is where we had. That is where we effed up. All right, got it.
It's not funny, but it's just poetic that you're able to see the red and tan tiling. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, you get it.
Really, it is bad. Okay. Yeah, no. Don't say anything else. I know. I know what happened here.
We all understand, Cryptic.
But, adding a little bit to what you said earlier is, I also feel like ever since I started practicing, and I did comps before ever, putting effort into 120 learning. We got a little bit of a shell break. It's not too bad here anymore. That should be
well, this is weird because he actually just did this the last run too, so this has a little bit of what we were talking about earlier, where you make a mistake in one strange place and then it might creep up again. But I'm sorry, go ahead, what were you saying?
It's in the back of your head. No worries. I also feel like ever since I started picking it up and grinding out, I understand so much more, and you already knew what kind of things could happen and go wrong throughout the run, and you see a mistake and you know why it happened, but you never get to think about it too much, especially when it's like a very common mistake that a lot of people do easily due to, I don't know, let it be RNG, let it be like a bad cam that you just have there. Difficulty, you get it. Once you start picking it up, you start to really view the runners that you already looked up to also in a very different and a very much brighter lighting, though you already thought they were goated before. but now knowing what it takes and what really is difficult with the star. For example, SSL red coins. When you get to do the Z slide, that's
Yeah.
like something that I completely underestimated. Knowing now that you have to get a first frame Z press as you land to really maintain speed and do it as fast as possible, I did not know. But it really helps getting those kind of informations throughout practice too.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 frame perfect A presses. And speaking of frame perfect, Beeve actually just got like a tidbit of a double star spawn. It wasn't a full double star spawn, but I think he did save a little bit of time with if the spawns, you can have like a perfect double star spawn or like I think it's like a kind of a double star spawn where the camera still gets stuck, but you get out of the star spawn animation a little bit earlier, and that's what he got there.
Loving that. We're loving the time saves. No matter
It's always it's always so funny to see the runners like intentionally run past the red coin they could have collected to try to go for the double star spawn, you know?
So you gotta react so quickly, man. It's so hard. Sometimes you're like, oh, just deciding a little too late what to do.
We have a new donation. Elisa, do you want to read this one?
I feel like you should read this one.
I think I just wanted to try to get you to read it because it's funny. So we have a donation from Elisa. I think I talked to her recently for $25 saying, good luck on comms at the moment. I love those guys. Keep it up. The runs are also okay, I guess. Based. Well, Lisa, I can speak for both of us at the booth when I say that we love you too.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's how I get my daily affirmations.
That is 25% more luck for the next 10 minutes for these runners on screen.
I did that. I caused for good luck. See?
You did.
How Beef just got that back up.
Exactly. So right now we have 3.5 more hours of resets, but with a few hundred more dollars, $753 more to be precise, we can get 2 extra hours of resets.
I mean, we are 800 people in here right now. That's an easy thing to do. You know, if every one of you just threw in $1, less than $1, I think.
Hey, you know what? Well, we could do a dollar train.
Yeah.
We could do
Give me
it.
$1 train. Give me an Aboba dollar train. I want to have them both. I want to have the Abobas. And I want to have the dollars. Though they're not ending up in my pocket for you. You know, I still want them.
Give me the dollars.
Give dollars, please. Oh, one of the hardest stars in the run. We've just got the bird star, which can be a total bad word here. Insert throughout runs. Like the fly guy can really mess with you. Obviously, it's not one of the hardest stars, but it definitely can be a little bee.
Speaking of a little bee, we've got a donation if you want to read that, Elisa.
Let me check. I know for certain that I did not put it in there. So, oh yeah, we got a $1 donation by ZCBeard. Good job on comms at the moment. I love those guys. Keep it up. The runs are also okay, I guess. Based. Well, Seabeard, I guess I can speak for the both of us here when I say we love you too.
People in chat are probably like, am I hallucinating right now? Like, what is
I have like a crazy deja vu right now.
Starting the dollar train, thank you, ZCBeard. Starting the $1 train. If everybody just donates $1, we could reach our goal.
That doesn't sound like a lot. You could do it.
That represents 1 McDouble in 2008. Now they're like $3, but it used to be.
In this economy, man.
I was like, I didn't go to McDonald's for like 6 or 7 years because I was really trying to eat cleaner and just like cook my own food, whatever. And I went back last year and I looked at the menu and I was like, oh my god, McDoubles are like, it's like $3.18 or something. What happened?
What a terrible realization to come back to. For a split second.
I still ordered it, but you know.
For a split second, I thought you were gonna say that you just did not go to McDonald's because out of a principle that it got too expensive for $3 and you just did not feel like supporting this.
I'm not
robbery.
that principled.
Fraud.
Yeah, the robbery of my wallet. The $2 extra. Well, Klepto is really just trying to bully Beeve the past 2 stars. Beeve, I've never seen this, was going for Z-Slide and Klepto was still trying to attack him. That's crazy.
It really, I don't know, it's just, once the beef, like the beef with F, I just realized when I said that about beef, but the Bert wants the beef.
You know who doesn't want beef is Blake, donating $1, continuing the $1 train. Good luck to all the runners. Thank you, Blake.
Thank you so much. I mean, I'm also a runner. Not right now, but I am, so I could use some good luck. Thank you.
I used to be a runner in real life until I just don't do that anymore.
That sounds terrible. Yeah, good thing you changed that.
Well, yeah, I used to really like running, but it just, unironically, it takes a lot of time and effort. Like, I feel like with my current, just like the way my brain works, if I would go on a long run, like 10 miles or longer, I wouldn't do anything for the rest of the day. Not out of exhaustion, but just because I felt like I did something good for myself. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't have to do anything productive for the rest of the day. And it's like ruined my whole day, you know?
I did have this conversation with Shai yesterday on comms too, that it is so crazy how we underestimate as people that are constantly at our desks. At least it is for me, not only because of the Mario, but also because of work. Wherever I am, whatever I do, I have to sit at a desk. And you know, catching those few moments where you actually leave the house, you run around and you get some fresh air, really does something for you. So,
It really does.
Yeah. No, go.
I was just gonna say, I used to work remotely and I would work a desk job. And then recently last year I got a job where I was actually having to walk around a lot. I was averaging like 10,000 steps a day, and now I am working every day in person.
And that's 200.
10,000 steps a day, and no, I just like generally feel better. It's nice to be outside. I know that a lot of us kind of got our routines messed up and maybe stopped seeing people as much after COVID, but getting out of that routine, I can say I have felt a lot better just walking around more, talking to other human beings. It's been good for me.
Yeah, it can be crazy effective and help you actually talking to people, see other people, get fresh air, see nature. I don't know, it does something crazy.
It's good to balance the two, basically, is what we're saying. You know, sometimes when you're online, you feel like you're navigating the toxic maze, just like Beeve is doing very expertly right now, navigating the toxic maze, collecting the 100 coins. Gonna go for Salt Bog here. Very precise trick.
I think we got it. Yeah.
Making it look easy.
Absolutely. And also with the, whenever I get to practice it, I do it with like a Mario T down. But that was like full Mario Cam. And it freaked me out a little, but it also got me
made you scared.
Got me a little excited too.
Do it the way that I like it.
I was pausing my champs for the 1.5 second it happened.
And speaking of the way we like it, not only does the blue coin drop for Beeve, but Geo Gringo donating $1, continuing the $1 train. $1 train continued. Who's next? Pause champ.
I said it, and I'll say it again. Geo Gringo, absolute goat. Thank you so much, Geo. Love seeing that.
There are so many goats in the Mario community, we might as well rent out a pasture, you know, for all the goats.
Damn. He just, like, does not miss.
Oh, I've
Seared
missed
is
before
on it
and I'll
today.
miss again.
I really do love the transitions you're coming up with. And so does Chad, by the way. So does Chad. Seeing the appreciation you deserve, Seabeard.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all, but I would like to deflect the appreciation to Horror. I don't know if you guys saw yesterday, but Horror actually ended up getting an event PB and was on the leaderboard until very recently in overtime. And I think that's a testament to how important overtime can be. And as a viewer, you're watching this, you're feeling pretty powerless. How can I help my favorite runner? One of the best ways to help your favorite runner, if you can afford it, is to donate to our donation goal. If we contribute to our donation goal, if we reach our goal, you can add an extra 2 hours to the reset time, and you can be like, I did that. I contributed.
Yeah, you know how you would have loved to be like, oh yeah, I knew all of them runners before they got extremely famous. Now you can at least be like, well, I extended the event they were participating in by continuing the $1 train.
You know what's funny is I think there's so many people in the Mario community who have a story like that about Squeaks. You know?
It's true. Yeah.
I used to watch his stream whenever he was a smaller streamer. I watched him play CS.
You know what? I just want to now that we're speaking of it, I did not want to come up with it, but now I actually, for the Squeaks viewers among us, I invented Squeen.
Sus.
I invented Squeen. There you go. I did say Squeen, and it became a thing.
Can you, nice Among Us reference, by the way. Can you elaborate for the folks at home what Squeen is?
It was a typo. it was a typo. But I realized it soon enough, so I wanted to be like Hi Squeaks, but I wrote Hi Squeen, and then I was like, but also it contains Queen, which I loved, and I was like, I'm gonna roll with it. I'm gonna send it anyways, and then people started calling Squeaks Squeen, and it was crazy, and now it just it's still a thing. I've heard. I'm not around as much anymore, but people still call him Squeen till this day. And that's the lore about it.
You're not around much anymore. Well, Squeaks, if you're listening, I'm sorry for you to hear that, but we do have a real innovator in the booth here, Elisa inventing Squeen. You heard it here first.
I did that. Yep, I'm pretty much like a scientist too.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I do have my chemistry degree, and I could just tell by talking to you that you're also a scientist. I could just tell.
A little explorer. Yeah, the explorer. I explore things.
I do want to say that what I was saying about Horror earlier, he's a really fantastic runner, and he's actually on the cusp of the 139 grind right now. If you look at the SRC rankings, the speedrun.com rankings for 120, he is in 31st on the leaderboard, and he is the closest person to a 139 with a 1 minute 40 second and 1 hour 40 minute and 1 second time. So really very close to 139. So keep an eye out for Horror. Horror does speedruns.
We got a reset from Corey. Let's see. Oh, and we got another one during the intro. That really... Oh, that hurt. Okay. Oh. Now on the screen we got Beast Assassin. Other than that, and
Speaking of goats, yeah.
yeah. We said it earlier, and I want to emphasize this again. There's so many runners that you might not have seen before or rarely watched, and that you definitely should have on the radar, because they're goated, they're cool, they know what to do. Whilst Rhino bonged on that little wall.
Good timing.
Absolutely. But no, there's these runners do deserve the exposure they're getting right now. They're putting the work in. They are grinding constantly to provide a very great and exciting viewer experience. So yeah, definitely if you take anything out of watching this, maybe also leave them a follow. Go there, say hi. Zbeard and I were both streamers, and I think I can speak for the both of us when I say it always is nice to being able to talk to people throughout runs. You're never distracting. If I was not wanted to be talked to during runs, I would do them offline. So never feel like you're a burden or pressuring or you can't say anything. Go there. People actually appreciate the company throughout doing runs.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if a streamer doesn't want to read a message, they just don't have to, but it definitely helps, especially if you're a runner like me, where if I get in my the less things that are happening, the more likely I am to get in my head and then screw something up. But if I'm sitting there talking to people, if someone comes in and we're talking, it really helps the run go along more smoothly because I'm not as focused on what's happening on screen. You can kind of go into like an autopilot or a flow state, and it really helps. So I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, it's I don't really think it matters how many viewers someone has. Obviously, at some point, it's gonna be a little hard catching up with everything that is going on in chat. But still, people stream for a reason. People do want you to be there. So maybe say hi to them. Say hi to Beast, Rhino, and all the other names that you get to see here on the screen. They deserve it.
So you heard it here first. Elisa saying doesn't really matter how many viewers you have. So Elisa is debunking the more viewers equal better person myth.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There are hidden gems, and they do deserve your eyes on them.
Yeah, the Mario community is really full to the brim with wonderful people and very talented runners.
Absolutely, and they're also just not only nice to watch when they're on pace. They're also like very is humble the right word?
I think so.
When you're considering, but yeah, there are like so many nice people that are willing to help out whenever you have something, a question, issues with a trick that you're working on because you're trying to get into speedruns. There's so much that this community has to offer, especially for people that just are getting into speedruns. Also, we're getting the revenge from Wilco on Carpeless, perhaps, hopefully.
You got this, I believe. Okay, well, that's
Sarah,
my bad.
That's it.
Sarah's in the chat trying to take people away from the stream. I don't understand why she's doing that. Yeah, I think Wilco failing Carpeless there was 100% Sarah's fault. She's out here trying to pull people away from the stream, demotivating Wilco.
I thought you were better.
Sarah, why would you do this?
That's crazy. Also, hi, Sarah.
I'm trying to keep people mentally engaged. That's our job. Are you saying we're doing a bad job?
It's your turn later. Oh, I wanted to do that. Do I really have to explain this? It's a Sarah thing. It's a Sarah Illy thing.
Oh, Elisa mentioned this earlier. When you don't want a firstie, you get a firstie, and Wilco is just showing how true that is. 0 for 2 on Carpeless, both from the firsties trying to get up there.
Did I jinx ahead?
I don't think you did, because that was like an hour ago. I think you're good. I think your hands are clean. This is once again Sarah's fault.
Oh my god. Imagine planning out a jinx like an hour ahead. Imagine coming into someone's stream and be like, oh, you're gonna fail Carpeless in 1 hour.
In 1 hour and 10 minutes, you're gonna be unhappy with your speedrun.
Good try, but this one's gonna not be it. Oh my god, no, that actually should have been it. I feel like that was solely due to, a bad notch angle position. I think that could have been done with like a downright-ish angle.
It's just so tough.
It is.
Just,
it is.
Just a reminder, we are still on a $1 donation train for Urban Arts. I'm sorry, go ahead, Elise.
No, it's all right. Yeah, it's hard to react as quickly, you know, when before you even get to realize what wall kick frame you had, because at some point you have a feeling for it and you can tell what frame it was. Probably, you're probably also already too late the moment you realize it's too late. Like that Drake album,
Right.
you know? You see it? It's too late.
Isn't that what it's called? The moment you realize it's too late? Actually, I think
That's a
isn't that
long.
album about...
That's the extended version, yeah.
It's about carpetless. What the heck am I looking at?
No, it's such a Wilco thing, though. It's like Wilco is getting the craziest mistakes. Well, it's not even a mistake. It's just game being trash. Game being
How's
awful.
he so... I've never seen the amount of absurd things happen to one person since, like, Nader Beans.
Yeah, that is that definitely is adding on top of a very long list for Wilco. I don't love to say it, but Wilco definitely had some remarkable moments.
I bring up Nader Beans because there was a historic run from Nader where he would have the strangest things happen week out. He had 2 or 3 very strange clips in like 9 Cobra videos in a row, dude. He was on another level. Oh, and on another level is Wilco. It looks deceitfully easy. I just want to say that, like, it looks like you're safe once you get in the window, but if you fall off, you're like 3 stories down.
Oh, it just like does not stop. The level transition was crazy. All right.
Okay, but real quick, we do have a $100 donation. Holy heck. From Crepium Gamer. If I said that wrong, please yell at me in chat. I do not want to say your name wrong. A pretty long donation message. Can you read it, Elisa?
Yeah, sure. It is... Yo,
back to you. Thank you for the massive $100 donation. Just like that. We are even
closer. Yeah.
$650 away from 2 extra hours of resets. Thank you so much, Crepium Gamer.
And also, thank you so much for having us. I think it's time for the both of us. I've been here for a little while. It's been 4 hours. I feel like I can now go back to watching without commentating in public.
Yeah, maybe you should go lay down or something. You know?
No, I'm just gonna, you know, sit here and do it for myself. Just commentate for myself. Muting the stream and doing it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Elisa. It's been a real pleasure commentating with you.
I loved it so much, and I really hope that we get to do it on the next Qualifiers weekend. For now, that's it from us, at least for me. And yeah, we'll leave you to new comms.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the qualifiers. Sorry, I was thrown into this by Menace going, "Come on, Sarah, you got this." So I really was prepared mentally and emotionally. My name is Sarah Stranka. Joining me in the booth is some British guy they found on the street, Menace Monk. I don't know, whatever the cue cards say. Welcome to the second day of the qualifiers here. Of course, we have some crazy runs that we're going to have for you right now. Just to recap our leaderboard, in first place, we've got Sweegie with one of two 138s for the weekend, a 138.40. We got Gothic with that 138.53, which was a PB for him. We have Beast Assassin in third with the 139.23. Punkay in fourth with the 139.30. Callie in fifth with the 139.31. I assume that it was completed today, which is very cool. Shout out to Callie. In sixth, we got Simply with the 139.49. And lastly, in seventh, we have Raisin with the 141.07. From the last time I was on comms yesterday, that Callie run, that Raisin run, those are new. And there's a huge space between that 141 and that 139, leaving space for a 140 to be taken by maybe a Beef, maybe Ouija, maybe Cheese. And they will have until 6 p.m. Eastern today to reset, which is in 3 hours. I know time. But if you'd like to give them more time to reset, you should be donating to Urban Arts. It's an incredible organization, and you're supporting a good cause, and you're helping these runners get more time to put times on the board. We're about $650 away. I could do math. I was even told the exact amount before, and I almost messed that up. That's crazy. So if you would like to give these runners more time, make sure you donate to Urban Arts. Menace, you're British. Thoughts?
I am actually English, but it is whatever. We can split hairs if you want. We can split hairs if you want. Yeah.
But
yeah, Mario. I think from looking at the times, I'm pretty sure for me, because I was actually on the first comms slot for the event, and I think Callie's time was the only one that might still be from that first slot, so it's been a big shift up. I believe so. I could be wrong.
I think Callie's time is new because he was having a bit of a rough time yesterday.
All right, well, there we go. Nobody then. It's all fresh for me.
That's awesome. There's a reason why I opened and you're British. We all
English,
have our
yes.
moments.
Anyway, yeah.
Here we go. Yabba dabba doo.
Yabba dabba doo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we can get some good runs from Beeve. I know he's having a lot of trouble yesterday, which was a bit of a shame. He lost 2 hours at the beginning because he had to do comms.
Yeah.
And I think we owe it to Beeve to try and extend today so he can get that 2 hours back. He needs the run.
He needs the Rommel, dude. Beeve is someone that I was in the booth yesterday with Wes, and we were saying how, I think he is going to be in this qualifying 7. I think it'd be very cool, and I don't think it would be shocking. I don't think it would be like an underdog moment. I think it's just to be expected at this point. Beeve's been getting all these 138 paces. We could get one on stream. If you drop that donation to Urban Arts, you could give him that 2 more hours extra opportunity to do that. And yeah, I would not be surprised at all if we see Beeve in the live event competing this fall, November.
That'd be so huge.
Very huge.
That'd be great. Right, okay, yep, now we've got Beeve and Cheese on the big screen.
Oh.
Cheese entering Vanish Cap. It's always quite a scary point in 120 star.
Yeah, I recently found out, I said this on comms yesterday, so forgive me for repeating myself, but you can actually soft lock in Vanish Cap. I found out because it happened to Dino, and then Pan and Koic made a video about it, right after.
Oh.
Yeah, if you see left first frame, you load this elevator in, but the game is not ready to load that many assets, and then bye-bye.
So, what are we saying? Skill issue then?
Yeah,
what we're saying? Yeah.
A little skishy. Uh-oh. Not to Cheese, though. To Cheese, it was just like an unfair moment in time, I think.
Yeah,
Wow.
Very unlucky there.
Oh no.
Something at the camera.
Something I'm realizing, Horror, who is in the bottom right, was in the top 7 yesterday as well. Tied for 7th? or technically, I guess 8th. I'm sure there was a retime in order there with Raisin. Do you see that?
I did not notice. I did not know that. But I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look because I do not trust you.
Oh,
You know what?
thanks.
No, you are correct. Yeah.
All right.
That's,
What do you mean you're
yeah,
correct? You said it around the damn screen.
That's surprising. Right. Yeah, Beeve entering throws for Fire Sea. Huge.
Also, Seabeard
So-
softlocked his Usamune fact checking me. Come on, man. Don't lie on comms. No one would ever do that. That's crazy.
I don't know if you know about the staff members for GSA, but we do actually have someone just to fact check you. You know, just
Just
working
me?
overtime. Just you, nobody else. We don't have any other fact checkers.
Oh, it's just Aradu alone in a room with a laptop.
Everything's overheating. They're panicking over there. Papers flying everywhere.
Yeah, it's like that SpongeBob thing where you look inside his brain and it's just all fire. But yeah, we have some really sick runs in focus. We have some of the greats, some of the best when it comes to Mario right now playing at the moment and the whole weekend. We got Beeve, Cheese, and Ouija in the main focus here. For obviously beyond the point that these are really good runs, that these are the 3 that we're kind of expecting to see some nasty runs out of and maybe pull some upsets when it comes to this top 7, maybe get some people out of it and yeah, just switch things up a little bit. We also have Beast Assassin still continuing runs from yesterday. The 139 wasn't enough. You know he could get even better than that. And we have him in DDD, which is a pretty safe place after 100s, at least. Even though Jetstream,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is Jetstream, but worst start in the game. Yeah, it is, I think. No, it's
Yep.
not. Yeah, it is.
Yep,
I love
yep,
doing
yep.
commentary. I love knowing what I'm talking about. And then we got Horror in TTM. TTM, THI, taking a lot of victims yesterday for sure.
Indeed.
Why we question marking me? I just woke up. Listen.
What star did Beeve just do?
Jetstream.
Well, hey.
Yo. I'm so good.
You got the game knowledge on lock.
On lock. We have new gameplay also joining us on the bottom there. What a day. What a weekend for Mario. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be that. I'm not gonna be that person. Who's a 120 runner? God, I should go meet her. That's so cool that she does that. Surely she doesn't have like
Yeah.
a 215 or something.
I mean, you know, anybody can compete in this event, and you know what?
Thanks, man.
You'd be doing all right. You'd be doing all right if you finished a run.
Would I?
You'd be on the board. You know,
Would
not
I?
not on the main screen, not on the main screen board because that's reserved for pretty fast times.
For competent runners.
No, I think you can still be a very competent runner and not be on this board.
We're
Let's
missing.
not downplay everyone that's taking part in this event, Sarah. Okay.
Okay, so first of all, this is all you, buddy. Second of all, anyway, something I immediately thought about as I said "yabba dabba doo" was me and Menace closed out the qualifiers that just happened before summer pace.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just
we
letting
did.
anyone do that, I think.
I remember that time fondly.
You didn't even remember that time. Actually, like 5 seconds ago, you just said, "Did we?" Is the thing about you.
Teehee.
Yabba dabba doo.
Right, Beevy's swimming. That's normally what you do here.
Good comms. Alright, now
Yep.
what is he doing?
I think he's gonna go get this vanish cap. Okay.
And he's gonna jump. And he's gonna jump. And then guess what?
Do a bit of
gonna
this, a
jump.
bit of that.
And there he goes.
And then he's gonna get the star. Wow.
Wowee. a lot of runners taking breaks right now. Yeah, something fun. I always shout out Drum when I'm here, and big shout out to Drum in chat. Puts on the tech for these events. He's here the whole 12 hours, or it's not 12 hours, but God, does it feel like it. Both days for these qual weekends. When there's Mario, Drum is involved, so shout out to him. But when we got in, he's like, all right, you guys have fun. I'm watching the Euro. And I respect it.
I am also not watching that, I promise.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm just gonna hear like both of you like scream out at the same time. And I'm gonna be like, mm-hmm. Is that the one that Italy was in at some point? This is soccer? Okay. Yeah.
Yes, this is football, yes.
Yeah, my family will care deeply about this, and then Italy got knocked out like a few weeks ago, and now it's like, okay, Italy is in Europe. All right.
I'm glad we established that one.
Italy. Oh, yeah. I remember when Italy won that one time. It was crazy.
I don't really get why it's called the Euros, though, because I think there's some teams that are not in Europe that are actually in it. We're not going to get into this.
No, let's get into this in the middle of Mario Kong.
Anyway. Eve in the star. Woo.
Woohoo. Oh wait, Cheese also getting the star and Beast Assassin. Dude, they said it couldn't be done.
And Soda. Just...
Soda. Oh, the person. Sorry, I thought you were just... you were just talking. Anyway.
Well, I'm not just yapping random words. Like, there's some context there.
Surely. Will ChatGPT ever make it to comms one day? Yeah, this is actually the premiere of it. We call it Menace Monk so that you can have more like a human feel, interacting with it. But no, this is AI.
I'm just here for the wholesome and chill vibes.
And to hate 0 in 1 star or whatever your AI voice is. Menace uses, I also use it too actually, but there's like this AI like ask the streamer channel point redeem, and then it'll answer in our voice as our personality, but it's like a TTS. And it's scary. And mine just doesn't sound like me. Mine sounds like Lindsay Lohan. It's just not me. It's crazy. But what's also
Yabba-dabba-doo.
Yeah, yabba-dabba-doo. What's also crazy is this Beeve run, actually on a pretty fat pace. But I mean, he's been on fatter. Can I say that? You know what? Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a... Yeah. No, he's done well to recover because he was having a little bit of... He was having some mishaps in DDD 100.
Some oopsie
Getting back on the sub. Yeah. Not ideal, but it's it's good to be able to keep those going.
Yeah. I will say I feel like these runs are pretty like fairly spaced out right now in regard to... We have Horror right now who will be entering Tippy fairly soon here. Just 3 stars away from that. And after Horror's out of Tippy, whether or not that goes well, Beeve unfortunately taking that fall, going for this backup, which sucks on console just because of the lag, and even not on console, it just is annoying. And he gets it.
Oh, if he got the star from that dive, that looked cool.
Yes,
the idea was cool. There.
Yes, but right after we have Horror out of Tippy, we are going to see probably Beeve and Beast be there very close after. And then Cheese, it's just very good trade-off, I think we have. As we have Gothic entering the main screen. Gothic, who is holding 2nd place overall right now with that PB of 138.53. Most of our runners will not have to PB when it comes to improving their times, but Gothic will. That is the only person in the top 7 here that would have to actually PB, I believe. And Badronis also joining us on this main screen. Shout out to Badronis, one of the goats of the community as well. Looking to put a time on the board. Badronis also a part of the comms team here, so if you want to help out the comms team, Badronis and Beeve, and get them those 2 extra hours, you know what to do, man.
Money.
Oh,
Oh,
Badronis. Okay, he didn't like that one. Sorry.
Yeah, it's what happens when you fail LBLJ. You have to reset your stream every single time.
He was like, "Oh
It
my
happens.
god, Sarah on comms, they're just letting anyone there," and then the stream went bye bye. Okay, happens to the best of us. All right, we got horror going for Wilco here.
Yep. Oh.
Yo, 120
lovely.
runners never get that. Shout out GTM. All right, Cloud. Makes me nervous. I'll just be honest. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah,
Fair
I
enough.
find it way more scarier watching these runners do it.
Yes.
Like when I do it, I'm like, oh, this is nice and chill because I'm not doing anything crazy. But distorted angles and stuff, God, it's nightmare fuel.
Right. I think we do have horror going for the more lax approach. Thank God. For our sake, I'm being very selfish about this. It's nice on the mental not having to worry that something bad's gonna happen with the short angle. That's something I've been seeing. I said this yesterday. Happened to be twice recently, so it's very, very scary staring at this Cloud. I know it also happened to someone yesterday. I don't know who it was though.
Yeah, it's I don't actually know the time difference. You know, doing all the stored angle stuff. But I mean, horror, and I'm sure it's a fair bit of time, right? But
yeah,
it's nice that I say horror's just taking it chill. I say I don't know if he even knows how to do the stored stuff, but it just seemed like quite a lot of people are doing it.
Yes, 100%. I would assume with the 141, he surely messed around with it before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing is chasing him, but what is he running from? Whoa.
Deep.
That is very deep. I'll be very honest, I entirely stole that from Pando. He, last night, he said that was his, favorite little thing that people said in Squeak's chat, and I was like, that's funny, and then I just took it and pretended it was mine. I'll be honest.
Well, you need to. This is comms, right? So this is what we do. We listen to the other comms and we steal the lines. And the people watching, you'll probably hear every single time slot say the exact same thing. It happens.
Yes. Yeah. Shout out to anyone watching every time slot, also though.
No. Yeah. Sure. Shout out if you watch the stream.
Yeah. Oh, we're stealing the bit of stealing bits. And that's on us.
Real and true.
Yes.
A boba?
Oh, boba. God. Your God help us. We've stolen 3 bits in the past 2 minutes.
This is the timeline we are in.
Yeah. You know what? We got horror minus 45 right now on those. Okay.
Getting pounded.
Yes, event PB splits. If I remember correctly, his PV is a 140.01, which technically makes this possible, right?
Yeah, it does. Well, I don't know. He's made a few mistakes. So it's probably going to be very difficult.
Right. At least we can see a minor shift in the top 7 here, because if horror does clutch us out and beats his event PB by at least a whole second, he will be moving Raisin from 7th.
Yep, we're looking to get closer and closer to having a full top 7 under 140. Be huge.
Yes, this is huge. You might be thinking, you know what? It's day 2. It's been a few hours. This leaderboard can stay pretty stagnant, but that's not true because Menace Monk has yet to do a run, and when he does, things are switching up. Third place for Watch Hella.
It's gonna be a close one,
Yeah,
it's gonna be a close one.
Yeah.
It'll all come down to Carpillus, right?
Yep. Menace Monk's Carpetless will take the same amount of time as the entire Green Suiji run.
Bro, what? No, I'm not that bad.
You're right, it only took you, what was it, 30 attempts that one time?
Okay, yeah. It happens. Well, on the first slot, it was crazy. We had about, I think it was maybe the first 7 runs, like everybody was just dying to carpetless.
Oh,
I think Sweegie was actually the first person in the tournament to actually get it first try. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure
oh my
that
god.
was the case, which is crazy.
Oh my god. Also, to answer a question in chat, I don't know if Ryan is or isn't, but these are, I was gonna say the top 7 on console. So VC runners, ME runners, unfortunately can't compete in this event.
I mean, they can compete. It just means
can't.
nothing.
Yeah, well, okay.
It means nothing in a point sense.
You can be a part of it, and you can do runs. Unfortunately, you cannot receive points because this is.
You can still get yourself on the main screen, show off your Mario gameplay.
Yes, and that's due to the time save difference stuff.
Yes.
The works. Meow meow. Anyway, we're going into Riverwood. Did I just meow?
Yeah.
Alright.
I think you did.
Yeah, whatever. Might as well have. It's been like 20 minutes. Yeah, sure, I'll meow. Meow meow. Any meowers? Uh-oh. Okay, don't question. One day, I'm gonna figure out how, but I'm gonna get a cat emote added here, dude. It's gonna happen
That'd
for
be
me.
incredible.
Yeah. We got a boba somehow. I'll get meow here. Don't send question marks.
So, Sarah, what's your persona?
My what?
Don't act like you don't know.
Okay, so I have a story, and it's like, this has to be a safe space, like you, me, and the however many people are watching right now. Wait, let me... this is a secret between you, me, and 852 others. If that's cool.
Yeah, okay. We'll all keep it to ourselves.
Alright, so, when I was in high school, me and my friends, as a funny little prank, joined a website
Oh no.
called Furry Mate.
Oh no.
And it's like Tinder, but different. And I created a persona, and it was a wolf named Kiara Darksight. So.
Or having trouble getting these red coins.
Yeah. So here's the thing. You asked me a question, I answered, and it just seems like you're not really reciprocating when I gave you an answer. It was like a name generator. I didn't come up with it.
Or opening up this cannon.
Okay. Horror jumping in the coins.
lovely weather we're having today, right, guys?
It is so crappy here. The weather is actually like.
Here's what we should do, guys. Everybody write what the weather is like in your current location.
Then write your current location. First time chatter, Schmikey, please. I have a family, man. I have a wife and 2 kids. They're gonna hate to learn this information from the stream.
Look, we got a hot, dry, no wind.
Horrid.
Incredible developments.
Yeah. Who's gonna be as brave as Michael and and tell us what the weather is where you are? I'm sorry, Menace.
Yeah, guys, don't worry. You can all leave the stream at any point. I've got almost 2 hours of this. Well, an hour and a half left of this. This is gonna be rough.
Yeah, Menace, what's your persona, buddy?
It's a little chain chomp.
That's you're boring.
Called Menace chomp.
You suck.
And no, I chomp.
Okay. Yabba dabba doo. Horror's dead.
Dabba doo.
Oh my god, are we just missing things?
Oh, yeah. I'll be honest. I don't know what's going on.
Dude,
King yellow card. Oh god. What's he doing?
Sorry, moving on. Oh my god. Surely it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't Carpelus, I decided. Probably was, though. We got Beast Assassin cooking. Hold on, let me pull up that stream and actually see closer what that pace is looking like. Oh, we got first draft of the Mario 64 League for the PokeW crew for Menace Monk. Ringo participating in the event. Actually, no, sorry. Playing old school RuneScape right now.
I mean, sometimes to get better at Mario, you just gotta play RuneScape. It's, it seems to be
How it
something
goes.
that a lot of top runners have in common.
Yeah, and then also sometimes they do Valorant.
No.
No, listen. In the past week, I've gotten Callie and Sweegie on a 5-stack.
Yeah.
Trust the process. I'm doing it just to inflate the Valorant numbers of like, oh yeah, good people play this. Look, see, look who's here. And also Sarah Starenka and Aradu. Those are all like the same person. Anyway, Beast Assassin, what is PB for him? Because he is on a 137 best possible here.
I don't know. I'll have a look.
Oh, yeah. Alright. Make yourself useful. Oh, we got
Beast
Carpet.
Assassin has a 137.37.
Okay, best possible is a 137.38. Oopsie doopsies. Alright, lining up here. This is Deza setup, I believe, when it has the pause buffering here. Not here, but it doesn't matter. It's over now. Not the Carpulus. Okay, well, the Carpulus is... So, the weather... okay, he's reset.
It's a shame. Another deep run gone to Carpulus.
It is very upsetting. It's a stupid trick. Shout out, though, nonetheless, to Crytholith. It just... The trick itself is harmful. Carpulus is that hard, it's frame perfect. To some extent, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of, like...
Frame perfect inputs.
Just very difficult, yeah. Very difficult to do.
Yeah, like every frame you have to know a different situation.
Yeah, there's little bits of leeway, but in general you still are aiming for a single frame that, it's just not easy. It's just not. And you're on PB pace.
Mhm.
You're scared, or you're on tournament event PB pace. It is rough.
It is very rough. But yeah, there are a few tricks I feel like that are like essentially required that take that much of like frame perfect just understanding what's going on. But something you don't need to be a genius to understand is the fact that Beast Assassin here could be upsetting and pulling that first place in. Well, upset, not even, because I think his PB is fairly similar to Sweegie's, so it wouldn't even be an upset. I'm just thinking upset as in like, wow, leaderboard number change. Leader number? Alright, anyway, I'm gonna see you talk for a bit, I'm done.
Cheese finishing off this 100 in reds in Wet Dry World.
I thought you were only gonna say
one of my favorite stars in this game. It's a lot of fun.
Interesting. That's fair.
But far superior to the 70-star version where you have to get 100s and secrets. Which is horrible.
See, I was gonna say that I actually do enjoy secrets and 100s because I've had to do it recently for 70-star, unfortunately. Also,
that just proves a lot,
Alright, well, can I be very vulnerable during these vulnerable stars that Beeve and Beast Assassin are both in right now? Which is the same star.
I mean, you've already shared a lot with us already in the first half an hour, so yeah,
Alright,
sure, go on.
So I had to set an alarm for 2:30, but I have an Alexa, so I asked her to set it for 2:30, but she thought I said 3:30. It's currently 3:30, and that alarm's going off in the other room, and I have to turn it off. I need to leave you alone for like 30 seconds. Do you think you could manage?
Okay, I'll handle it.
Handle it? Uh-oh, I'm sorry in advance for whatever he's about to say.
So, Beast did not go for Wilco clip. Huge. Yep, as Cube says, Beeve with a very nice SL100, which is a horrible star. So much RNG. I'm in so much danger. Beeve also not going for Wilco clip. Very respectable. It's a scam strat, let's be honest. It's horrible running against splits if you've actually hit Wilco clip, because you just feel like you have to do it every single time. What's my favourite coin in the game? I like that little hidden one in THI, which is right near the, I think it's the third secret. He's a funny little guy. Yeah, I'm checking my watch right now. This is like way more than 30 seconds.
31. Oh my god, here she is. That's crazy. I also went to grab something quick downstairs and I saw that the game was on. So y'all ever play Mario before?
This one time.
No? Wait.
Yeah, we've got Celemba on the screen now as well, in a very deep run.
And Cryptic, who dropped a really big donation yesterday to get those 2 extra hours of recess. I'll be honest, I'm kind of like out of breath because I had to run upstairs.
At least you said you ran upstairs, because if you're like, yes, I walked upstairs and I'm struggling, it'd be, it'd be cause for concern.
Yeah. I went downstairs to grab something and I was like, dude, I'm just like dilly-dallying. I gotta get it back up there, and I just sprinted it. Anyway. Y'all ever play Mario?
Yeah, we said that already.
Damn it! Oh no, it's so over.
We can't steal our own content. We gotta find someone else's stuff to go for. Trying to think. What did other commentators say? Yeah, Simply only did one run. Did you guys know that? He just did one no reset and he's on the leaderboard.
They said that already, man.
My bad.
Wait, I got one. It can all come down to bits. You can gold bits. Is that one new?
Yeah, I've not heard that one before.
No one's on bits. Okay, you know what?
We can bank that one. We'll bring it back.
We gotta put a Radu and OT in that like fact check room to come up with new lines for us to say.
Yeah, see, for comms, normally there's a little bit of a joke that, oh, this is scripted, but if you actually pay attention, we haven't actually got a script. We're the only team that doesn't get one. Which is horrible.
Really sad.
We struggle. Everyone else gets a lovely little list with lots of little facts. And we have just got a donation from a very small ant with $650.
What?
Insane.
Oh, God.
We have reached the goal.
Let's go.
Just
Thank
like
you
that.
so much, Small Ant.
Small ant.
And that's how I found out that my live updates thing on the donation link was not on. So, that's the Small Ant. And I just thought the person's name was a very small ant. And I was like, damn, that's kind of close.
Yeah. My bad.
Shout out.
But yes,
it was very cool. We'll get 2 extra hours today of resets. Let's go.
Yep, that is huge for the runners with no times, especially like Cheese, and I don't know if Ouija's still doing attempts, but there's quite a few runners that have still not got a time on the board that could easily be in this top 7.
Yes, this could be a major switch up for things. And we get 2 more hours of Mario. I always say this during these calls, but I think it's a very cool weekend when it comes to just pace palling and having stuff to watch, I guess. And even for us, like, we get to sit here and just yap about it, too. It's very, very cool. And now we get to do that for 2 extra hours. And we have the sync of the TTC exits here. And it's gone. But that was cool for a moment. And it's back.
There we go.
We all make it. Speed running.
2 more hours of Mario. Woo!
Yippee!
Best comms duo. Yo, Cryptic is like doing a run and lying through his teeth right now. Brilliant.
Crazy. Dude, I don't know how it just so happens it's always us.
Like we are a mess. Like if this is the best that we've got, I mean that's cause for concern. Let's be
Yeah, it's
honest.
time to introspect, I think. If this is the top of the top.
Cryptic with the lovely balls movement. I don't know if he got balls, you know, but he did the movement, so that's something, right?
Surely it's something. Sorry, I was replying to business emails that were just asking why I would do comms with you. But I'm back. I'm ready to lock in. As Beavis going into Rainbow right here. Beast Assassin, soon to be carpetlessing. Shout out to Chrysalith in chat. In fact, we're about to see carpetless right now. Remember, if Beast does lock this in, he will be on a very comfortable pace here to take that first from Sweegie, which seemed like kind of a lock based on a lot of the runs that we were seeing posted up in this top 7 yesterday and today. And now Prage. And he's there.
Brilliant.
Wow,
Like it's nothing.
Like it's nothing. Alright, that is massive when it comes to seeing Beast upgrade that third to a first. It would be very cool just seeing him get first for one of these heats as well.
Just gotta do the rest of the stage now. And I forgot about this because I think I learned this last time. That Beast actually does, he did Carpulus second. He does Lack 2 first to get that out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Lack 2 bounce, which is kind of, it's one of those strats that a lot of people hate. And it's kind of crazy that some people are like, you know what, I'd rather do Lack 2 bounce first because that's scarier than Carpetless.
The thing I will say...
It's wild.
Right, I know Squimmy used to do that, but just recently changed to doing Carpetless last. But his reasoning behind it was he doesn't want to do Lackey Bounce with the nerves of, hey, I just got Carpetless, now I have to do this other hard trick. Versus like, oh, let's just do Lackey Bounce, whatever. At this point, I didn't even get Carpetless yet.
Yeah, I do remember it, and I think it's one of Ouija's recent PBs. He actually did Carpetless and then decided, you know what, I'm doing tricky triangles to give himself like a breather before doing Lack 2 bounce. Because yeah, Carpetless really impacts you in the nerve sense.
Yeah, that's what
like it's scary. Like
trust me,
you
I know.
do it last and then have to deal with the fact that it's the last thing you're pretty much doing. Or you do it first and then you've got to deal with, okay, now I've managed to do that, I've got to do everything else.
Yeah, exactly. Man,
doing the quote-unquote hardest trick in the game and then messing up something that's supposedly easy in comparison kills.
Yeah, it's just awful. You know, I've lost my own fair share of Mario 64 speedruns to Carpetless. Y'all ever play Mario? Wait, I said that. We'll work on it.
Oh, we'll get there.
And do you still say Yabba Dabba Do, or is that so last SRC season?
I Yabba Dabba don't.
Okay.
Got him. It's evolving.
Evolving is a word that exists.
It is, indeed.
Yes. Yes, yes. God, we got a lot going on here in these late runs. We have Salemba also in Rainbow Bright, I'm just now realizing. As we have...
Yeah, he's had a couple of problems, a few little deaths, but can't really see the times, but, you know, I believe.
Yeah, just a death or two. But yeah, kind of like I was saying, the runs have been pretty evenly spaced out, where as soon as these runners are going to be, or as soon as they are wrapping up there, we're going to have Cheese kind of in the late stages of the game, heading into SL shortly here.
Yeah, this is so much nicer compared to the first slot because it was just constantly just waiting for a run to get going, and I mean, you can talk about the early stuff, but there's not as much hype there. It's when you get to these late stages where you're like, okay, they're gonna finish this run.
Yes, 100%. I think it's very fun seeing the end games here. Also, Beast is not running against PB. PB is a 137.37 for him. He's running against that 139.23 that he got yesterday. As he finishes up Rainbow Ride, on his way to Bits here, as I believe we're about to see Carpetless from Beeve. So a lot of stuff happening. So Beast right now, remember, best possible is at 137.54. He will be the only 137 on the board if he can clutch that out, but if not, he still has about a 40-second gap here, 46 seconds to have wiggle room. You know, if he wants to take a tumble, he can still do that. He could even fall off planks and still be okay here. Obviously, you don't want that to happen. You just want a nice clean end. But he's looking like he can take first, moving up from third. So there wouldn't be anyone knocked out of the top 7, necessarily. As we have Beeve, who is looking to knock people out of that top 7 with this Carpetless attempt. Let's see what he can do.
Hesitating a bit.
Nice, and Beast making over the planks. I got scared as soon as I said it. Unfortunately, yeah.
It's just not a Carpetless weekend for Beeve, I don't think, sadly.
It's very unfortunate. However, Beeve does have, I believe, one more attempt here to still pull that top 7 out. If he clutches this up, I'm pretty sure a sub 141.07 is still possible, as we have Beast Assassin collecting his 120th star and heading into throws with a 137 pace. A low 138 pace.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Prage. For both Beast and for Beeve here. Again, we're looking to take first with this. That's the first throw. That's 2. Yes, this will be a low 138. If this final throw connects, and it does.
It connects, and Beeve sadly doesn't connect the Carpetless.
Beast Assassin taking first place in this heat, beating the Green Squeegee 138.40. Wow. 138.03 for Beast Assassin, taking that first place. Second place will now have Green Squeegee. Third will be Gothic. Fourth, Punkay. Fifth, Cali. Sixth, Simply. And seventh, we have Raisin.
This run was absolute torture.
He said this yesterday too. But like, go Beast Assassin. He did it, and he's like, "This run was torture, man. Why did I have to do it?"
He was in the mines, but you know what? He persevered.
Yeah,
and got it.
It was worth it. It was the fastest torture this weekend, actually. Wow. What an incredible run from Beast Assassin. It just began like what we just expect out of Beast Assassin, though. I think we were talking about it yesterday. I believe it was Pando and I, where it was very cool kind of seeing this transition from Beast Assassin being one of the worst times to qualify a year ago, right? And then everyone being there at Pace Summer 2023 as he finished off the live event. His parents were cheering him on. And he's gone from that point, which again was still a very, very cracked runner, to the 137, where he almost got a 137 in event just now. And he is now first overall for this heat as Cheese is...
I'm gonna say you were doing brilliant there, and then you just got Cheese having a meltdown on the ice block. It's insane.
Oh my god.
It's always the stars you don't expect.
Yes, 100%.
It's terrible.
Yeah. So yeah, we have Cheese now with 2 stars left in SL before he will be going to Tippy himself. So we have a lot of late game runs. Cheese is someone who is yet to put something on the board, best possible, but 137.16. Or sorry, 36. I love when I can read. And that could be a quick change of that first place. But it more realistically is just a switch up of the top 7 in general. And yeah, Cheese is someone that obviously we're expecting to get qualifying points here, as well as Ouija, and now both these guys on the screen. No time yet, but they do have until 8 p.m. Eastern to reset, which will be in about 5 hours. Well, no, that's not true. I love time. 4 hours is actually what it really is. Salimba into Rainbow Rides, though, himself, hoping to wrap up this run and put a time up. Very cracked runner, so shout out to him. Cryptic also here in SSL.
Oh, a Goomba.
We've got Ouija on the bottom right, which is a relatively recent addition that we haven't really mentioned.
Yes, beyond the no points yet, or no time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ouija, I mean, he was record pace, I'm pretty sure, during like multiple qualifiers.
Yeah.
Past time. So, and he got first for 2 qualifiers, and those points actually carried him where he didn't even need to put up a time that third qual. So, yeah, I mean, even if he doesn't put something up right now, it doesn't mean he's out for the count. But realistically, we probably will see a time put up by Ouija, hopefully by the end of today, and hopefully getting that reset in before 8 p.m. Halftime.
Dude.
I know Ouija has gone a lot better at finishing runs in like event situations, but I do know that quite a lot of these runners, they want a good run. They're not really going to be like, oh, I'll just finish it to get top 7. They're like, no, I want to get first, you know?
Yes.
They really go for it.
Yeah, something I've heard, like you just said, is I've heard it a lot recently that Ouija's mental has gotten a lot better when it comes to that sort of thing, though. So he would be maybe more likely to finish out a run than maybe in the past.
Lovely Wilco clip from Cheese.
120 runners never get that. Unfortunate plus miss there at the bottom. As Cryptic is working on HMC Hundo.
I almost got the insta the other day.
Oh, and Soda will be calling that run, I guess.
Which honestly happens a lot to me. I don't know why.
Just pondering, just having to think.
Yeah, he's like, do I hit the box? Do I not?
Yeah, how did we get this far?
Yeah. How did it all come
life's questions.
The first one to, like,
oh yes.
120.
Yes.
And be like, yo guys, we need to do this. And everybody was like, no. I'm hearing noise outside. Maybe
just having a quick look on the run.gg. We've got about 22 people currently doing runs.
Wow.
Which is insane.
That is very, very cool. Unfortunately, right, the screen can only fit the 6 or sometimes 5 that we have right now. But remember, there's so many runners doing some Mario this weekend. We try our best, obviously, to showcase as many as possible and as many of these... as many paces as possible. Salimba, unfortunately, taking that fall. But still...
that was a very, very odd way to fall, to be honest. I don't know how that happened.
Yes. But Salimba is still looking to post a sub 2 here, which is very cool.
A very respectable time.
Yes. One I can only dream of, unfortunately, right now.
Yeah, look, Salimba, he's not happy with this, but you know what? You'd have the monologue ready, wouldn't you?
Yes. We've got Cryptic wrapping up hundreds there. Or wait, maybe he already did hundreds. You know what? I'm gonna not try, as that is a very lucky ledge grab there from Salimba.
And into throws we go.
Into throws we go.
Very good.
Yeah, as long as Cheese is on a 137 pace, this is still first placeable. But it is very tight right now. Realistically, this is a good pace for second and third. That is the second throw for Salimba.
That was one of the funniest, like, streamer moments, like clips I've ever seen.
And that's 3?
When Miskiff couldn't get the BLK.
Wow,
and
that was
then
very
he
interesting
Beautiful.
camera.
pressed the controller
The-
again.
the
That
no
was-
look.
that was classic.
Yeah, just, you know what, we ball. GG's to Salemba here, clutching out this 155, 46? Yep.
Yeah, but not on the leaderboard out of, I think there's, how many people's on?
Oh yeah, because Salemba is on console now. Very
Yeah.
cool.
Lord of
GG
mercy,
to
that
him.
angle.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many are on the leaderboard. I can...
Yeah. Salemba is officially in the top 30. There are 30 people that are competing, just to clarify so far. But
Salemba is in the top 24. Yes.
it is a very, very competitive.
23. 22.
Hello,
Happy New
Antico.
Year.
Thank you, babe.
It is very competitive. 21st. Yes.
There are
Oh.
20 runners so far that have a sub 150.
Wow. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, actually, 21st was Vadian with a 154.47. Wow, he's out. Yabba
We
dabba.
did a girl that looked like a dude.
Anyway.
Yabba dabba
Oh.
doo.
Yabba dabba doo. When people ask me about Menace Monk, I go yabba dabba who?
Okay, that was really mean. Like,
Great question.
I'm all for a bit of, you
No.
know, a bit of light banter, Sarah. Okay,
Right.
but you know, I've got like, I got a family. I've got a cat to feed. Like, come on, what is this?
Yeah, you're getting married, you own a house. The house has to eat too, obviously.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I
Okay.
just like feed it a slice of ham. You know,
Damn.
it's weird. I don't know what happens to that ham when I put it under the house, but it goes. So
That's right,
something's having it.
Something's happening. Surely it's not like an alley cat.
No,
Loki, that backup
it's
was
the
sick.
house.
That
It's
I have
the
no, I can't
house.
tell you why that happened, but okay. Damn, that was like that was Loki.
In your own headcanon.
Holy shit.
The
Almost
house is
perfect.
eating it.
That would have been nice. 3 splits today that could have been gold.
The house just did that. Your cheese is killing this ETC so far.
Fine, we didn't even lose much time. Well,
The
we
TTC
technically
just
didn't
did
even lose
that.
time.
Nice. We have him minus, is that 17 or 37? I can't read. I think that says 37.
Alright, guys.
On these
It's either or
139
either not.
splits.
That's
Obviously not PB, but obviously enough to make it to this top 7.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking to push Raisin out of that top 7.
Yes, yeah. This should currently be paced to, unfortunately, not most likely beat Beast Assassin's time, but anywhere from 2nd to 6th, I think, is a reasonable place to be looking. Obviously, the board is getting a lot more competitive now that it's toward the end of the 2nd day, and runners have had lots and lots of hours to reset. Of course, they have until 8 p.m. today. Also, Prage for Cardless. Oh my god. It's now.
That
I need
looks
to
good.
snuggle it.
That's brilliant.
Wow.
Come in my ass, dude.
Incredibly quick pauses. It didn't even give us time to look to check if he was doing it right. It was easy. Too easy.
It was too easy
I'm
for
on main.
him.
Fuck. Sorry. I mean, darn it. I can't.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Shoes. You know what? I appreciate him saying darn it, though. It's funny, like, when you know, like, oh, I shouldn't swear, you just start saying things you never would.
Go on, Sarah. Rattle some off.
Okay.
Rootin' tootin'. What the flip? Y'all ever play Mario?
Okay, you know what? That bit's growing on me. I kind of like it.
I'm not
Thank you.
surprised
I
you didn't
actually took it from Nader Beans.
the way I grabbed the pole, I took too long.
Yeah, well,
so
you know
Mario
what?
went
It's
up the
your bit
pole,
now.
like, the
Who's
opposite
Naya
way.
Beans? He doesn't
So I had to, like,
stream.
wait
Nobody
long
knows him
before
anymore.
jumping
He's
off
gone.
the
back
pole.
soon.
He's
Let
a
him
relic of the
So my
past.
position was
Let
very
him cook.
different. And because of that,
I was gonna say
was
this
too
earlier, but
far,
I guess it
and
makes
that
sense too
happened.
now while Cheese is on this pace. I'm gonna put Nader on blast for a second. Yeah, Nader beats a reference in chat. But anyway, he about a year ago wished Cheese good luck in chat and then just started riffing off little funny posts. And I'm gonna just start reading them randomly. You just do normal comms, and I'm just gonna read random Nader Beans comments in the meantime.
Yep, no, that sounds good.
Why
Right,
is the star so
Cheese
scary
with
again?
a nice and
Yeah,
easy
that
lag
was,
2 bounce.
That was very awkward.
Someone call a firefighter to fight this fire run. Lol W. Good one at Nader Beans.
I don't like this bit. Please stop.
They should rename this from TTM to GTM. Lol W. LMFAO. Damn, I'm gonna save that one.
Oh, Lord.
Let's go golfing. More like let's go raffling, because these jokes are screenshot worthy.
Does anyone else want to do comms? Anyone?
Tell him to bring out the time save. Y'all ever play Mario? You can do it. Tell him to bring out the single star strat. THI, more like TH bye. Anyway, I think that actually bought us enough time.
Snails.
If you think about it. That was something, right?
I'm in so much pain.
Meow meow.
Did you just meow?
No, that was my cat. Her name's Sarah. I named her after me. You got a really good
Please
Cali
stop.
folder, by the way. Sorry. Alright.
Just shoot.
Yeah, well, W, good one, Sarah Strike. She's, has 2 more stars here. Getting rid of, getting,
Of course, babe.
completing Rainbow Ride 100s and also Carpet. Good to get those out of the way. Pro triangles here. Y'all ever play Mo?
Okay, I'm gonna lose some time here, yeah.
Are you doing like a bout of silence?
No, I'm just, I can't, I don't know anymore.
Okay.
I don't know.
Alright, we are on the final star of the main levels here. After this, he will just need to grab bits reds for that final 120th star. He is out of Rainbow Ride.
Boy.
On a pace to actually
Hello, Ryan Reeves.
beat that Suigi second. So he could be taking second place here. Beast Assassin is safe though. As we
The
have...
way you say that makes Cheese sound like a threat, you know? It's just safe on the
No,
leaderboard,
but I
just to
don't
clarify.
He's safe from the...
Go on. Go on.
I
thought you were cooking. I thought this was going to be a good one. You had it.
No, I didn't have any Netherbeans chats to read off of, so obviously it wasn't going to be good. Also, it would be interesting actually after Cheese completes this run. We just have a lot of runs that are early game or middle of the run here. Cryptic is going to be our furthest along on the main screen that we currently have here, who is in Vanish Cap, as we have Cheese onto planks here, grabbing that 5th thread. Also,
I just want to clarify something we missed earlier. So Cryptic lost a little bit of time in Lethal Lava Land if you look at his splits. I swear he spent like 30 seconds like trying to defeat the big bully. Like it
Oh,
was
no.
rough. But you were doing your native beans bit, but I was just there in silence, just looking at the pain.
Oh no.
It was horrific.
It was very awful. Oh my god, he did lose a considerable amount of time then.
Holy.
All right. We have Cheese on this run here. Looking like a very comfy 138 pace. Assuming we're 3 for 3 on throws, it should be very free here.
Yo, Cheese.
Go Cheese. I thought you said yo Cheese, and I was like, he can't hear you, man. He's busy. I don't know. Nader Bean's little message. That's 2. And that is 3, and that is going to solidify that 2nd place position for Cheese. For Cheese
That
going
was a-
from
Nah, I think
it's okay,
Little
going from
punted
no
it before
time
and
on the
Sky
board
might have had
to
sex with it.
2nd place
Yeah.
here.
Damn, how is that not a goal?
Knocking Sweegie from 1st to 3rd within just our time slot here with that 138.23. GG's to Cheese here. Very cool. And yeah,
That was
just
a very clean bits. That was about, I think he was 1 second off of his best, which is
Wow.
actually insane right at the end to pull off.
yeah, to be able to clutch that up, especially knowing the event PB is on the line, working under that pressure. Obviously, Cheese,
We did it.
Mr. World Record, constantly very
Lord,
good
dude.
with playing
I was
under
starting to
pressure,
get a little
but
bit nervous
very
there.
cool to see. To
No
recap
time yet.
this leaderboard for you, though,
Excuse me. We had like
we
4
have
hours
Beast
left.
Assassin in
I was
first.
scared.
That's a new time with a 138.03. In
that
second,
team
we
is
have
very
the
good.
newest
That
time on the
one
board
mistake
here.
and I could
Cheese
just
with the
bounce.
138.24.
Otherwise,
And
that
third,
could've
we have
been probably one of
Sweegie
the best
with the
tippies ever. That was
138.40
insane.
posted yesterday.
Coolio,
You can see him down there, though. He is still doing runs. It's not over till it's over. That was his first ever 138. I wouldn't be surprised to see 137 today. Gothic in 4th with that 138.53, a PB for him. He will need to PB to improve that time. In 5th, we got Punke with the 139.30. In 6th, we got Callie with the 139.31, which I believe is new for today. And last, we have in 7th, we have Simply with the 139.43 with the one and done run he did yesterday. So that will be his final time in this heat, as far as I know.
I don't want to. I want to watch the match.
But yeah, we are going to be taking a quick break as Cheese just lives off the high of this 2nd place here. When we come back, we're going to be seeing Cryptic and more of these runs continue further in, and I will find more Nader Beans chat messages to reference. Are you excited, Menace?
I really am not, but let's pretend. Yeah, I'm really excited. This is gonna be good. This
He's
is gonna be
really-
fun. More Mario.
I don't think that's allowed.
Yes, for Mario. He's
No.
really excited.
I don't
We'll
even
be
know where
right
to. I don't
back,
even know where
but
to find
stick
it,
around.
We have the cable TV thing, so we could watch it.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Hello and welcome back to the GSA Mario 64 qualifiers here. This is the first heat of 3. My name is Sarah Stranka, and joining me in the booth is absolutely no one because Menace is still in the bathroom. Cryptic is one of the
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. I mean, hello, I'm back.
What?
Hello, Mario.
Y'all remember playing Mario? Anyway, Cryptic is in BBH. Wilco is in SSL. It's very cool seeing Wilco join us again on this main screen. Sweegie is here, and he's looking to reclaim that first. He had first at the beginning of our shift an hour ago, and now he's in third. Clearly a lot's going on. It's toward the end. These runners have 4 hours now to reset, a little less than that, so they're trying to do what they can. We got Soda here in CCM wrapping up those reds. We got Beeve and Horror both into JRB. Not 100 for Beeve. Yes, I'm learning. And we have Ouija, 19 seconds into a world record pace.
Boo.
Right. You don't get to do me when I had to start alone.
Boo.
No.
No. I cannot reward that. No. That is some degenerate chatter type stuff. I'm not about that.
Degenerate chatter? Alright.
Come on.
Wait, yeah, I am now realizing the entire top 7 is 1-3X. Wow. That is very wacky tobacco. Listen, so Menace, what did you spend these 5 minutes doing? Were you productive?
Yes, I went downstairs and had to see Miss Menace for a bit, because I'm very caring.
You said you went to the bathroom.
I made up a lie to get away from you. Right.
What? Wait.
Anyway, Cryptic, he's like getting coins and swimming and get more coins and get more swims, Kind of what you need to do in this stage.
Wait, so like
It's getting even more coins. Oh, I missed that one coin, but you didn't need that one. And
So,
still
like,
swimming.
So just now when you were just saying that you had to like make up an excuse to not like I don't know, I just felt like our banter was just like joking, like it's just not joking, it's just like you actually just don't like me.
I mean, I don't think we need to like talk about that here, but
Okay, I mean, but now we have an hour and I have to think about it the entire hour and it's just like we might as well talk about it now,
I don't know about it. I don't know. It's not the place. I can't let you let this happen live in front of everyone. You've got a family.
I have a wife and 2 kids, yes.
Indeed.
And they're devastated to hear this news. Anyway, Cryptic's doing hundreds.
Yeah, he still is, He's got past the main bit with the swimming and the coins.
Yeah.
But there's still some coins. There's still a little bit of swimming. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 swims,
It's a lot of swims, or not. Sweegie's resetting here, though. He was like, I want as little affiliation with Menace Monk as possible. I don't want my run on the main screen anymore. Get me out of here. Anyway, we got other runs at other places. Beeve back on the main screen here, doing some B.O.B. This move is so fast, dude. And trickier versus like I just like do little long jumps there and I'll still bonk on a wall and it's like how did that wall get there? They grew a wall there. Yeah, we got Sweegie into a reset. Ouija 3 minutes and 29 seconds into a world. Anyway, that'd be funny if it was a world record pace though, right? Then it is.
It'd be kind of humorous, I'd allow it. But
kinda. Anyway, Horror's doing judge stream. I think he clapped to himself. I don't know. I'm just lying, I think, for fun. And then we got Cryptic.
Did what to himself?
Alright, anyway, we got Cryptic, Wilco, and Soda.
What?
No.
Is anyone else hearing this?
Further progress. Cryptic. Dude, why did they let us do this? It's because Drum's distracted. He's watching football. Dude, we start our break and Menace goes, "Oh, it's halftime." And I was like, that's a weird way of putting it. But yeah, we finished one of the 2 hours that we have to do. And Drum's like, yeah, they're just talking soccer. So I just was eating my acai bowl, minding my business. It wasn't for me, you know? It wasn't made for that convo.
Yep. Okay, Sweegee's gone, it seems.
I think
I think he's
up.
possibly calling it a day there, unless... Oh, wait, no, sorry, is that Raisins? I don't know what's going on there. I can't see. But, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's still live. Yes. He's just
I could...
resets, so we have switched it to a new person whose name will come to us shortly. In a premonition. Rhino. I was told I was saying it wrong yesterday, and my life's been a little bad ever since. Maybe it's because I knew we were going to be on comms then. Could be anything. Can I trauma
so how is it pronounced? Sorry?
Rhino, I think?
Rhino.
I don't know.
Like the animal.
Like the animal.
I see.
And
there's an extra O there, so it's Rhino.
Rhino. Yeah. Some say he's an animal when he's on a run. Anyway, can I trauma dump?
I mean, I'm gonna say no, but you do it anyway, so sure, go for it.
Yeah, I'm doing it anyway. So, okay, I keep on finding these acai bowls because they're like the thing that I eat. Like, I don't know, I'm kind of picky, but this is the one thing I'll always have. And I think there's like coconut in here, and I don't get coconut. Like, coconut's fine, but just the texture, it's weird with this situation, and it's making me really sad. Like contemplating a lot of things as Cryptic finishes up this fire seeds. As we have a request in chat, everyone, please God stop chatting. They're trying to watch this. Show some respect for Jackie's Cafe.
No. Right,
No heart emoji.
Meow.
Okay, that's my bit.
Sorry, stolen valor. The Cryptic just threw Bowser at the bomb, which is what you're meant to do. Yeah.
Real?
Every day is a learning day.
That it is. As Wilco takes a step on the back of Tori. It's just so sad. Animal cruelty. In this day and age, makes me sick. Menace, you got a little update in the chat. I don't know what that means.
Yep, I've seen that. That means there's actually a chance now. That's what that update means.
Like, half of those aren't real words.
Right, anyway.
Is it coming home? Gio needs to know.
Oh, you never know. It might.
It might. Dude, this is why you guys,
might.
you have to have confidence. Drum would say yes.
I got no confidence in this team, but like I say, anyway, we are watching Mario.
Yes.
Cryptic. Swimming. You know that bit he was doing earlier where he's swimming and getting coins? He's doing that now, but he's not really getting the coins. I don't think he needs them for this bit.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
They love swimming. They're like Eichelfeld, for real. What?
Oh.
Oh. Trust the process.
Oh.
Are you watching Mario or the soccer game?
Both.
Oh, okay. Sarah said she's upset at animal cruelty in this day and age, which means that she would be okay with it in another era. Can you explain? No. No, I can't. Menace, can you explain?
I cannot explain your opinions on animal cruelty.
Why not?
This is your deal.
Menace! But I asked so nicely. Come on, man. I'm eating my acai bowl.
Okay, so Sarah says it's okay with her as long as she gets her pretty makeup and stuff. There you go.
No.
There you go. Nope, that's what you said. You know, that's your opinion. I can't help it. You told me to express your opinions.
Is there any like PR executive in chat by any chance that hire on really quick for just like nothing that has to do with this? Of course, you know that'd be weird. It exclusively has to do with it. We got Cryptic with the 104 up here. 104.52.
That is certainly a time. That's not actually that bad, to be fair.
Yeah. Rose.
I'm downplaying Cryptic. Cryptic is a very good runner.
He's
a
very good.
shitter. He's just a shitter. That's what he is.
Venice.
No, that's a normal one. That's okay. You
That's
know,
a normal one.
it's
That's
fine.
British thinking.
It's cool. We'll allow that one.
Are you saying we
Cryptic
like
is
you're proving it for yourself?
Yep, that's what I do. If I say it's fine, it's fine.
All right.
Cryptic says very questionable things, and that makes Cryptic a very good runner.
Yes. We're gonna get added into a group chat with Milo and get a stern talking to in like 10 minutes.
I've heard way worse on this comms.
Okay. I actually dropped the F-bomb yesterday. Uh-oh. Do you see it yet?
Oh my god, we have a Radu in the chat! Guys! All say hi to Aradu. If you don't, you will be timed out for 2 hours.
No, if you don't say hi to him, I'll VIP you. I'll figure it out. Yeah, Gio.
Pause.
Do that, man. Do you know what Gio Gringo did?
No.
I can't repeat it on here, but yeah, actually,
I need to know.
I can't repeat
Explain.
it. Gio can figure out how to explain it with the in chat. Menace is so nice showing the ropes to new commentators. Thanks,
yeah,
man.
this is like my community service, you know.
I need to pick a new best friend, dog. That's crazy. The good news is these runners are progressing later and later into these runs, hopefully closing them out. Cryptic is in What Drow World. We got Wilco in LL. We got Soda here in HMC, about to do the level with the best music in the game, and it's not close. We got Beeve joining the main screen again into SSL. We've got Rhino in THI. And we got Horror completing BOV hundreds here, and Ouija on a reset as I think I ran out of mangoes in my acai bowl, so we can all be heroes. I guess. I'm warning you.
True. What is an acai bowl? I'm like, I don't think we even have this stuff here.
That's so fair. It's like
it?
an acai is like a berry, so it's kind of like a sorbet, and then on top you get like fruits and like Nutella and stuff, and it's very yummy. And it's like how I survive. I eat acai bowl and hot chip and lie. Women, am I right, guys? Type 1 if women. Hold on.
So you're doing a lot for the women in this community, aren't you?
Oh yeah, a lot of that. They would be better off if I simply didn't.
Just didn't.
I'm setting us back years. Centuries. Wilco's about to finish up L100. Women do be shopping and hot chipping though. Sometimes. When they want to.
True.
They're right. Have y'all ever played Mario? Hold on, maybe I missed some Nader Beans messages. I can pull some up. I'm not afraid to do that.
I think it'd be better if we just had all of like Native Beans clips just on the screen playing as well.
Yeah.
Just in the background.
He said
what? That could happen?
Dude, the fifth one is crazy where he just gets like thrown off while he's already by. So the Chuckya falls off bits with him and grabs him midair as he's already falling and throws him again. How does that happen? He said, nails, yikes, someone clip it. Lol W. Okay, I will.
Oh no.
Tell him to bring out the sages. And at some point he just said, ignore my chats.
I think these chats are like what caused the downfall of Nate. The
I know.
disappearance.
It's the beginning of the end. Yesterday I tried to like be inspired. Scrummy was on a good pace and I was like, alright, how do I, if Nader Beans were here, what would he say? And I went, TTC? More like TT free. Y'all ever play Mario?
Oh no.
I got a chuckle. I got a real chuckle out of you for that.
This is painful. Yeah, Cryptic is like, I think he's finishing Wet Dry World.
Maybe he is.
God, this
no.
this next half hour cannot go quick enough.
Wait, why? Because they're going so fast. They're speedrunning, right?
No, because I want to see the end of this Cryptic run, which will be in half an hour. See, nailed it.
Yeah, but then also that's like when we hop off comms and it's just like I thought you appreciated my friendship as well.
Yeah.
You don't sound like you believe it. Oh wait, we missed an insane backup from
No,
Beeb,
no,
like,
I saw it. Beeb did an insane backup. I cannot tell you what it was, but it was really good. Like,
Beeb, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that we're on. Sorry, it's us.
Yeah.
Beeb, you're so sick and cool.
See, look, yeah, everyone saw it. It was great. Good job, Beeb.
Beeb's the goat. Woo. No other words to describe.
Yeah, just insane. That's it, yeah.
Oh my god, Wilco bonking there on Vanish Cap and saving it. I also did not see it, and I am also insane. You know what, Cheesecake Boy? I respect you for your honesty.
Please say the full name. Some respect on the usernames in chat.
I don't know if I'm allowed. Cheesecake Boy 69. Beef doing better comps. Okay. Anyway, Cryptic is starting THI hundreds here. We got Wilco entering CCM. So we got Wilco entering like the middle of this run here. Soda into LL mini bullies. A fun little bit one of my chatters, McNoodles, does is every time I do this star is he says like the professions that those little bullies would have gone on to do. Like he's like, that one was a doctor, that one was a lawyer, that one was a teacher, you're killing the future. And then I forget about it and just do the next story. So Beeve into HMC hundreds, and if he gets any more sick backups, I will see them and I'm not gonna feel bad that I missed them, because that would never happen. Or wrapping up SSL Reds here, which is a awful star, so it's always an accomplishment to get out of it. Ouija on another reset, and Rhino into TTM. Don't say Ouija.
Lining up this BLJ.
Oh.
Just one air BLJ, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, nice. I thought you said SBLJ.
Oh, Cryptic.
And I'm like,
Cryptic just
oh, unfortunate.
He messed up.
He had the thing happen, unfortunately. Yeah, falling in this cave is one of the most painful falls you can have here. Sweet Youth, a huge gold apparently in JRB.
I think in the last some of the recent Sweetie runs, it's been getting some insane like community bests for certain splits, or getting very close to community bests.
I heard it was, I believe it was Bits, and I don't know, it was another as well. Oh, we got Ryan here on a decent pace. We cleared this up earlier, but they are on VC, so unfortunately they will not be able to qualify for points here. But they're looking to get, I believe, an even better time than that 140, as Drum lets us know that there's a 1-1 and it is coming home.
Oh my god.
3 lions on her shirt.
138, la verdad. Bueno, whatever.
Menace, what does that mean?
I've got a delay. Oh, water bell. Okay, anyway, yes. That was good.
Puede que sí,
Soda is getting coins. It's lethal lava land.
No sé, la verdad.
Can you explain what's happening to me
Sea como
in the
sea,
soccer game
solo
like I'm a
vayamos luego.
5-year-old, as I'm gonna watch Beef and make sure I don't miss anything else?
3 estrellas en 1 minuto y 20.
Inglando scored a goal to make
pero
the
tiempo,
score
definitivamente.
1-1.
Oh, I
Vamos a hacer lo mejor que se
see.
pueda. Come on.
There are 28 minutes left.
Okay. Oh, that's kind of like how many minutes we have left.
Yeah, but it's very convenient how this has been timed.
Okay. Wait, that sucks. It's like as soon as we get out, the game's done then.
Pretty much.
Oh. Lucky you, huh?
Yep.
Avanza, loco.
You know how I trauma dumped earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Can I flex on you
Ah,
now?
sí, creo que está muerto el guante de la verdad.
Damn, okay, go on.
O no sé,
I
loco,
got
no sé.
I got the Wordle in 2 today.
Yeah, I don't even believe you.
Yo espero que no, loco,
I have
pero-
proof. Don't worry.
Cosas se
No,
dejan.
I don't believe you. I see you searched up the answers before.
I would never listen.
Okay, I'll get the first one wrong to make it not look so obvious.
No, hear me out. Listen, I would splice a Mario run any day of the week, but Wordle, I take seriously.
Okay, if you're gonna splice a run, can you splice something better? Let's be
Okay.
real.
Alright, well,
Okay,
I haven't yet, but I would. Okay, I shouldn't say that here.
Wilco having to go all the way back up to get the coins. Very tragic.
Is it just me, or does anyone hear panic in the back? That one got menaced.
It's just you. It's just you.
Vamos a intentar clochar un
You're in the
rato,
wall.
porque no voy a...
You need to
con
get
un beat que
something
no sé
checked.
hacer.
It's, I don't
There's
know what's
bugs in
going
your
on
skin.
with
Wake
you.
up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Nightmare.
Never. Who else has one eye on the qualies and one eye on the match? Actually, of this call of the me, Menace, and Drum on tech, 2/3 of the call.
Alright. Ryan's gonna finish off this. This is a very good run.
Yeah, this is a very, very decent pace. This is probably a 139 pace here for Ryan. Like I said, this will not be able to qualify for points or, be able to contribute to the qualifiers in any way. However, you can still participate and be on VC, be on... I mean, this is world record pace for VC. Actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because Ryan, he has world record, I believe, which is a 139.30.
Wow.
So, this is a big run. It's like who cares if it qualifies or not? It's like this is
Yeah, this
big
is
one.
huge actually.
Ooh,
Fuck,
a
no.
little mishap trying to get that last red. Oh, and again,
Nice.
very, very scary.
Solo dale, loco. Me da igual.
Yes, this is definitely... You said it's a 139.30. Best possible here is a low 139. This is looking to be a low 139.
Yeah, this is looking to be the possibility of a world record in VC.
Yes. Some praises for Ryan here. That's one. Two. And that is a miss.
Oh! That was like,
Oh my god.
how
Wait.
did that one miss? I was so certain that hit.
That's
GG, loco,
still
supongo.
worth
That
it.
is-
Está bien.
That was
Wow.
rough. That was not fair.
No sé cómo
I mean,
sentirme,
it's
pero-
still,
Está bien,
That
world
is
record.
still-
it's still.
¿Es 1X?
Sub
No sé si-
139.30. Yeah.
Sí, sí.
If that is world record,
Oh,
this is
Yeah.
that.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Está
I
bien.
mean, I'm not going to downplay it. Ryan did actually get world record.
Ah,
I
qué
think,
cagada,
I don't know
loco,
when he
pero-
last had it or
Sí.
how long he's had it for, but the current world record
Yes,
It's like
that
from
is
a
very
day
sick.
ago.
Yeah, to clarify, because in chat someone's saying Punkay in 6 now. Ryan's time is actually not going to contribute to the leaderboard here because they're on Wii Virtual Console. So this is a very cool world record. However, it's not going to affect the competition. But GG's, still nice. Yes, GG's Ryan. That is very sick.
Huge.
Very huge. Very massive. As we have Beeve here, bullying the bully, telling him what's good. We got Callie joining the main screen for the first time since I've been on. Very cool seeing him back on the grind today. I know he was a little bummed about his performance yesterday, and it's very cool seeing him put up that 139 today and be back on the grind today. Like, it was nothing, man. We got Sweegie on 100s. We got Rhino also on 100s. Sweegie and B.O.B. Rhino in Snowman's Land. We have Horror here in Toxic Maze of HMC, Ouija in the aquarium, and Ryan just basking in that world record.
Just talking to Peach.
Yes. Oh no, I have world record in the other one. You know the one. Dash. You know.
Yes.
There are about 3.5 hours left of resets. They end at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's currently 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Because we did get a very generous, I don't have the world record yet, but very generous donation of $650, I believe, from Smollett. Yes. You cannot join VC, Aradu. Oh, yeah, the smallest.
Get Aradu in here. Get Aradu in here.
Bro thinks this is just a crappy VC. We do not need it. Aradu doing comms would be so...
So, Sarah, who do you like?
So, truth or dare? Menace, who do you like?
I like everybody in the Mario community because we are all united as one.
Not your fiance?
I don't like her. I'm not gonna be cringe on. I'm not gonna be in cringe on her.
You don't like her? You're marrying her. You live with her.
I was gonna say something else, but like, I was like,
I don't
I'm
like
not gonna
her.
say
I love her. Was it that?
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but I'm like, that ain't weird. I'm not that type of person to say that on here.
Oh
That is,
my god. Miss Menace, I could treat you better. Don't worry. We'll be in talks, Miss Menace.
This isn't the draft. You can't just pick my people. This isn't how it works.
You know what? I could draft your fiance if I want to. Draft her into a loving life with me instead. Anyway, Callie wrapping up. Spanish cap. Beeve
So
into
Sarah,
L.
what's your? I got a question for you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite coin in this game? Just one coin. What's your favorite coin?
I like the invisible coin in THI.
Interesting.
How about you, buddy?
That was kind of like the one I said when somebody asked me that question. So, kind of weird for you to take my answer.
Yeah, that's my bad. Alright, Aradu is trying to upset Menace Monk, his only ally. Big chance for Spain. Alright, you know what? Screw it. Put Spain up. put him on the board.
Can we just like take off one of the runners and just put the game on?
Yeah. Get rid of Callie. You know, this is a big run. Who cares? I'm kidding. This is a really good run for Callie. I was like, who has the craziest run right now? Just say to take that on. Kinda just reset, use that space for the Euro. Dear lord. We got Horror on screen also. I think that's a new re-add here, and Guy and I on a reset. Very cool seeing him back tomorrow. Wait, Callie's listening? No, Callie, you know I didn't mean it, man. You want to run Swift Play after this? I'm sorry. I didn't know he was listening. No, listen, I was trying to figure out who would it be the most absurd to say. Always listens. Oh. Don't worry, I'll make this right. I don't know how yet. I have like half an hour to figure it out. Sweetie has the craziest run? Okay, well, clearly I wasn't using my brain. Menace, help.
No comment. No comment on that.
He might have you muted for your block, though. Okay. Alright. Well, I'm Sarah is the thing, and that kind of hurts my feelings. I never listen. Oh no! It's over! It's so over. Wait. Oh, okay, so he doesn't know. We're good. I have a lot of apologizing to do after this. Y'all ever play
Oh lord. So I
Allie,
think
more
we
like-
should do a little callback to the start of this stream, right?
Okay.
When you confided in myself and the about 900 people that were here at the time about your persona. Would you like to explain more about that again, just for the people that may have missed it?
No, you know what? I don't think so. But also, there was a picture of it too because I searched like wolf girl persona, so I also had that. I'm still signed up on the website, so I'll get emails sometimes that I get DMs.
Oh lord.
Wait, I can see
It gets deeper. It gets deeper.
The lore runs deep. What can you wolf me out? Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna search furry mate. The last email I got was July 6th. Hey Kiara Darksight, your furry mate is calling you. Anyway.
I regret bringing this back up.
Yeah, I regret having to talk to you for this long. This isn't good for PR. Fun and fair. Oh no, it's always when we start goofing off, we miss beef moments, man. We shouldn't even be here. Ouija on a reset. Oh my god, Sweegie on that bonk, but he makes his way back up. Callie into hundreds. I choose to believe the fun little banter we just shared, me and then him who didn't hear me and just heard it through chat and probably just wants nothing to do with me now. It's gonna strengthen his gameplay here, is my thing. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's all about the plot armor, You need to have some type of adversity to overcome. And if that's having to listen to this commentary, then so be it.
It's just having to handle us. I have an idea. Okay. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do comms.
Go on.
But
yep,
we have to share sentences. So I'll say a word and then you say a word. Okay.
I'm not sure how I feel about this, but wait, so just one word each.
Yeah. And so,
okay.
But we have to do a complete sentence. Okay. Beeve
is
the
goat
of
Super
Mario
60
snore.
Full stop.
You say we'll stop.
No, full stop. Sorry, I'll be period. I'm adding punctuation over here,
Oh, stop. You can't be saying that. Mods, delete that message. Wait, hold on. I got you. Boop. All done. Alright, we go again. Sweegie
is
the
goat Super.
No, we're not doing it. Alright, you start one.
Callie
is
the
goat. We shouldn't be allowed here, dude. Anyway,
this is just gone wrong.
It's just gone wrong. Anyway, Beeve into CCM Reds here, Sweegie on that reset. Unfortunate. I did see he was going on that backup for IROC. Callie into VC, God willing. No softlock. Rhino falling on carpetless there. Horror into CCM. Ouija out of Dark World. Guy on a reset. We got a few of the greats here. We got Sweegie, Ouija, Guy all on early game here. A lot of the G names, you know? Maybe there's like a correlation. There's like a working conspiracy theory. Yeah, one is whose line is it anyway? Mario edition? Wait. We could do this. Surely there's a way to do Mario improv within a Discord. Well, we just did it, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We broke barriers today.
Yes, we've done a lot. No one's ever tried to make a TV show a Twitch thing, right? Especially not Family Feud that you and I were both on days ago.
True.
When you're something crazy, I referenced it yesterday, and Pando just randomly dropped, like, yeah, you know, I was on the real Family Feud with my family, and then, like, just wouldn't elaborate on it, but, like, it was calm, so I was like, okay, Mario's here, so I can't, like, ask more questions, but, like, what?
Yeah, that is interesting.
Alright, you make me sick. Been listening to this commentary for a while now. In what kind of fever dream have I ended up in? Sorry.
I mean, you just need to wake up now. You're having like night sweats listening to this.
Wake up. Nightmare. There's bugs in your skin. There's people in the walls. Wake up. So anyway, we have Callie returning the penguin to his mother. Her mother.
That's
Go,
very nice, you know.
Yeah.
This is very, very nice.
Did England lose?
Not yet.
Cryptic
Give me
said
time.
England lost. Not yet.
This is what
will?
this is what I mean. This is what I mean about cryptic. Oh my god, they almost okay, no, I'm not getting involved.
Not getting involved. But B will be getting involved with these ghosts here, and BBH people leave. Callie, hoping to wrap up CCM in a few stars here. Ouija on a reset, Rhino into Rainbow Ride still, and we got Horror also in CCM. A lot of these runs are midpoint early on, so not a lot of tippy action going on here. I don't know why I said that. But Rhino is the only one up that deep into a run. So yeah, as far as we are concerned, Venice, I don't think we're going to be seeing any leaderboard changes for the rest of our time here, but we are definitely seeing the beginnings of runs that definitely have that capability of switching things up. Beeve being a very, very important example here at the best possible time of a 1:37.56. Very capable of, you know, keeping those 2 minutes and playing around with them and being able to take simply off of this top 7, for example. But even if they are moved off the top 7, they still do receive points. The whole point of this is you want to receive points throughout this heat as well as the following two that will take place, I believe, in August and September. And whoever has the most points of, like, the top 7 points will be the ones that are going to the Pace Lab event. So even if you get 8th this time, it's not the end of the world. You'll still get points. You get points up until, I think, top 12 or 15.
That is true.
Don't give Menace an out.
I'm struggling to see what's going on. Rhino is doing stuff.
You do get points for getting points. Yeah, I think I've committed to the fact that this will just be me for the remainder of what's happening.
I kind of forgot I was here for a minute. I'm sorry.
It's
My
fine.
bad.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
It's okay.
should we talk about the first Sona thing again? That's the only thing I can remember so far.
Here. We can play a game. Ouija.
Okay. Is
Well,
Speedrunner
that
is
the
Goat. Super.
Mario.
60.
Snore. That was good. I think we're making a difference. Super Mario 60 snore. Honk shimmy.
Are you having a little bit of trouble trying to get up to the snowman? Or the snowman? I don't know what part.
Yeah,
What is that? The snowman's body? Like, what is the snowball? I don't know what you actually call that part when you talk to that to start it.
Oh, yeah, because I guess that's on his head. Also, I'm
Yeah.
realizing it might be almonds, not coconut, in this sociable.
What? See? This is what I mean about, like, misinformation.
Okay.
Like, you have that right in front of you, and you still tell us the wrong thing. Like...
I mean, I can't tell. All right, lay sauce.
Yo, Lasos, did you wipe? Real question.
Wiper bidet. Do you
No
wipe?
comment.
the bidet?
There was no comment there from Lasos, so let's just assume
Why did I read that?
it's in it. Oh no. Oh lord.
Brett, can you say hi to Alyssa? Thank you. Anyway, Beeve, still into BBH here. Callie now joining him. Along with Horror, we have a few into BBH. We got Ouija, we got Sweegie, both very early on. Ouija on a reset, Sweegie into Womps. Remember, Ouija doesn't have a time posted yet, so he is one of the few we are waiting on to have a time up on the board. Beeve is someone we're looking to see a better time from, obviously very capable of beating that 144 there. We got Punkay into BOB joining the screen for the first time that I've been here today. And Rhino is into bits.
Yep, looking to finish off this run.
Lasos spreading this information in the chat. Very unfortunate. So how's soccer?
I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but
Uh-oh. Yeah, this is in person and live. Me and Menace are sitting next to each other on a basement floor.
yeah,
It's an
But
unfinished basement.
it's really weird that we do this. Like, I don't get why I travel all the way to where you are just to do this.
Yeah,
For a few
it's
hours,
like-
and then have to travel all the way back to England. Like, it's really not like financially viable whatsoever.
yeah, plus like we're in a Discord call anyway, it just kind of adds like, you know, the interference.
I didn't even think about that. Oh my god!
No.
I
That's
could have done.
one.
I could have done this at home.
It's so
Oh my god! I have messed this one up
That's
big
two.
time.
You haven't messed this one. You've made a proper mess. Rhino about to improve improve that 146 there with a 145 33 34 something in that range, I think. Maybe a 35, maybe a 36. I'm just guessing things. Okay, there we go. It was very impressive that I guessed that my first try. It's a very impressive basement setup. It's an unfinished basement setup. The setup's finished, the basement isn't.
I was gonna say, so we just sat on the floor. We're not even in a basement. There is no basement. That's
no
how
basement.
unfinished it is.
We're actually just in a forest somewhere. There's little twigs around us. Anyway. Callie wrapping up hundos here. As Beeve is into DDD hundo himself. Oh, one of the triggers unfortunately taking that fall there.
Yeah, sadly not connecting that kick. And just
Front sub.
falling to the water. I mean, he's going to have to do front sub again, which is very annoying and tedious, having to do it multiple times.
Yes. I do that because I'm just so bad at the jumpies.
Nicely does it. Gets there in the end.
Yes. Nicely done. Wrapping up this 100 here. Punke is still working on this BOB also. Punke is another one who could definitely improve this 5th place time. I mean, he's still pretty comfortable when it comes to qualifying. I think we said that, like, I think as long as I can remember, he's been a qualifier in the live 120 events that do happen with GSA at pace. So it would be pretty shocking to not see him qualified, but I mean, he is definitely still fine in 5th place. Like, if he finishes out in 5th, more than okay to qualify. But if he wants to improve that time, definitely can, and definitely is more than capable of doing so.
And I believe the way these qualifiers are, there's like they're weighted a bit more heavily towards the end, so so you can kind of get away with maybe not having the best performance on this first qualifier. Just puts a bit more pressure on you for the later qualifying events.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, the runners have until 8 p.m. Eastern. It is currently 4:58 Eastern. Yeah, we got 2 runners still on the scary stage. Ranu still basking in the glory of that 1:45.36, beating his previous best by a minute and snagging a point while he's at it. 15th, I guess, is the lowest placement you can have when you would like to be qualified for points here. Yeah. All right. And we got Callie with a Squimmy reference on screen. And on that note, we are going to be taking a brief break for the soccer enjoyers to figure out what's going on there, and for Menace to get his life in order, you know? But me and Menace will be hopping off for the day. Who's joining the booth once we're off? Do you know?
Some people. I think we've got
Wes,
Delga, and the AC Money coming in afterwards.
Yeah, so that will be very cool. Make sure you stick around for it. That will be it for me and Menace for this weekend. Thank you so much for having us and listening to us yap and blab. And sorry I dropped the F-bomb earlier yesterday. Anyway, yeah, thanks for having us. Yabba dabba doo. Y'all ever play Mario? And we'll see you around. Stick around for more Mario and have a great rest of your week.
It's coming home. I do not know.
Oh, all right, we're picked up.
Nice. Hopefully your saying got picked up. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Speedrun World Record Circuit. This is day number 2 of qualifier number 1 of the 120-star Super Mario 64 Pace Fall 2024 qualifiers. Lots of numbers for you. I am the AC Money alongside West Dog, and now that Euros are over, you have no excuse but to pay attention to 3 hours plus extra time. Yes, we actually give you extra time of Super Mario 64 action. And Wes, it has been an exciting tournament so far.
I sure hope it has. I'm going to take your word for that, AC. I have not been able to tune into the qualifiers as much as I would like to have over these last couple of days. The end of day 1 was quite exciting. Looks like there has been a shakeup of the leaderboard. I now see Cheese up there in second place with a 138.24. The top 7 now, all with sub 140 times. Simply still in 7th right now with his one and done. Callie got a 139. Punke 1 second ahead, and Horror does speedruns right now in the top right corner, possibly flirting with his first ever 139 right now live.
Yeah, 140.01 his lifetime PB. He was flirting with that yesterday, and he had kind of a weak downstairs in his event PB and a cracked upstairs, so not a whole lot of time to save up here, but given this massive lead, if he plays like he did yesterday, this will be a lifetime PB and presumably putting him into the top 7 over Simply. It is nice to see Cheese and Callie on the leaderboards after not putting up a time in day 1. Still waiting for Ouija to put up a time, but he's still got 3 hours. Green Suigi put up a time early yesterday and was flirting with another good time today, but just couldn't bring it home. Just like a certain someone else. England.
I do know Callie did put up a time yesterday. I believe it was a 144 or a 145, so not a good time by Callie's standards, but Oz was on the board. But yeah, now good to see where he has generally been for throughout the course of pace these last couple years, and that's near the top, near or in the top 7.
Yeah, we'd love to see Callie make it back. Punkay working on a 5th place run. He improved his run late in the day, not in overtime, but late in the day yesterday. And based on how things rolled out, when he started the run, he was in 4th place, and when he ended the run, he was still in 4th place because they got leapfrogged by Gothic.
Yeah, I even completely forgot that I was there in the commentary booth with Sarah for Punkay's event PB, but it just got, as you said, completely overshadowed by the fact that Gothic Logic got a 4-second real personal best in the pace qualifiers. I honestly was not sure how Gothic was going to pan out for these qualifiers this go around, but now it looks like he wants to make a return to the luxurious, lovely Laurel, Maryland.
Same goes for Beast Assassin. Career PB 137.37, currently sitting in 11th place, but first place on this leaderboard. He did make it into the top 7 to qualify for pace and put up some very good times, although finishing off of the podium in Maryland. He'd love to go back, and so far things are looking very good for his prospects.
I'd honestly like it if Beast Assassin stayed in first place. We have seen a lot of Cheese, Punkay, and even during the qualifiers back in 2022 and 2023, Liam just absolutely dominating the leaderboards. But I think it's finally about time we see the torch get passed along here. That's the big thing I'm looking forward to for this fall. While it's very likely we're going to see Cheese and Punkay compete again, I'd like to see a new name take the throne as the king of pace.
That would be a lot of fun. Cheese did take it down wire to wire last month at pace. Hope you're feeling better from your, indigestion.
We don't need to talk about that.
That's fair.
People know.
Yeah. Nice wall kicks for Callie. Him and Horror both working roughly around the same place.
I have never been able to understand the wall kick that Horror just did right there to get up on the top of that platform, where to go for it. I've practiced it over and over again. It seems like it's such a very, very tight spot to hit that wall kick on in order to make it work. And all these top runners make it look so easy.
I also love that C-up slide. It's so goofy that, controlling the camera just randomly speeds you up massively on slides.
Could you imagine if something like that in the real world happened? You just had your phone next to you, and the moment you decide to zoom in going down on a slope, you just suddenly started shooting down it.
It'd be a lot of fun.
Rocket speed.
Dude,
looks like,
did we get hold on, did we get another 141.07? That's crazy. So Horror and X-Raisin are tied right now?
Oh, wow, I didn't even realize that.
Wow.
I wonder if Raisins is milliseconds faster because they're in 8th and Horror's in 9th.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a millisecond count. Raisin was 0.0, yeah.
Also looking forward to Beeve here on the bottom right corner making some moves. He's my underdog for these qualifiers this go around. I know he took a break on comms early this morning. I'm sure you and others have talked about in order to focus in on the runs. It looks like right now he's still working with his 144.51 event personal best, but if I know Beeve, he is going to refuse to walk away today without at least a 141 on the board.
Well, that decision might be made for him, unfortunately. He is starting to run low on time.
Still got about 2.5 hours of reset opportunities. Actually, maybe more because we've reached our fundraising goal of $27,000.
Yeah, thank you to everybody who donated. I know we had a very large donation from Smallant. That was very cool to see. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, Smallant.
Yeah, that's how we got there.
Nice. GG, Smallant.
Yeah, very nice to see us make it on both days. I know that I'm trying to think back to the pace qualifiers for summer, and I'm not certain that we made it both days in any of the 3 qualifiers. So we're starting off fall with a bang.
Yeah, I think we had a big lifetime goal instead of smaller goals for the qualifiers last go around, but I wasn't sure if there was extensions or how the extensions worked.
Okay, so I'm not totally understanding Barency's question in chat, but I will explain the format here. So they had all day yesterday and all day today, I mean, within a certain window, to put up the best time across 2 days. First place, which is the fastest single run, gets 20 points. Second through 15 get descendingly less points. I think it's 17, 11, 13, or 17, 15, 13, 11, and then 10 down to 1. The combined points across 3 qualifiers, that being qualifier number 1 that you're watching right now, qualifier number 2, which will happen in a weekend in August, and qualifier number 3, which will happen in a weekend in September. The combined points from those 3 qualifiers will determine the 7 competitors who go to compete in person at PACE Fall 2024 this November in Laurel, Maryland, just outside Baltimore. So I hope that answers your question. Good money bag spray by Horde.
Wow.
Guy Nye appears to be tapping out in Hazy Maze Cave. Unfortunate.
Ooh. Not Guy and I.
Punke working on a pretty even run to his event PB. He is currently holding off Callie by just 1 second. Still has quite a ways to go to catch up to Gothic, but if he does, there are a lot of very juicy times for him to take down.
Speaking of juicy, Callie's still working with a 1:37 best possible time right now. He's going to have to play it very tight in order to get into first place. I do believe if he wants to go for the first place points, he will need to go with Wilco Clip. If you do not, you lose out on 8 seconds, and that means you have to basically be on par with your golds throughout Tippy. Be interested to see how Callie closes out his Snowman's Land as he takes out the bully.
$113 was his split through TTM. Let's see if he can keep a similar split here. Looks like, I mean, this is a pretty quick star, so he should, in fact, have improved here in SL, which, again, his upstairs was fantastic in that run. And now he enters Tippy on 139.40 pace.
Let's see how Horror decides to close out. Tippy, he's going for Wilco.
Really needs Wilco here. It's looking good, but doesn't catch.
At least he got up the stairs quickly. He didn't have to stall and then try. He did zip up the stairs a little bit, so did not lose too much time. I'd say maybe 5 seconds of time loss, if even that.
Yeah, not much. When's the next qualifiers? August 12th and 13th. So that will be 4 weekends from this weekend. We hope you join us. Similar rules, similar times. Hopefully we can get some additional hours and some additional funds for the Urban Arts in August.
Beautiful Moneybags RNG there from Callie as well. And also in the top right corner, without trying to make this sound mean, I'm just so happy to see somebody like Punkay screwing up the balcony star. There's been several 70-star runs I've been doing lately where I've lost 15 plus seconds to the balcony because my double jumps can't get off. And I just saw Punkay missing the balcony double jump because he was just clipping onto the edge and was able to recover it. So in a way, I don't wish ill will on Punkay despite what people think. It's just, you know, comforting to know that even the top level runners can mess it up, unlike that Wilco clip there from Callie.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I think Punkay's splits for BBH speak for themselves. To answer the question in chat, are players who get points now retain their points through the next qualifier? Yes. So, for instance, if qualifiers were to end now, Beast Assassin would get 20 points. We see Callie with 10, or with 7, and so on. They will have a fresh start in August to try to accrue some more points, which will get added to their points from July. So their times that they're getting this weekend won't matter for August, but their points will be added with their points from August and September.
And it's my understanding, too, that going forward, there's going to be a new scoring structure that we're experimenting with. For every qualifier, we used to have 20 points be the top amount of points for the first place position, 17, 15, 13, and then 11 through 1. But now it looks like in the August and September qualifiers, we're going to increase the point count with each position. Which might shake up the leaderboards here a little bit. We may not have one person just casually come in here, get 2 top times and 2 qualifiers and just sit out a third. They'll actually have to consider that somebody could come in and snipe and bring them down the ladder by doing really well in 3 qualifiers all together. Excuse me.
And I wonder if that plays into some strategy here if you want to go more aggressive in qualifier 1 because the points aren't as big. So if you do toss a lot of runs and then just don't get a very good time in the end, it doesn't matter as much because you can still come back in the later qualifiers. Definitely will be interesting. Core and Callie working on their TikTok clock. As we can see, Core did lose 12 seconds in Cloud. He had an insanely strong Cloud and Wilco clip in that 141.07.
Wait, so
Still on
TTC
139 pace, though.
So TTC stands for TikTok clock? I always thought it stood for the torturous clock.
I feel like if it was the torturous clock, you wouldn't put the T and you just use TC, but...
I mean, if the is in the middle, yeah, but because it is the first word, you got to include the.
Well, even
I mean, it's like you are the AC Money. You're not AC Money.
Well, I'm the AC Money because AC Money was taken. And I didn't want to put a number.
Ooh, Callie getting beautiful moving timed jumps on moving bars. But really, so AC Money's have you let me think here. When is the streamer grind so that you can wait, so the name is taken. Are you talking about Discord or Twitch or all the socials all together?
Twitch.
So when's the partner grind so you can snipe it from the person who originally took it?
That's a good point. For what it's worth, my Discord name is just AC Money. I didn't have to put the. Actually, let me double check here. Twitch.tv/AC Money. Yeah, I mean, they have a profile picture. They have 16 followers. Oh, they have a Discord. I might need to go check out this Discord then, see what's up. This channel was removed from YouTube because it violated our community guidelines.
Oh boy.
All right, I'm gonna raid this Discord on my alt layer, see what's up. But in the meantime,
somebody who is not violating community guidelines, fortunately, right now is Horror Does speed runs. He is moving so fast, still rocking a 1:39 best possible time here into Rainbow Ride. It looks like it may be coming down. All right, so Cruiser first. I don't know if he's a carpetless second or
he is.
last kind of player.
He's a carpetless last. I'm sorry.
Last, okay. Weirdly enough, rocking a shirt with the Nintendo Entertainment System controller on there. Surprised he wouldn't be repping the N64 here.
We had somebody yesterday repping the Croissant controller.
Wait, what?
Somebody was playing on MU at the very end last night, and they had like how Beeve has his inputs displayed on stream, but they were on a croissant-shaped and an N64 controller-shaped croissant.
That sounds magnificent.
It was very magnificent.
An OEM-shaped croissant. That sounds so beautiful.
Yes.
All right, well, speaking of beautiful, Callie is now himself into Rainbow Ride, and looks like he's going to be... Wait a minute, going for Swinging in the Breeze first?
That's a new one. Yeah, I mean, I can't recall what Callie usually goes for, but Callie definitely a master of unusual strats, so I don't know. Let Callie cook. Beast missing Christmas Miracle. We have our leader, Beast Assassin, rejoining the stream on a pretty solid run here. And he's running up against 137 splits. But do we have a Gamba? We have a Gamba! Alright.
Let's see, the Gamba is Horror Carpetless first try.
I think you only have 30 seconds, gang. You better be quick.
We gotta wait. Did see in the chat that people were saying horror stocks are high, so let's see if people are willing to put their money, or rather their channel points, where their fingers are, and see if they're willing to invest in the future horror run. Getting carpetless first try as Callie is just spilling all over the place here in the red coin maze.
At least saving it though. He has the requisite number of coins. Callie sometimes does carpetless, sometimes doesn't. Given that he appears to be on good pace in running against, I think that might be 139 fairy splits. It remains to be seen. We will determine right now. He is going for carpetless.
All right.
Although missing the grab there, maybe he's gonna bail. Now he's going right back for it. He's gonna say...
If I'm looking at his splits, it looks like he's got splits for carpetless last. Oh, that's a reset.
Oh, and he's gonna dump it. Oh no.
Yeah, when you fall down that far, it's over.
Yeah, because the Lucky 2's already gone.
Well, you know what's not gone, AC, is this horror personal best opportunity right here. We are still in the thick of it. 3 stars left to go here in Rainbow Ride, and we've got a 48-52 split on the carpetless Gamba here. Let's see if the horror believers are about to strike it rich.
I thought you were about to say we had a $48 donation. I was about to get really excited.
Oh man, I wish. Is anybody willing to donate $48 if they believe in the horror run?
You can still enter for some great prizes. I will note, if you entered for the January through June prizes, those prizes have already been determined. Fresh set of raffle tickets here, fresh new Nintendo Switch OLED, fresh new SM64 signed cartridge. You're not going to be competing against the people from Summer Pace who entered. Although we will be raffling those after Fall Pace, just to be clear. And Beast Assassin is dead.
Yeah, wow. That was actually the most puzzling death I've ever seen. He's typing in his own chat right now. I think it's all exclamation points or all A's. Just
Yeah, I don't blame him. Alright, here we go. First attempt carpetless for horror.
Throw up them praises in the chat, folks. The time is now. The 139 on the line here for Horror does speed runs. Can he take the final leap of faith here and nail Carpetless first try?
Gets the late wall kick. For what it's... I'm not going to say it. Never mind.
Looks like he's taking his time trying to collect his nerves.
Looks lined up. Gets the pause buffer. Gets the first glitchy wall kick. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Come on, I don't think so.
No!
Now, the good news in all of this is if he gets a second try carpetless, he can still move up to 8th place. Obviously, it is a shame that lifetime PB is now gone, but he can still bump up one spot because remember, he's only in 8th place by a fraction of a second. So going for it again.
And Raisin looks like he hasn't made any moves. Oh no, Raisin is right now in Cool Mountain. But yeah, if Horror gets Carpetless right now, he will be the definitive 8th place runner.
Which, for the purposes of this qualifier, Horror was probably going to get 8th place anyway, so... Obviously, again, losing lifetime PB, a bummer. But if he gets it right here, the points might be a moot point. And he does get it right here,
gosh.
saving the run. And it's coming down to Bowser in the Sky to see if he can improve on that time, and he is on pace to do so.
You can see him shaking his head there on the camera feed, just probably thinking, man, why couldn't that have happened the first time? But hey, you know, first is the worst, second the best, 2 pause carpetless, still on event PB, 140 on the table here for Horror.
And Horror has, I think, played every second of this qualifier. Remember, he was the last runner to finish last night, and he started runs right at 11 a.m. yesterday, started runs right at 11 a.m. today. If someone has been playing Mario 64 this weekend, Horror has also been playing Mario 64. And this is about to be his 3rd completed run, assuming he's able to finish it.
The dedication is absolutely unreal.
Taking a burn, that's fine.
No!
No, it's not fine!
Oh my
he tried
goodness.
the side flip, but he still had a little bit of burn frames.
Oh, not
That
like
is
this.
the worst way to end it.
Like this.
And Horror will remain in 9th place.
Oh man,
You have to feel
hurts.
so bad. Just a little bit ago, potentially getting a lifetime PB, and I mean 2 very costly mistakes, and now this run has been for naught. GG's in the chat for Horror. Make sure you go follow Horror. What a legend. Hopefully we see him back here later today, or perhaps in a future qualifier to try to get into that top 7 for pace. Horror is definitely getting that 139 soon, yeah.
Looks like we did have a $25 donation coming in earlier during the run from Cryptic80, who was also participating in these qualifiers, who said, I want to switch, but also go Horror. Little late on the read on my part. Apologies, Cryptic. Perhaps if I said that, maybe that could have given Horror the blessing he needed for the completion of this run. I'm willing to take the fall on this one.
How many chicken nuggets is that going to cost you? I'm sorry, I had to.
Of course, you can't resist. A lot of people can't resist
Wilco
right now.
with a... went a little bit too far. Was trying for the double star grab. Beast Assassin with the raid. GG's to Beast Assassin moving into first place. For those of you just joining us, you are looking at the Pace 120 star qualifiers. Your boy Beast is currently in first place, but a host of SM64 legends trying to chase him down. We have raised over $27,000 this year for Urban Arts, and that means that we have unlocked 2 extra hours of Mario 64 action. So do stick with us. until resets end at 8 o'clock and past when resets end, because I'm sure somebody will be putting up a deep run after. We were on at about 9:30 last night, an hour and a half after resets ended, so definitely stick around. Lots more Mario action, and as I mentioned earlier, Euros is over, so now you have no excuse.
Also looks like Callie gave us the raid just now. Thank
Let's
you,
go.
Callie, for the raid. It looks like he will be done for the day as well. GG's on the last run attempt there. Callie, he's going to be sitting right now with that 139.31 and should be good enough to keep him into the top 7 unless we see a 140 just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and still with 2 qualifiers, I mean, 6th place obviously puts him in the top 7 for now, and with the new ascending point rule, the opportunity to get even more points in the next 2 qualifiers will put Callie in a bit of a dangerous place, but with a very good time in either of the next 2 qualifiers, it would definitely make him very safe to return to pace in the fall.
Punky getting some unfortunate RNG here. I don't think I've ever seen the blue coin go up on that slope and then the Goomba be so close to him here. Now trying to get the Goomba's attention. Oh, baby, a double. Beeve getting the Bowser dance. Love to see it. And then we got It's Me, Cordy in the top right now trying to beat their 149.36 event PB. You know, Corey was on the grind for the 149 for the longest time, and now it looks like he might even be flirting with a 148 as we're seeing nothing but green on those splits.
Looking good so far, but a long way to go.
And I'll be very curious to see how Ouija ends up today. The first qualifiers for summer pace, he casually dropped a 136, I want to say 136 4X.
I think it might have been, it was either 3X or 4X. I just remember that I was on the call for that, and it was the second best 120 star time ever at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to, oh, wait a minute. Okay, the blue coin just despawned. That's interesting. Gonna have to go for this one instead. But yeah, that's so far my Mario commentary claim to fame that I was on the run for, on the call for that. That said, though, Ouija, I mean, obviously, famously aggressive with his resets. Last fall, failed to put up a time in the first qualifier, and even though he had 2 strong qualifiers down the stretch, did not qualify for pace. So, definitely needs to put up a time. Although with the ascending points rule now, maybe you can sneak in with just 2 qualifiers. Who's to know?
I always also wonder how much longer Ouija will be willing to play 120. I've got a theory here, and I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I've got this gut instinct that the moment Ouija gets the 135 time, he is going to maybe play for a couple more days and then take an extended break from the game. If that happens, can't say I blame him, but I just wonder if once the 135 is achieved, he just wants to take a step back for a little bit.
And already chat has said he's going for the 5 out of 5.
Really?
Knowing Ouija, that was kind of my suspicion as well.
I'm surprised he wouldn't start going for it right now while he is at the top of 120, but I guess he knows that with Sweegie now doing 120-star runs, it's only a matter of time before he gets into the 136 territory, so he really wants to put himself just one level ahead of him.
Yeah, and noting Ouija being the ultimate perfectionist, he did not look happy at all with that 136.02. He lost like 2.5 seconds on a tail grab in the last Bowser fight that cost him the 135. This was earlier this week.
Yeah, I think I also heard that he died in TTC in that run. Maybe a quick death or something?
That doesn't surprise me. I think he died in the 136.23.
Ah.
He might have also died in the 136.02. I have not seen.
I was there for the React Simply stream, but I was also lurking and working, so I wasn't. I don't think Simply was reacting hard enough for me to understand just how big or how fatal the run was going.
I would check right now, but I kind of have 7 other streams to watch right now.
I could do it. I could do a quick check.
Alright, well, while Wes does that, we have Punkay working on his Koopa the Quick race. He's going to be going for red coin hundreds instead of Koopa hundreds. It seems like there's a pretty even split among the top players with 100 coin strats in this stage. Really the only stage where that's the case. I guess TTM to an extent, but I think that's just largely backup strats, hard to say. We also have Raisin. His 8th place remains safe, but still has a long way to go, over a minute to catch Simply in 7th. Simply put up that run early yesterday and said, you know what, I'm good. And so far, he is. As mentioned, it's Corey, now 1/3 of the way through his run. Wilco, a quarter of the way through his run. Soda about to get a quarter of the way when he heads downstairs. Ouija being Ouija, and Beeve heading into Secret Aquarium, having just completed Womp's Fortress. Obviously, though, the majority of the eyes are on Punkay, currently sitting at 139.30. Has some work to do upstairs to get back under that pace. He is running up against his event PB.
So taking a look at Ouija's run, he did not die in the clock on this new world record, but he did fall before completing moving reds between the 6th and the 7th red, so he did have to back up doing a couple of jump stall kicks to get himself back into position, so even that cost him the 135.
Yeah, definitely frustrating, but I mean, there's so many precise tricks in this game that you're just going to have to deal with some of them going wrong. And as long as it's not carpetless, it's not going to be that big of a time loss like this, for instance.
Oh my gosh.
Going to lose about 20 seconds here. And it's going to back it up with Lonely Mushroom.
I'm going to refuse to watch the stream that is currently being featured on the big screen here. Because there may or may not be a history involving me and cursing runs by this runner.
So he's going for 100 coin backup. That's an interesting call. Wilco and Soda both on iRock. It's fairly interesting, especially given that they're 5 stars apart, but worth calling out. Raisin now at 70 stars. He can now complete the game without backwards long jumps, but we are here for more than that. Corey has successfully bullied some bullies.
Nice. Take the power back. Bully the bullies. Oh my god, that coin wanted to go flying off the stage there. Great catch by Punkay.
Yeah, those bombs do not like cooperating.
Ouija and Beeve both chilling in Jolly Roger Bay. Soda J, who has not posted a time yet, trying to get their first event PB on the board as they're now doing red coin star in shifting Sandland. Nice job avoiding the Tox box. Wilco having to backtrack for a coin in HMC. Corey and Lethal Lava Land and Raisin. I'm assuming that yellow must be the color of a split that they are saving time on, because I don't think they've just golded 4 splits in a row.
Yeah, everybody likes having well, I mean, because it's the like rainbow thing. Because I swear it just changed color, although his background is moving, so it's impossible to tell. I don't know. Gothic Logic did PB yesterday evening, about 24 hours ago as we speak. 138.53.
I am in Raisin's stream right now, and I can confirm that he has actually golded 4 splits in a row.
Holy cow! Punkay going to wrap up this stage with Lonely Mushroom. He will be a little bit behind the 8 ball. And Wes, we're going to be watching Snowman's Land in picture-in-picture as we take our hourly caster break. I believe you're here until 8, right?
Yep, we're here the full 3-hour stretch, buddy.
Let's go. Very excited for that. But first, this word from Urban Arts.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people add that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the PACE 120-star qualifiers. I am the AC Money along with West Dog. We are in the 2 extra hours that we earned by raising $27,000 so far this year for the Urban Arts. Thank you to all of you who have donated, especially Small Ant coming in big with the $650 donation earlier today. So we have earned 2 extra hours of Mario action. I know Euros probably let a lot of you down, but hopefully Mario can bring you back up.
I can say as a very, very, very casual fan of soccer/football, was not affected by it at all. I'm just happy to be here watching the truest of all international competitions, speedrunning Super Mario 64. Football is overrated.
As much as I am a Fulham supporter, I honestly kind of find it funny when England loses. That's all. In any event, Punkay timed jumps on non-moving bars. Well done to him. And he is 1 star away from being done with TTC, having moved ahead of 139 pace, although he is losing it a little bit. Again, a long way to go before he catches Gothic Logic.
Yes, at the very least, yeah, it's looking like he's just going to be competing for event personal best right now, further growing his 5th place positioning. 139 flat. I wonder if at this point he's just going to go for carpetless at the very beginning to get it all out of the way. Either this is going to work or this is not going to work.
I mean, that's what I'd do, but I am sitting here for a reason.
Wow, Raisin, who is next to Punky up there in the top right section, has stopped the glotting, but is still on a possible McRommel here for the console. We are seeing a 1:39.34 best possible time for Raisin here in Tiny Huge Island, as Punky is, deciding to yeet and go for carpetless.
Completely blind wall kicks like a boss.
And also, in a shocking development to absolutely nobody, Ouija got a casual 22:35 Bob on Battlefield exit. Classic.
Yep. It'd probably be an all-time best for most players. It's probably Ouija's 7th today.
Nice.
And Punkay hits carpetless. Only 3 pauses. Very quick carpetless. And he is back on track to potentially improve his 5th place position. You can see the BPT 139 flat, so unfortunately not going to be able to chase down Gothic Logic unless he somehow golds the last 9 stars of the game by 7 seconds, which would be quite a surprise. Nice buttless there.
I do know compared to his event PB from yesterday, he did miss 1, if not 2 throws. So if he is comparing to the latest split is comparing to that event PB, he's got some time to save here in bits. So he doesn't even need a perfect rainbow ride right now. He just needs to get out of here with good time and then just clutch it on up in bits.
He's here for a good time, not a long time. And we have a Gamba in the chat about Punkay potentially event PBing here. Be sure to enter that. Only 20 seconds left in the Gamba.
I'm really trying to think hard on this one. I can't remember how long it took me to get past the triangles first time playing through this game. Do you have any idea, AC, how long it took you? Have you? I assume you've done all 120 stars in this game.
Oh, yes. In like 2007.
Yes, me too, actually. Around, I think, 2008 or 2009 when I was a wee lad.
Nice.
But I honestly can't remember. I feel like it really was tricky, but speedrunning just makes it look like a very kind of star.
Yeah, I mean, oh, Punkay, a little bit of a struggle. That's fine. Only a marginal time loss. Able to back it up cleanly, as long as he doesn't get burned, and he doesn't. Good save. I lost like 7-8 seconds, probably. I just remember that I had so much trouble with the late game stars that I actually, the first time I beat this game, BLJ'd up the endless stairs with like 50-something stars. Because I couldn't figure out how to get 70. I beat Bowser for the first time right before I went to a wedding, actually. I was being hurried up because we were about to go, and I'm like, I'm gonna beat this game while I'm here, because I just got through Bowser in the Sky for the first time, and I beat Bowser, and then I went to a wedding. Nice. Not my wedding, thankfully, as I was only 14, and that would be highly illegal.
Yeah.
And immoral, even. Was Liam fired? No, he's in jail.
Again.
Yeah. Tax evasion, it always gets you.
First it was mold related, and now it's tax evasion. I mean, who is gonna help straighten this guy out?
Not Yoshi, that's for sure. It's a deep cut, right? I feel like it can't be that deep cut, right?
I mean, it's so deep, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yoshi commits tax fraud?
That's a thing?
Oh my god, how is... Somebody start a poll. Yoshi commits tax fraud has to be a universal joke. I refuse to believe it's not.
Chat, type 1 right now if you understand the reference Yoshi commits tax fraud. I want to see this for myself. Oh, okay. Wow, we are getting a wall of ones here coming up pretty quickly. There we go. Here's a handful of twos. Wait, Yoshi commits tax fraud with lyrics the musical? What? Wait, is a game that was developed for the Nintendo Switch and 3DS. It's a fake game that was ripped during tax day based on a pre-existing meme and a tweet from Chase the Cats. Wait, so this is just a... What? So this is a fake game. Where's the meme? What's the meme?
The meme is that Yoshi committed tax fraud.
That doesn't sound like a meme, though. That sounds like a horrible crime. The IRS got Capone. They can get Yoshi. Anyways, speaking of committing tax fraud, fortunately nobody here on the stream is committing tax fraud, but perhaps we are committing fraudulent behavior as commentators, not hyping up here for the Punkay event PB on the line. Did lose a little bit of time in Rainbow Ride, but a 1:39.18 event PB is still possible here for Punkay. So far, a great start here to his Bits Red Coins.
Yeah, he cannot miss any throws or this run will go by the wayside.
Nice pull grab. Nice triple jump onto the second elevator.
Oh, yeah!
Yeet past the Goomba.
There have been a couple of really good Troll Goombas this weekend. I haven't seen anyone get Troll Goomba'd, but that Goomba's been making Mario work for it.
Alright, a little dusty on the rollout, but Punkay now can get a 1:39.20, I believe, with 3 for 3 on throws. He cannot miss a single throw, or else the event PB dies. Let's see if he can clutch this one out. There's one.
In fact, I'm worried that 3 throws might... No, he should still be good, I think. Yeah,
2.
He's still good. Quick grab. And 3. That looks like a good throw.
That should be a 1:39.20 or a 1:39.21 here for Punkay.
So he will improve by under 10 seconds. A very strong Bowser 3, saving 16 seconds. The good news is that he improves his event PB. The bad news is it doesn't earn him any points.
But he does make it now 9 extra seconds harder for the next person to catch up with him. It looks like at this point, it's just Callie and Simply just chilling down in the top 7. So it looks like at this point, we might be looking for Raisin, who's still rommeling it up there in Snowman's Land, or even Horror once he comes back from break. Well, let's see if we can now shift our focus onto Raisin as he's getting ready to begin Tippy here shortly after this Snowman's Land. Oh, hey, look, it's Badronis. I'm guessing Funky rated Badronis.
And don't forget, Ouija has not put up a time yet. Strong early pace as per usual.
True. He did lose some time in HMC 100, but good to see he's still continuing.
Drum, the bottom time needs updated, by the way. 21.
True.
Is it normal for Ouija to not have a run yet? Extremely normal.
I mean, is there anything normal about Ouija, though, at all?
No.
The man is a freakishly talented gamer.
How much time is left? 1 hour, 44 minutes. After 1 hour and 44 minutes, runners may continue the run that they're on, but they may not start a new one.
God, I
Raising-
don't know. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to address the chat. Scott saying a bunch of normal peeps in this community. I don't know what he's talking about. There's nothing normal whatsoever. But I won't go into too much detail about that. You wanted to say?
I was going to note Raisin at this point cannot chase down Simply unless he finds 3 seconds worth of golds in Tippy, which I suppose is in the realm of possibilities, but will be quite difficult. However, he will be able to extend his lead, and given that there's a canyon right now between 7th and 8th, that might do him very well with a lot of top players not having put up their strongest possible times yet. And in fact, we have switched over to Ouija, who, surprise, surprise, is ahead of world record pace, although actually that might be theory splits.
It is theory splits, but theoretically ahead of world record despite losing 12.4 theoretical seconds in HMC. He's at least on a run he can be satisfied with for the time being, getting some points here in the qualifier. Raisin, it looks like, did lose, I'm going to just assume, his opportunity to get in 7th. You said only 3 seconds between him and Simply needing golds, and he just lost a lot of time on the poor RNG from the coins there in the start of SL 100, so at the very least he's going to be very much improving his 8th place positioning, hopefully a 140 run on the horizon. Ouija going for fast bullies. Nice.
And yeah, I mean, that's typical Ouija right there. I mean, just aggressive. He, I was noting that, you were talking about a run he can be satisfied with, and I would say it is an extremely bold assumption that Ouija is satisfied with this run. Great coin RNG there, by the way, on that money back.
Moneyback has been friendly the last 3 runs we've seen it go that far.
Somebody in chat said, I can't imagine Luigi's going to get a 136, and then one of the moderators responded, he's going to do it just to spite you. I mean, with this little time left, this is one of his better runs that he's put together this weekend. We will see if he sticks with it. Obviously, a long way to go. For those of you that didn't see Summer Pace, Ouija, who, by the way, qualified by putting up a mid-136, as we mentioned a moment ago, as looks like Badronis is about to reset. He only had 2 completed runs across 3 days. The no reset race at the very beginning, and a run that he took 3 shots at carpetless, but was so deep in the run that he just finished it. And I think he still got like 3rd or 4th. But he definitely was on pace to track down Cheese and just couldn't do it.
I have something in the chat. Wait, what the heck? Yeah, Ryan DeCielo casually put up a 139.19 right now, according to the Run GG, but I don't know if Ryan was competing in the qualifiers. I mean, obviously if he's on the Run GG, it would technically count, but is this real?
I mean, the Run.GG has been known to be a little bit weird before.
I'm very curious. I'm going to do some investigating right now.
They're saying VC, which was my second thought.
That makes sense. Well, GG's to Ryan for the 139 run. Unfortunately, I think we are some console elitists in here.
That is correct. VC world record, says somebody in chat.
Huh.
So again, that score by Ryan DeCielo, obviously congratulations to him on getting VC world record, but sadly it will not count towards the points. You do have to be on console to get the points, as we are playing on console at pace.
And there's also people who might factor in handicapping times. I know for 70 starts, roughly about 59.6 seconds difference between loading times and lag reduction between VC and emulator. So I imagine for 120 it is much, much greater. Nothing to shy away though. 139, no matter what platform you're playing this game on, is absolutely incredible. And yeah, Ryan apparently got the world record of 139.30 yesterday and just improved it by 17 seconds right now, as Ouija got a great backup, but he's alive? What?
Oh, I'm sorry you had to hear those noises. I just saw my light flash before my eyes.
How in the heck did that man survive? Hi, Sweet Kodo. Hi, YouTube.
Oh, great. Is that noise going to be on YouTube now? Probably. Ah, crap.
New commentator claim to fame right there.
Somebody at least send it to me if it does. Welcome, missing front sub, unfortunately. He is behind... Oh, okay, I take that back. He's behind 141 pace, but still a lot of work to do. Or, excuse me, a lot of room. Because his event PB is a 147. And given that he's only a little bit behind on 141, that means that he still, is on 142, 143 pace, which would, get him into the points. Okay, that's what I was trying to say. I don't know why my brain just stopped working. I think the prospect of that noise that I made getting on YouTube just rattled me.
I wish I could somehow find a way to isolate audio so I can go back and grab your noises and now just have them ready to go on a soundboard in Discord whenever.
Well, I'm glad that you can't.
Not yet. I don't have the knowledge yet, but I will have to learn specifically for this moment.
Raisin working on his TTC hundreds. Burns 1 safety coin, but still gets here with 1 safety coin, so good to go. And he will be wrapping up TTC. I think still under time, but it is going to be close. Again, Raisin cannot move into 7th, but can at least improve that 141 potentially into a 140. That would earn him a little bit of breathing room as some of the top players are trying to put up some better times. We see, for instance, Philman, Flo hasn't put up a time yet, but Dronis hasn't put up a time yet. Beev still sitting in 13th, can definitely do a lot better than that.
Right, Raisin getting a good start here for his Rainbow Ride 100 coins.
And going right from 100 coin to 100 coin, that's a very interesting strategy. He did miss a red coin there, but I believe there's a safety one. I think he just realized it.
Mm-hmm.
He can at least get this one and the one below him, losing a little bit of time.
Not the worst time loss in the world. And now Ouija on his 100 coin. He's going to make Adam Pass slide skip look very easy.
Now, it should be noted, we have...
No. Sorry, he failed to jump off of the ramp, so now he actually has to go down the slide all the way. He does have plenty of coins, but now he's got to be careful to not get over 85, so that way he doesn't have to jump the extra distance for the star. He does get the safety coin.
Fine.
Yeah, 101 coins. When you come into that end of line 15 there with 85 coins, that is ideal. If you have 86, you can still make the star with the long jump. But the moment you have 87 and go into the line, if you don't miss the first coin or two, you're going to have to start jumping backwards. So fortunately, good awareness from Ouija to keep the coin count under. Going to be losing a couple of seconds there, but this is still fantastic CCM.
For sure. And I saw someone yesterday who came in with exactly 85 and missed the first coin in that line. Had to jump kick all the way back up to that coin.
Oh, that's just honestly one of the worst feelings ever. Nothing more demoralizing than having to kick back up the slide for a 100 for the 100th coin.
Oh, for sure. Now, I should note, Raisin is not going for 100. Excuse me, he's not going for carpets. There's something going on with my carpet. I don't know. I just heard some weird noises.
I do respect the carpet riders. The fact that he can still get a 139 on a console with the carpet is actually incredible.
Yes.
Ouija did lose some time there out of CCM, unfortunately, but still a sub 47-minute exit now coming his way into Big Boo's Haunt.
Yeah, I think the again, he very much does not need to 136. He would, in all likelihood, win this event with a 137. Cheese has wrapped it up for the weekend with a 138.24. I think Beast has wrapped it up as well. He, I mean, obviously would be the strongest player in the field, no matter, you know, who was here, because he is the current world record holder, of course. But given that a lot of the heavy hitters have wrapped it up for the weekend, he is definitely in great position to try to claim first place if he can put up a 137. And even if not, I mean, getting any kind of points, that's a little annoying getting that door grab, but that's fine. You know, putting up any kind of time in the 139 puts you in great position. Although we do need a full screen Raisin here. We'll rejoin Ouija momentarily, as Raisin is looking good to improve on that time.
Got some interesting development here. I don't know if I call it a development, but interesting insight into Punke, if you'd like to hear that, AC.
Oh, please.
Popping into his stream to see if he was still continuing with runs today, I'm reading in his chat that this is the first time he has done some runs since the end of Summer Pace.
Oh, wow.
Yet, I guess throughout the month of June, he only played a total of, according to him, 6 hours, and overall has some rust. So the fact that a rusty Punke can come out here and just bust out a casual 139 in competition like that just shows how good he is. But it looks like...
Two of them even.
Yeah, 2 of them, true. 139.30 and the 139.21. But he is overall concerned that somebody like Ouija is going to come in and bop his time. So I wonder if he's going to be continuing to do runs or if he's just going to call it a day and now just go into the lab and prep himself for the next qualifier next month.
Well, for what it's worth, moving from 5th to 6th would be only a difference of 1 point. He'd still be in the top 7. He'd still be in great position. That said, though, like I said, the top 4 fairly close together pending Ouija's run here. So it would be pretty juicy if he goes and saves an extra minute. You know, that moves him up to 3rd, gives him even better position. But again, noting that a lot of the top runners have wrapped up for the weekend. Callie and Simply both wrapped up. Simply, if you haven't been paying attention this weekend, came in for a no reset at the very beginning, put up a 139 and packed it in for the weekend. Pretty baller move, honestly.
And speaking of baller moves, Raisin having another gold in this run, this time for Rainbow Ride. 140.38 best possible time on the table, can really solidify himself in that 8th place positioning now if he closes out bits.
And so much can still happen. We saw so much happen around this time yesterday with place movements. I think both Gothic and Punke put up their times right around this time yesterday. And we saw Horror with a super strong run at the very, very end of yesterday that X-Raisin has since beaten by a fraction of a second. Taking a burn, and thankfully for him, he is able to save himself. The point is so much Mario left to be played, and so many 140 level runners behind him that any extra safety cushion he can get could be vital. A little bit of struggle on the elevator. Goomba is just going to take a break from trolling our runners today.
All right, 144x on the table here for Raisin. If he goes 3 for 3 on the throws, gets a quick side flip tail grab. That's 1. Woo-hoo-hoo, I'm loving these regrabs right now. 2.
Let's see it.
3.
That's 3. So that should be a 140-48. And indeed it is. GG's to Raisin, improving his event PB by 19 seconds. We'll see him remain in 8th, but does give him something of a safety cushion with some strong runners behind him still to put up a time.
And let me take a look. That was a 140.48. He actually just got a real PB by 9 seconds.
Let's go, Raisin!
Oh, man. And
congratulations.
His last 120 PB on the console was also during a qualifiers run. So something about the qualifiers just allows Raisin to show up and show out. GG's on the brand new PB Raisin.
He's got the clutch gene. Super exciting to call Raisin's PB. Obviously had a strong time close to his PB. but now puts up a real PB. Congratulations to him. And we will shuffle the board. Soda J gonna join the stream. He has been up quite a bit throughout the qualifiers, but still has yet to put up a time. He has had some good runs, though. Ouija back in the main screen. Anytime we see Ouija potentially going upstairs, it is a must-watch run.
But Dronus writing in the chat, he insists that Cheese be put up on the screen and not him, because I guess Cheese is in the middle of a run. But Dronus, you hushed your mouth. It's always a pleasure to watch you on the screen. But now I am curious, now that I'm looking at the run GG. Cheese is 20 minutes into a run, so that means he might be wrapping up B.O.B. as Soda loses the race to the Penguin with less than 100 coins. That's a reset right there. How unfortunate.
That you don't see that. Oh wow, Failman. Okay, actually, never mind. Failman Flow can back that up. The cap ran out on Failman Flow. I didn't see how. So just taking a moment to admire what happened.
Right, Wilco and Corey both into Tiny Huge Island. Beef actually got a deep run going right now in Big Boo's Haunt, and there's Ches.
He is trying to chase down Beast Assassin in first place. Also potentially trying to chase down Ouija. We don't know if this run will finish or what the time will be, but he is on, as per usual, a very strong run. Ouija yet to put up a time. And who knows if Green Suiji or Gothic Logic will come back into the fray, potentially trying to chase down a 138.24.
Yeah, I realized
the defending champion trying to get back into pace. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no worries. I did not realize you were still going on with the thought. My apologies.
All good.
I just realized we still have not seen a 137 in the qualifiers. We have seen a 136 from Ouija, and dozens at this point of 138s, but still have yet to see a 137. She's got a 137 live at pace, but we still have yet to see one in the qualifier. So could Cheese perhaps put up the first 137 in a qualifier?
Oh yeah, you're right. That's weird. You might need to. There's never been a one.
Nope, never in a qualifier. Ouija got the 137 skip. Go figure, huh?
Huh.
Or maybe, you know, why am I even bringing it up? I'm talking about Cheese probably because he got the 137 live, but Ouija now comparing to a sub 137. Assuming this the rest of this run goes well, could just casually put up another 136.
I think at this point, barring catastrophe, this will be a run he sticks with.
Because if he's comparing to a 136.59 potential right now, and first place is only a 138.03, he's basically just feeling on cruiser control, unless there are some major stuff that goes down.
I should note, unfortunately, Failman has tapped out. So he is going to not put up a time in this first qualifier. That is tough to see. He also has... I don't know if that no on the soundboard just picked up on the stream. I hope it did, but I don't think it did.
I believe it did.
Excellent. We are rejoined by Horror, so much happier news. He was only a little bit behind Raisin, but Raisin, again, just having improved his time by 19 seconds, so Horror now has to chase down a 140.48 in order to move up to 8th place.
Oh, that was loud. My apologies, Laxius. I will turn it down significantly.
And against Badronus' wishes, he has rejoined the stream.
Badronus going through the introduction. Ouija now in Fire Sea. Corey in the Tall Mountain. Wilco Island. Beeve also in Dire Docks as well, getting a run going. And I'm seeing some blue splits from Beeve, which, let's see what he is comparing to at the moment. Cheese is basically on par with a 137.57 pace, and Beeve is comparing to his actual PB of a 139.42, which he is 25 seconds ahead of.
Whoa! Okay. We might need to make Beeve's stream a little bigger. And I think that's what Drum is currently setting up. Indeed, it is.
We've got a lot going on right now.
Because indeed a lot is going on. Wilco currently ahead as he... I take that back, still has a ways to go before Wilco clip. But Ouija on a fantastic run heading upstairs. Beeve on lifetime PB, potentially chasing down Simply. And like we said, those 19 seconds that Raisin saved a bit ago may come in handy here. Beeve currently sitting in 13th. Putting this run together would do him much better than 13th. We will obviously let you know if Cheese or any other player starts to get on a run. But right now, definitely need to focus on at bare minimum Ouija and Beeve, who falls off of the ship.
Oh no.
It's fine. It's fine.
Second try, no big...
Oh
I hate the submarine, I really do. Someone really greased up the edge of that submarine there, and I'm getting sick and tired of seeing it.
Third try's the charm.
Alright, still going to... Actually, I don't know if he might be ahead of his PB anymore. It'll be close.
Think so?
Take a look. Yeah, he's still going to be ahead by a few seconds. Unfortunate DDD sub claiming some time there. Hate to see it, but Beeve still going strong right now.
Yeah, you never know. Any point can count. And even if he falls behind his lifetime PB, still has a lot of room in front of him. Currently, the high 144 is his best time.
Lots of room to improve, and all eyes probably on Ouija right now. He's about ready to drop a casual 102 upstairs door touch right now after he collects the cap star in Dire Docks. Chip clip!
Yeah, Ouija doing usual Ouija things. He's going to get a 102 door touch here in a little bit. Not world record pace, although he has improved the world record significantly. But he is on pace to handily take first place.
Oh my god, a 122.23 door touch. I swear that was just within milliseconds of being a gold split.
That would have been insane.
So Ouija just, you know, casual 136 pace with a good upstairs, maybe low 137.
Wilco taking a bonk in TTM hundreds. Beeve working on his Fire C now, having collected 70 stars. Obviously, that time lost in DD 100, but hopefully he can take some back here.
I don't know if you know the answer to this question, or perhaps chat can help out. I do know at one point the world record for upstairs RTA before carpetless was a 34.5x, but now that we've had more time pass where gameplay is overall improved and we've incorporated carpetless, do we have 33-minute upstairs RTAs? Is that possible? Because somehow, according to the splits, Ouija can somehow put out a 33 minute upstairs or quicker and actually get a 135. I'm trying to think if that's a possibility or not. Kareen has a 33.52 up in a run. Oh, dang. Thank you, Master Chief. And Corey had a 34.2x pre-carperless? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm glad chat answered because a quick Google search was not helpful.
Yeah, I don't imagine Google's going to have many answers for speedrun questions. You'd have to dive deep into the community spreadsheets for that. Ouija missing the long jump to the secret star, so now has to do a quick backup here.
I mean, oh, geez. Oh, geez.
Morty joining us here
Thank
in the
you.
commentary booth. I think I'm now about to be kicked out here for Rick Sanchez. Oh, yeah. What's up, mother? What's up, mother? We're watching some mother Mario 64. Morty, you gotta understand. We're watching Mario 64. Morty, you gotta calm down on the OGs, Morty.
What's are you okay? I'm scared.
You just said OGs a couple of times, so I thought you were Morty. Thought I'd have a little fun with that. I'm sorry if I just scared the...
I see. Okay. The ref was very much lost on that.
Yeah. All right. Anyways,
I apologize on behalf of West Dog. Meanwhile, Wilco working on his SL100s. Beeve about to wrap up DDD. I take that back. Still one more after this star.
Somebody's saying we need more type of that commentary. I don't know. That can get a little out of control a little quickly. Something I do know we might need more of, though, is some donations to the Urban Arts Foundation. Folks, just because we've met our goal of $27,000 for extended speedrun attempts doesn't mean we have to stop caring for the children. You donate to the Urban Arts today, you can help the children today become the future game developers of tomorrow. And don't forget to pay. So don't forget, you can enter in for some brand new prizes, including a signed Super Mario 64 game cartridge and an OLED Nintendo Switch.
And as a reminder, the first half of the year prizes have already been drawn. You are not being raffled against those people. This is a new OLED Switch up for grabs, a new SM64 signed Japanese cartridge up for grabs. So definitely go and enter that raffle if you wish. I do legally need to clarify that you will be running up against the August and September qualifiers as well as fall pace, so we will not be drawing those this week. But can't win if you don't play, so get your raffle tickets in and good luck.
I can assure you the odds of winning these prizes is much, much greater than even winning back your money in the Powerball lottery. You've got a better chance likely of winning the OLED Nintendo Switch than just making $5 on a Powerball ticket.
Is that true?
Like I said, I'm not 100% sure, but I would like to think the odds are actually better.
I mean, it's definitely better than your odds of winning Powerball, I'll give you that.
Yeah, the jackpot for sure. I'm going to look up Powerball odds right now.
Meanwhile, Ouija, having completed 80 stars, about to wrap up his wet dry world, as noted, failed to make it up to the platform. However, a strong wet dry world is going to see him only lose about 10 seconds because of that. Now, world record probably too far gone at this point, unless he, plays basically to golds down the stretch, which realistically is not going to happen. But still could put up a 136, still on pace to do so at about a mid 136. Even a 137 would move him into first place.
Okay, so the odds of actually winning your money back on a Powerball ticket is 1 in 38.32. I don't think the odds of winning the Switch right now are quite that low, but you know, it is still better than just winning the jackpot or even $100 in Powerball, which is 1 in 14,494.
Right. Your odds of winning a Nintendo Switch are better than 1 in 14,494. That I can promise you.
Yeah, because I don't think we're going to be seeing 14,494 donations, unless...
I mean, I hope so.
Maybe we get a $1 train of 14,000 different donations, all... Oh, wait, no, $1 doesn't enter you in for the prize. Dang it.
I don't believe 25 individual $1 donations enters you for the prize either. I believe it has to be 25 all at once.
That is correct. It is the incentive is a dollar amount based. It is not cumulatively based. I wish you could do 25 $1 donations, but that would just make the game a little too easy. You got to take a little risk. Right, and Wilco now inside of the cloud, not deciding to take risk here, going for that third red without the stored stored angle on the flight, and Ouija. Oh my gosh, I cannot imagine moving like this in Red Coin Star whatsoever. This gives me a heart attack just watching it. I don't know how top runners can do this so well.
Yeah, I have definitely had to share the booth with some terrified commentators as players are making their way through this stage. Wilco, take a moment to line up here.
Whoa, okay. Lining up to go underneath that red on the vine and then grabbing the cloud for the 8th? Interesting.
That is an unconventional technique.
Do feel there is some time lost in adjusting the cannon for the red, but that was still pretty cool nonetheless. Well done,
Yes.
Wilco.
Yeah, still a while to go, but I mean, look at that rainbow ride split. That is an indicator of some missed carpets. So a lot of time to be saved here down the stretch. Starts here in tick-tock clock. Meanwhile, we check in on Beeve working his way through Wet Dry World, a 1:04.27 door touch. Very strong time. Wilco trying to chase down Beeve, trying to get into the points. Meanwhile, Beeve trying to improve on that time. Meanwhile, Ouija, non-zero chance of having the best run in the history of this game.
Meanwhile, I just passed gas in the booth. Don't worry, I've rolled down the window. We're not going to die in here. I fear that one might have been a little too loud as well, and for that I do apologize to the audience at home.
Ouija making his way into the Wiggler fight. Wilco continuing TTC hundreds, and it's going good so far. I did not force an invisible wall upon him. That's good news. Commentator's Curse, of course, is not real.
There are a lot of examples I could point to where I wish I could not believe you, but after this last pace, fortunately calling the live 137, I can finally say with confidence that Commentator's Curse is a myth.
I'm glad you saw things my way.
Mm-hmm. It does saying something as a Commentator's Curse does sell content and does get like people to interact with the content going on, but it is a myth. Ouija's now going to race the Koopa. Wilco now about 3 stars into TTC. Ouija, Having a hard time getting on that shell.
He should still have enough time to get there.
Yes. This Koopa does take 23 to 24 seconds to get there.
We have seen a couple of close calls. We saw one that this morning, and I forget exactly who it was, but one where Mario and the Koopa made it almost exactly the same time, and Koopa gave him credit for it. It was Callie. Okay.
It was Kelly? Oh, I love Kelly.
Live with Regis.
That might be a reference a lot of people in this chat may not understand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 30, so I can still remember Kathy Lee.
Oh, true.
Y'all old, I mean, my guy, my brother in Christ. I'm not that old.
Alright, well, anyways, something that is not old is this run that's happening live before our very eyes here. Ouija did save some time in Tiny Huge Island. A little bit of a struggle with the triple jump up the slope there, but still cooking with a 136 pacer here in Tall Mountain. Wait, did we seriously ban the term boomer from this chat, or was it something that Automod picked up on? That's kind of funny.
I think I remember hearing that word got auto-modded. No, maybe not. Okay, I don't know.
Well, GTM apparently has made the official declaration that boomer is allowed. I guess we'll have to wait and see if the super moderators have an issue with that. Well, Wilco now saving a lot of time there in the clock. Now going up against a... Let me see if I can do the math. Yeah, about an 8.5 to 9 minute rainbow ride split. So I wonder if this means... Yeah, Wilco... Oh yeah, comparing against a 5-ish minute golds. Yeah, so he probably failed carpetless a couple of times. So that means if he gets it first or second try, he will likely be walking away here with an event PB. We'll have to wait and see what happens. There was a Gamba on whether or not Wilco could do it, and he's going for it right now.
Yeah, I mean, event PB, extremely gettable, and moving into the points would be helpful. Still very gettable. I was not wrong.
That is true. It was very, very quick into the setup. It wasn't on carpetless itself after a few pauses. It wasn't on the long jump to the window. It was still relatively quickly within the setup itself.
I mean, bear in mind, Wilco only needs like a 145, 146 in order to get into the points, which he can still achieve with like an 8-minute rainbow ride, which is normally like a 5-minute stage. So, Ouija just took a death in TTM.
Oh man, I missed that. I was trying to look at the standings. What just happened there?
I will check.
I will also try to check, but if he's checking, then I should not check. I should keep my eyes focused now on Ouija going for the box star. Wilco is getting ready to set up for carpetless, and Beeve now going into THI Reds.
Okay, I can confirm Ouija died because he overshot the third jump on the box, so a very quick death.
Rip.
Yeah, unfortunate, but I mean, if you're going to take a death in this stage, that is pretty much the best death you can take. So Ouija continuing to stick with this run. Very 136able, extremely 137able.
Yeah, I think that's got to be roughly 10, I'm thinking 10 seconds in the stage, then having to re-enter the stage. Okay, bonking off the pole, not helping here. But overall, Ouija probably lost somewhere between 15 to 16 seconds from that death. Let's just see how he bounces back. Wilco, on the other hand, did miss his first real attempt at carpetless, so now he's trying to bounce back, and he's going for the side flip angled wall kick approach here as opposed to the triple jump approach. Okay. Throw up the praises if you believe in the Wilco, PB.
Yep, has the angle. First glitchy wall kick down.
Nice.
Second glitchy wall kick down and saves himself on the corner pillar.
Oh yeah, that's not saving self. Some runners do opt to go for that. If you land on that slope perfectly, you'll regain your momentum and able to jump back up there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Still scary.
Still, oh yeah, definitely scary nonetheless.
And so with 3 minutes gone out of carpetless, he lost 2 minutes there, so all things considered, still at like 144 pace? Which, I mean, would put him over Beeve's current time, I think.
Let's see. Yeah, if we'd say it was about another 4 minutes or so here in Rainbow Ride, maybe 4.5-ish minutes if all goes well. I don't think it could be a Beeve bop necessarily, but I do want to believe in the 145 26 bop over Packerzilla.
To clarify, for Big Cheese, not regular cheese, the donation incentive earned the runners 2 extra hours. One of those hours has just elapsed. We are currently on the second of those hours that has just started.
That is true, and I believe now that Ouija is in Snowman's Land, this might be our last opportunity to take a quick break before the run really begins out in Tippy. So what do you say, AC? Should we sign ourselves out here for one quick break?
Let's go really quick, because Wilco's going to be close to Bowser in the Sky. Hopefully we can come back for his Bowser in the Sky, and if something were to happen, we will update you further on that.
All right.
So quickly, this word from Urban Nerds. Welcome back to the Pace 120 Star Qualifiers. While we were away, Wilco did finish off that run with a 147.02. Unfortunately, that sees him finishing outside of the points, but this is the final hour of reset, so he can begin another run if he needs to. Still GG's on the event, PB. Just some
Wish I
carpetless
could give more
mishaps
for the time
ended
you
up
put in this
being
weekend. Thanks for the
lethal
streams
for
and
him.
the hours of run.
But eyes are mostly on Ouija, who is on 136 pace, looking to take over first. We have Cheese in the background trying to chase him down, Beef trying to improve his place. I am the AC Money, she's Elisa, and we have a lot going on here at the very end. In fact, Green Luigi's up. Look at that.
I am so happy that I get to do another hour. I mean, it was already a long comms day, but I really wanted to be there when I see Ouija finishing a run. Also, again, Suigi on the screen. I am feeling blessed. Plus, with you, AC, again, in the booth. Could it be any better for me?
Apparently we completely no-sold a Ouija death in TTC.
I did see the re-entering that looked like a death to me, but, you know, it always is hopefully a quick one. And what are we even talking about? Like, we're talking about this is still very low 137 pace.
Yeah, as Westdog pointed out in the last hour, there has never been a 137 in a qualifier. We've had 136s, we've had a bazillion 138s, including 4 this weekend. We have never had a 137.
Oh, really?
That's according to Westdog.
I feel like West might have put a spell on this run then, and we get to see the first 137.
Let's hope so. Very doable. He has switched out his splits. BPT right now 137.05, going carpetless out of the gate. Even if he misses carpetless, he could still finish first.
Absolutely, yeah. And honestly, I feel like,
well, there you go.
We talked about this so often.
Can still finish first.
Absolutely, yeah. No, but we gotta gotta lock in now when it comes to the rest of Rainbow Ride. That's for sure.
We are nervously watching Luigi trying to close out this run. This happened to him at pace. He had a 136 going, ended up dying, I think, 3 times on carpetless, finished with a 139. But still, this deep in the run, this is a run you must finish, especially with only 48 minutes of resets remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think we get to Cianova? Do you think he has it in himself for this? Oh,
well, it looks good.
Beautiful.
Saves it. I know you're supposed to do that. It still scares me.
Yeah.
And Luigi finishes out carpetless 131, so he did lose a little bit more time there. BPT now 137.47, which means he only lost 40 seconds on that death.
Yeah, and that is considering it takes you 30, I think, 30-ish, 20, 27, 26.
Oh no, Beef! Oh, he's no, he's not gonna save it.
God.
That's a reset. No.
It is. It was probably 4 beat there. You don't want to, lose any more time.
Luigi
Oh
takes
my
the death
god!
now. What is happening?
The Luigi. Oh my.
And
Good
Green
Lord.
Luigi's resetting this time.
Wow, that was.
Oh.
That's what I call an unfortunate series of events. 3 resets at pretty much the same time. That is unbelievable.
Thankfully, not a reset for Luigi. At this point, first place probably gone. But can still accrue a lot of points, putting him in great position to qualify once again for pace.
Everyone who knows how Ouija seems to function during runs, that is actually big. Like, I would have at least, and if not on purpose, but like an out of muscle memory reset, that could have been it there. big that he's actually finishing this one out. Probably takes him everything right now.
Right. I do want to mention, I'm kind of surprised at that Beeve reset. It felt like he still had the ability to get an event PB, but I guess just so much had happened in that run that he had just had enough.
Yeah, and also like if you really wanna end up on the leaderboard, he probably just thought it was not that run. And if they have like a 45 minutes left for reset, then you might as well try to get another one going.
Accurate, and the fact that he probably only would have moved up like 1 or 2 places by the end of that run. I don't think could have threatened Horror's 141.07, so the most he could have gained from that is 3 points.
Yeah.
And putting up, 3 10th places is not going to get you into pace, so making a calculated decision that the 15 minutes worth of extra resets is worth losing potentially 1 to 3 points by improving that run.
And it just comes as a little challenge on top too, with those LTA settings, that you have to decide quickly, is it actually worth it, or am I better off trying just to get another one going?
Ouija thankfully landing back on that platform after missing the wall kick. Gotta think he's maybe a little bit rattled.
Ooh, yeah, that was close. It might be something. I wonder if Ouija has like some sort of button trouble that we hear or anything, because I know that he's often enough not too happy with the controller that he's using, which is mostly the stick, but I know that he's very, precise when it comes to everything that he has. His whole controller setup needs to be neat, like 100% accurate.
Right.
And we did see a couple of, wall kicks that did not work, or like bongs that you usually do not get to see as often. Not saying that it could be just like, a bad day or not being focused on a run that he usually would never finish in the first place. But just could be. It could be that there's...
Oh, and now it takes another death.
See,
Okay,
that's
so
what
that's
I'm
first
talking
place
about.
gone.
Yeah.
In fact, he still has 2 stars to get, and his BPT is ticking, so potentially not looking at 139, I would assume.
Yeah. That does sound about right.
Thankfully, 2 quick stars left, so maybe could still bop Gothic. Punkay's time definitely in play, and remember, you only need to get in the top 7 in points across 3 qualifiers to make it to pace, not necessarily the top 7 this weekend. And in any event, getting 10-ish points will go a long way to getting to pace.
Yeah, you definitely want to finish out those runs too, even if it's hard. Trying to get at least a few points in. I know there's another 2 weekends for qualifying.
Okay,
you might
so
as well kind of save up what you can.
Green Luigi's time is gone. Gothic's is in play if he doesn't miss any throws and has a very good bits.
Well, last time...
Sorry, go ahead.
Last time Ouija got the new world record, that was also we gotta clutch this bits out. We gotta clutch it moment, and he did, so definitely in the possible things that we could see here.
Alright, so we are full screening Ouija.
We're getting an all eyes on moment.
Thankfully not getting burned. We've seen that cost a run earlier today.
Oh, really? A whole...
Yep, got burned, ran off. It was a horror. Uh-oh. Okay, that's Gothic's time gone then. But,
yeah,
Punkay's time extremely in play. Indeed, so much for the event 137. It has passed.
True. We also do not get to see that with this run, at least. Oh, I love
The Troll Goomba again!
And I love the little rollout that you did there on the platform. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay.
Whew.
He can just snag first next weekend, but he needs, some kind of points.
Yeah.
Or not next weekend, like in a week, the next time we do one of these, which will be August 12th and 13th. Mark your calendars. Punkei's time in play probably needs to hit all 3 throws, though, and he hits the first.
This is the thirst, yeah. Give me a...
Oh, he missed that one! Uh-oh.
Misses.
And that 9 seconds that Punkei saved earlier today might come into play here. Although I think should still have it with 2 more throws.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, okay.
And he's got it. There we go.
We got it. We're safe. GG.
Luigi is, in fact, going to get into the points. He will just barely clip out Punkei. He will earn himself 10 points. He will miss the star. Now he gets the star. And Luigi is on the board and immediately resets. I would expect nothing less.
I am curious to see, are we gonna see another one, or is that it?
That remains to be seen. It looks like Beeve has reset again as well. And right now, not a whole lot of deep runs. With only 40 minutes remaining, runners at this point are just resetting to get the best start they can.
I probably would think that... Oh. Yeah, I think that might be it for Ouija. We'll see.
Well, at bare minimum, you should probably at least take a little bit of a break.
That's fair. True. Just by feeling, you know. It's getting water.
Okay,
that
makes
GTM
sense.
off.
Yeah, definitely. Take a deep breath, shake it out, rehydrate. Hydration is important. I think I'll hydrate right now.
That is a good idea. I support it. You should do it.
I have
GTM,
hydrated.
GTM, I miss you so much. It's crazy. I'm so happy you did, AC.
I got to meet GTM at Pace. I gave him a little bit of grief for the Antarctica flag. I asked how his boat in was.
Gotta love meeting GTM. It's a highlight of my was in the past. Paces was a highlight of mine, definitely.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'll be able to swing fall pace this year, but I really enjoyed my first pace experience. Definitely highly recommend it for anyone that's never been. That coin's going to despawn, and we're not going to get a double star spawn from horror. But yeah, actually, I mean, obviously I very much enjoyed commentating the Mario 64 competition, but I really enjoyed getting to meet some of the SMB runners and learning a little bit of their trade.
Oh yeah, that's also a thing that I really enjoy, because when you're there, you get to see so many people that also just run different games. It's not only Mario, and it's not only the runners, but also like the people who go there and visit, and hang out. They, put up their consoles and they're all playing different games, and you get to see so much from other communities that you never even considered being in before or checking out.
Exactly,
Loving
yeah.
that.
And now that I am the proud owner of 5 CRTs, I could potentially bring a couple of them.
One wasn't enough for you, AC, or?
Well, okay, we're not too deep into a run, so I'll just tell the story. If anything interesting happens, I will definitely cut off the story. But I was at a estate sale, and like way off in the back, that's gonna be a 12.8. No, that's not 12.7. Yeah, what am I thinking? I should have stuck with 12.8. Dang it. but I was at an estate sale and they had like a pile of CRTs, and I'm like, you know, what are you doing with those? He's like, I was gonna throw them out. You can have them for $5 a piece. I'm like, I'll take all of them.
What? That is a steal, I'd say. Yeah, that's what I call a steal.
Yeah. I might have overhyped myself on their resale value, but it's still a nice haul, and I think I could probably get a couple hundred for the lot.
Wow,
There's like 2 like real big ones, and then 3 like kind of smaller ones, like the like 10 to 13-inch ones.
Well, that's good though, because when I got a CRT, I also got 2 CRTs before I realized that I'm not gonna need them. It was
Right.
also a smaller one and a pretty big one, and I could not imagine, just playing in front of a big one, because first of all, still want to have everything in reach. Where would you put it?
It's currently sitting in a pile in my room. I promised my mom that I wouldn't put them in my living room, so they're currently sitting in my bedroom.
I feel like that could be too much for me. Also, I do understand your mom there.
Oh, speaking of which, hold on. I got to get the exact wording. She was watching earlier during our first shift, and she said, "Where's that girl from? She has such a pretty accent."
Oh my god, that is so sweet. Tell her I said hi, first of
I
all.
will.
And
She might be
tell her-
watching. I don't know. Hi, Mom, if you're
tell-
watching.
Well, thank you so much, AC's mom, if you're listening. It's a mixture out of several accents that I picked up.
That's
Plus
fair.
the German one, yeah.
Yeah, that checks out. You do have a little bit of do whatever in your voice.
Yeah, we're-
And I think
yeah,
we've. No, was that? I talked to somebody about German, but I think that was an SMO stream. Now that I think about it. Yeah, it was an SMO stream. I briefly tried to learn German. I should probably pick it back up.
It is.
They started to paywall Duolingo, and yeah, no more of
It
this.
definitely is a nice language. Like, I think it would be pretty cool if you learned German.
My dad was a combat engineer stationed in Germany back when my parents first got married, so I've wanted to go see where they were stationed, and I figured I should learn at least a little bit of German.
The basics are not too hard either. You can just, go with the very few things that you need. Or where do I get some food? Where's the train station?
Exactly. Woesterbahnhof. That's the one bit of German I learned from my parents.
Am I getting trolled, or can you confirm what is being written in chat before
That does sound like my mom.
I love that so much. Thank you so much. And how did you like it? Germany is, I think, personally, pretty nice. But also I'm biased, so I always love to hear how people from
Oh,
the
horror! Close call there on the.
Yeah, I saw that. That really got me for a brief second.
Yeah, that is definitely my mom. That checks out.
Good. I just, with the name, you never know. It's the internet.
No, with Badronis jumping off the edge there, without going into personal details about my family, I can confirm that is a username that she would use with accurate information.
Good.
So
Good. That's
yes.
all I need to know. Glad to see that Ronith is getting back into it. I don't think is gonna stop before the time's actually up now. That will probably not be the smartest call. Well, if you're exhausted, then it probably is, but I would love to see another Bad Ronith run here as well. Get your slide times in, guys. Luigi's on
That's
it.
a strong time. That might be another 12-6.
Yeah, looks like it, yeah. Could also be it looks like the 12-7. It is a
12-5.
Never mind.
Impressive.
I was with because he landed like a little bit far out the little rail wall, whatever you want to call it. So I was like, maybe. But no, obviously not. It's Luigi. What was I thinking?
Right, exactly.
Telling me.
I do love the duality of man that I just got called kid like 30 minutes after everyone was calling me old. So
I think you should take it as a compliment then.
yeah, I mean, I do look young. Like people are like, oh, you'll never be carded if you go to a bar. And like, I don't drink. That does not help me.
That is still so insane to me to think about, because in Germany, if you look old enough, they never check your ID. Like if you look like you're 18, they don't put it in question.
I'm gonna level with you. I didn't even realize Germany had a drinking age.
Wow. Okay, we're German. We're not like insane. We actually.
Hey, you're not Irish. You're not Irish.
We
and I do have
no!
Irish heritage, so I can make that joke.
Oh, is it gonna check out with the? Okay, we got the blue coin on.
Yeah, we got homie coin, although it's trying to escape. It did not.
I'm so glad that landed on the floor too, because with that jump dive, it could have been tight timing. All right, looks like Beef is back at it. We're out of bombs. We are in JRB. I know it is not the same as 70. I know that there's a lot yet to come. But being in JRB is a good sign. It's better than being in Dark World.
Nice maze BLJ for Punkay. That saves him quite a bit of time as he tries to improve on that 139.21. Bear in mind, he's just been bumped down to 6th.
Like you said, Comscores isn't real, but I feel like it's very real now. See, Beef resetting in JRB and being back in the intro. I did that. It was my work too.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Indeed, 30 minutes left for resets.
Okay.
I am now mad at Nesmith calling Ireland part of the UK.
There's like this thing where people just count it in regardless. I already got used to it. Like
British Isles, if you really need a grouping. I know there's like 18 names for that area of the world. All right, he has amended his. They have amended their mistake. Thank you for your patronage.
The Isles.
Green Suiji beginning his Bob 100. Punkay working on Metal Cap. We're right now heading into HMC, about to, not just now heading into HMC, but he's wrapping up his 100 coin. Let's see if we get 2 for 2 homie coin here.
I always love it. Oh, please.
Beeve has reset again.
Right. Probably heard that.
See, I don't see a coin on the floor. Oh, there it is.
It was just a little far off this time.
According to Electric last night, the odds of getting homie coin are 57%, which I find surprising because I would have guessed like 30.
I'm actually surprised that I did not drop this info. Or like, did I? I feel like I did. I feel like, or was it with Z-Beard? I'm not sure, but yeah, it's definitely an information. The 57%.
Maybe you were the one who told me 57% then.
Maybe it was me then, because I got it, from Drogi, and Drogi got it from someone else, and this is how it.
I mean, he could have gotten it from Electric, or Electric got it from Anyway.
Well, the most important thing is we know it's 57%, and it still seems to not be 57.
Suigi tried for the double star spawn there. Didn't quite work out. Still haven't... I still haven't seen a double star spawn yet. There obviously could have been one at some point. Punkay with a successful Christmas Miracle. I have seen quite a few Christmas Miracle misses, actually, so far this stream.
Well, I did too today, and was shocked, because usually you don't get to see that from, like, the big runners. Though, obviously, it still can happen. It's reliant on a wall kick frame that you want to get there, to get the right height. Oh, Ronus.
Yeah, I'm looking at this too. This is that was rough. I'm not gonna lie.
That happens to me so often during 70 as well. Well, not as often anymore, but it used to. It was always, for me. It's a run killer. Like, I cannot climb that back up. It just does not feel right. Gotta love a good clip on Hara's end with a little bonk, but we take that. And I love that we also get to see another Wilco run. We're really putting in the grind today.
Yeah, him and Horror both, I feel like, have been playing, like, this entire tournament.
Yeah. But, like, they really took everything they could get from the time given.
I'm pretty sure Horror has played every second of this qualifier. I'm not sure if you were watching last night, but he was the last run to finish. He started at 11 a.m. He started at 11 a.m. again today.
True. I did watch a little bit. Couldn't watch too much. Maybe you remember, I was pretty sleep deprived yesterday, and I fell asleep pretty shortly after doing comms. But
that makes sense. I'm sure it was pretty late for you then.
Yeah, it was. It was around this time. Right now it's 1:36 a.m.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm curious to know if Hara and Wilco actually do see it as a blessing or a little bit of a curse, knowing that we got some extended time. Maybe we're like, okay, finally. But I would assume they are grateful for the time that they can put in.
Certainly true. I'm grateful for the money raised for Urban Arts too.
What a bad Suigi backup. It's crazy. Did get we got to see a double jump on the quicksand, at least close to the quicksand. It was quicksand, but also very close to the edge.
A Horror minus 27 exiting HMC. His upstairs in that 141.07 was very strong. So it will be tough to chase down that bit of the time. However, he does have Raisin ahead of him at 140.48. Simply a whiles away at 139.53, which would be a new lifetime PB for Horror, although we saw Raisin get a lifetime PB. I suppose there's no reason we can't see it from Horror as well.
Be here for a PB. I can get one. I'll take one. AC. Cryptic also has been playing a lot, and also is here and there in chat. Did say hi a couple of times. Very skilled player too. Has been around for a long time, and I would love to see Cryptic with a good run here. B committing to half cycle, as it seems. It could also be like a... Yeah, I was about to say that
no.
looks a little late. That could be soon to reset.
That is indeed a reset for him. Would have been too long to make up the time, especially this
What
early in the
about-
run and with only 21 minutes left in resets.
Yeah, I was about to say, we got close to 20 minutes for them to reset. And I feel like you already tried to, you know, really push it to the limit. You try to go for a half cycle, even though knowing him already loses like 8 seconds.
Suiji looking good so far, trying to improve that 138.40. I can't tell from here if he is running against PB splits, but I believe he is, and I believe that shows a minus. That looks like green text. I am red-green deficient colorblind, so I could be wrong.
We have Suiji running against actual PB splits and left BOB with a minus 11.6 with a 22:50 exit time.
That would be 136 pace.
That
You
is
never know, folks.
the best possible time says 134 flat right now.
Uh-oh, didn't miss a punch on IROC. I think that's going to be an extra cycle now. That is going to be an extra cycle. Unfortunate.
Oh, really unfortunate.
I suppose worse things could happen, though. Did stay on the stage, at least.
It is
I have
not-
definitely fallen off that stage many times.
Yeah. It's definitely not the end of the run here. We're far from that. But we're losing quite some time already. This might be barely green now.
But still, 137 of any variety would win this event at this juncture unless somebody pulls out something crazy.
Plus would be a first time for the event board. So
That's true.
I'm here for it. You're here for it. I guess another close to 900 people are here for it too, as we are watching.
Accurate. For those just joining us, Simply currently in 8th place. He did one run Saturday morning, finished with a 139, and said, you know what? That's good. And so far it's in 8th place, so he's kind of right.
True. Plus we have another 2 weekends for qualifiers. And from what I've heard, there was not too much time for Simply to grind this weekend. So putting a 139 on the leaderboard, at least for a while,
oh, for sure,
is something. Yeah, that's definitely how you want that one run that you got in yourself to do. That is what you want.
Punkay in between his two least favorite stages here in CCM, taking a little bit of a break. Horror going to be heading in there right now. Korean Suiji wrapping up his HMC 100s on pretty solid pace. Looking to improve that 138.40. I was talking to, I think I've mentioned this a couple times, but I was talking to Suiji at Pace, and I asked him, like, jokingly when he was going to learn 120, he's like, oh, I think I'll learn it. I'm thinking about learning it soon. I'm thinking about starting to do 120 runs. The fact that he might now potentially win Pace qualifiers, like, a month after that conversation is just baffling to me. In a good way, of course, but just...
Yeah. No, this guy just does not know any limits when it comes to improving and grinding. We've seen that. We've seen plenty of streams that hit the 8+ hour mark. And that also shows you and tells you just why Suiji is so good already. There has been so much grinding, so much like labbing out what is actually happening in strats, putting the time in, and that's what you get then. Apparently, if you're Suiji, that's how you get the 137. The almost 136 too.
Yeah, I think the story of this weekend is dedication. So many of these players have played almost all or all of the event. We've hit the extra 2 hours both times, something that I don't think we did in any of the qualifiers in the first half of the year. And, I mean, it is being rewarded with a leaderboard where a 139 didn't even make top 7.
It really is insane.
Potentially we could see, yet another 138 pending this Punkay run, and he threatened it earlier, and Ouija was threatening 136 for a while.
It's really just crazy what is possible now compared to, like 1 or 2 years ago. Let alone the time where we all thought that beating or getting a sub 140 was not even, possible. And now it's just like getting lower and lower. We're facing the 135. It's gonna happen soon, assumingly. And I don't know when this will ever, hit a plateau. We're just keeping on improving and grinding out this category. I'm just checking the leaderboard right now. I'm checking the standings too. And if you started watching right away when the first qualifying weekend started, you might remember that Sepganer and Gainai also were on the leaderboard for a little while. They do have very good PBs. They really have been around for a while. Sap a little less than Gainai. And I would think that they also could come up with like really good times. You can like 139, even if not 138. Sap definitely has it in himself.
For sure, yeah. Sab only putting up a 143 as he was mostly focused on the 602 run this weekend. For those not knowing what the 602 run is, it is fully completing Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and both galaxies, including all of the green stars in 2.
There's some dedication that I could not come up with, I think.
For sure, yeah. The world record is like 20 hours, I think. Something in that ballpark. And, I mean, just the endurance of having to do all of that. Like, I'm not even sure I've stayed up for 20 hours, like, anytime recently, let alone been focused and competing in something at a high level.
Well, not only doing it, but also you have to learn every single game first. You gotta learn how to speedrun a 100% category over and over. That is dedication that I couldn't commit to another Mario game within the past decade.
Right.
Just doing all 4 in one run.
And the fact that, I mean, obviously the two galaxies have the same movement, but of the 3, main engines, they all have such different movements, such different feel, and, such different types of games that, like, being a master in all of them is just insanity.
Let alone just keeping, let alone the cam. If I played one game for, let's say 120 with like a 90-minute, a little bit over, and then you get to play Sunshine, and it's a completely different cam. It behaves completely different. The inputs are not even the same. Instead of buttons, you have a stick, and it's just like, that would mess with me so much.
Looks like Green Sweegie having some trouble with LL100s, able to save it, but will lose some time. I take that back, he was going for quick bullies. I'm not sure how quick that will actually end up being, but nevertheless, able to finish that star off fairly quickly, only a little bit of a time loss.
It is getting a little bit closer now. We got 10 minutes left, 4 resets.
Oh, wow, Cryptic, with the cyclomic fail on the top of the fence. I'm sure I have seen that before, but it has been a while.
Yeah, that is something that happens. Always looks a little wild to me. But I'm just glad that, we got it, because we also saw a couple of runs dying to VC throughout the weekend as well.
Wilco getting rejected by the Flying Island, gonna have to go do that again. And we've also been paying very little attention to Horror, who is minus 50 on his event PB, and that event PB is only 1:06 off of his lifetime PB. Now granted, his upstairs much better than his downstairs in that 1:41.07.
Oh.
But he put that run up in overtime yesterday, so perhaps he could PB in overtime again today.
No, absolutely. I am positive. I'm optimistic here. If you just believe it enough, we gotta manifest it here, AC.
I will do my best.
Oh, I know you do. I know you do so much, AC.
I appreciate the validation.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Unke wrapped up with his BBH, and he gets out of the vulgar named splits ahead of pace, so that's good. And with only 6 seconds separating him and Ouija, chasing down Ouija to get back into 5th, or potentially bopping Gothic Logic to get into 4th, is extremely reasonable.
What are the odds when it's Gothic season, AC?
You got a good point there.
It is Gothic season after all.
Some more runners coming onto the stream here. Cryptic working on a good run. Minus 0.1 through Vanish Cap. And he's playing against his event PB splits. You mentioned Horror on a strong run. Green Suiji on a strong run that we've been watching for the most part. Wilco again trying to chase down that 147, currently ahead of his 141 splits. Beeve didn't make it out of LBLJ, so that's good.
Did that and also went for a solid cannonless right there. Not seeing Salt, which is probably a good call. You don't want to lose a potential run just by, possibly saving 2 seconds over texture. So I am very happy that Beef decided to do that. We're getting it in. Ouija's also now in the first Bowser fight too.
Yeah. By the way, we are joined by Ouija. Although with resets about to come up to a close, we do want to make sure that you guys get to see all of overtime. So we are going to bow out. You know what? Let's wait for Punkay to finish DDD hundreds here. I don't want to cut off him in the middle of a crucial star. He did have one fall off of the ship, a little bit of lag there.
Loving the quick front up. All right. That looked very good.
Good wall kick, and that should be a nice cleanup here. Can still stay ahead. He will lose a little bit of time in this split.
But overall, this does look pretty alright to me.
Yes.
So, on the long run.
And with that, he heads into his Bowser 2 split ahead of time. And with only 5 minutes left in resets, when we return, it will be overtime. No more resets. Do or die for this qualifier. Elisa, it has been a pleasure getting to spend 3 hours with you here in the booth today.
It was so nice, AC. I'm so happy that I could throw in another hour that I was not, thinking I'd do. But 5 hours in this booth feels like 5 minutes, especially when
Very
it's
true. I've first of all, I appreciate the flattery, and second, I've spent 15 hours in the booth before, so 5 is nothing.
It's a commitment that I love to see and love to do as well. All right.
Oh,
guys.
and Ouija's going to take a death, so he's going to reset, and why don't we reset after this message from Urban Arts?
Absolutely.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
And welcome back, folks. It's what you've all donated for. It's the overtime block now with myself, Electric, and joined by Collins on commentary. And what we've got are some runners doing attempts that can no longer reset. So as part of our LTA, the normal session rules, you can reset at any time, go ahead and start a brand new run, but that time period is over. What these runners are stuck with is just what they've got to continue on with, either decide to kill off a run or try to go ahead and pursue it through the ending. So it's going to be exciting seeing how many of these runs reach the end and if any of them end up increasing these leaderboard positions. You can kind of see on the main screen, Ouija, for instance, in 5th place right now with a 139.15, but right in Womp's Fortress, the land of endless potential, right? Every run's on world record pace in Womp's. So it'll be exciting to see what happens with runs like that, and runs like we can see It's Beeve pretty early in lobby, Wilco pretty early in lobby, Sweegie and BBH. I hope all of y'all at home aren't too occupied by the rubber bands.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see how these ones play out. Lots of great runs. Really cool to see Sweegie competing this time around, and yeah, it'll be fun. I love to see Horror here as well. Horror's been definitely killing it past couple of months, really. So it's pretty excellent to see a lot of newcomers, you know, in the competition here. So Ouija's been on some absolute insane pacers today, and we will kind of see how it plays out. But I'm excited. No reset block, and that makes the things a little more entertaining, in my opinion.
I definitely kind of agree. It makes you focus a bit more on each attempt, even if it may not look initially super promising. Like, you know, runners end up continuing things they may not have otherwise. And speaking of Horror, like yesterday, he had a run that was, I think, just slightly red about, taking a little bit of an unfortunate wall bonk there, trying to go in for the side flip. But he had a run that wasn't really particularly great coming out of lobby and basement. It was about, like, I believe 30 seconds behind the current leaderboard best, but then the upstairs was just really nice, phenomenal. Less than 2 minutes lost to Summa Best, and so he ended up coming out with that current leaderboard PB, the 141.07. And I'm not sure it's a run he necessarily would have continued had it not been that he was, you know, committed to it. If he ended that run, he couldn't reset.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, too, is that, like, I feel like a lot of the time people get a bit reset heavy, especially in these types of events where it's, like, not maybe super necessary. Although, obviously, it is nice to be able to reset in an event like this. It's not always the best idea, in my opinion. So, me personally, I definitely probably not be as reset heavy, but it's also super nice, you know, like we're kind of talking about here, like, to be able to see people in a scenario where they're not really able to reset, and that kind of forces you to play it out a little bit more and maybe play a bit better than you thought maybe was possible for you at a certain point. I'm definitely a big advocate of the no reset kind of mentality, but to each their own, I suppose. But yeah, this is pretty fun here. We see you've got a lot of great runs on pace here, so very excited to see how these play out. But yeah, a couple deep in so far, so it's always really nice to see. At least we're not super stuck in WOMs as we kind of have been at certain points.
Exactly. And I'm noticing kind of an interesting thing here. So right now, Punke is about 6 seconds behind Ouija's time on the leaderboard, but he's currently in THI, and it looks like nearly 30 seconds ahead of that leaderboard PB. Now, I've been kind of eyeing this THI 100, and there was a little bit of a bobble in the small island section towards the start. So, you know, some of that time may end up being lost a little bit. It looks like he has about 10-15 to save on this split already. So, I mean, and bonks like that aren't necessarily going to help. But, I mean, it's going to be really interesting seeing if Punke gets a leaderboard PB with this run. That then puts the onus on Ouija. If he doesn't want to get leapfrog, he's going to have to finish this with an even better time. So, yeah. You know, if you're Ouija, it's going to be interesting kind of seeing, you know, how that dynamic plays out once he sees Punke's run get finished. And if it is a PB, you know, how that's going to affect him pressure-wise, knowing that he kind of lost a place unless he's able to get a better run going.
I mean, there is a bit of strategy involved, obviously, you know, with this tournament, specifically with this format, I should say. You know, knowing when and when not to reset, I think, is really important. So, you know, Ouija will kind of have to, despite maybe his preferred general method of resetting a little mistake, maybe have to kind of, you know, settle for in what is to him maybe not a great run, for the rest of us like the absolute run of your life. But you know, that's just kind of the story. I feel like it's kind of I guess what's the phrase? I think it's kind of maybe played out speaking about Ouija and his like really apparent I should say, of resetting runs. You know, it's kind of just like, yeah, we all know that that's kind of what he does, and that's
Right, like
fine.
it's been a running joke for so long. It's like Lost, you know, you see it and you're like, oh, okay, it's that again.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a little bit oversaturated, I guess, of a topic in my opinion, but you know, that's kind of.
Oh, and it looks like, you know, speaking of, Ouija's gone ahead and thrown out that run. Looks like something in JRB, because he was just finishing through the ship clip and the chest after, so something in JRB ended up causing that one to reset. So it's really just a matter of, is Punkei going to be able to finish this run ahead of Ouija's? And honestly, the chance seems pretty high. Best possible looks to be a 137.01. I may not be seeing that small number correctly. It's like 5 pixels on my screen, but definitely in the 137 range. And he's just got to beat a low 139. Even anything in a 138 will go ahead and leapfrog over Ouija, potentially also Gothic and Suigi, depending on how low of a 138.
Yeah, really cool to see out of Punkei. I'm definitely excited to see where this one plays out. I do think, you know, he's known for being rather consistent.
Ooh, Beeve actually getting the unfortunate camera here. So if you get canceled out of the flying animation at a particular time, he actually backed that up really well. Like, that camera affects your movement to a surprising amount. Like, the camera gets way closer to Mario and way more reactive. So it's like any kind of turning you do, the way that you're turning the stick has to be a bit different to account for, like, it's basically like a really bad prankster camera. Like, you know those prank hidden camera TV shows? It's like that in the worst way. But
some people actually really like that camera for like particular stars in BOB. I'm not actually really sure what he generally would go for. But yeah, it's definitely kind of if you're not used to it, especially if you don't see it coming, yeah, can be like super disorienting.
Right, and it's a lot more common to see in 120, since in 70 on English it's much less common.
Yeah.
I actually used to have people tell me that it couldn't happen on English, but like I exclusively practice on Usamune, and it would happen occasionally, but it's much more rare. I think it's like frame perfect.
Yeah, you're right. It is a lot more rare.
But it's just another one of those things that you kind of have to just be eyeing for and be ready for. Or like you mentioned, like some strats can kind of make use of it. Yeah, and it's interesting to see like stuff that would get in your way without practice. You know, if you kind of mess with it a particular way, get used to like a backup or alternate strat, you can play it to your favor.
Oh, for sure.
But okay, we're getting Punkei finishing THI here with still looks like minus 20 on these splits. Yeah, minus 24.
Yeah, this is looking to be a really solid run out of Punkei. Suigi on a pretty good one also. Yeah, we have a lot of really promising stuff on the board, so it's really exciting. Really good block so far.
Like, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to jinx it, but like just look at the leaderboard, look at the top 3 times, and just look at the best possible. And I'll leave it there. I'll still knock on wood.
Yep.
I've been doing this job too long to try to make that assertion. I know what's going to happen, and I'm not going to curse it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen you around in a while, man. Speaking of you being in it forever, you're one of the first commentators I ever watched. I think we've talked about that before, but you and Badronis, the GSA, the old GSA leagues back in the day.
Yeah, way back in the day, back like during the bingo days and stuff.
Yeah, 2018 maybe.
It's really funny that, like, looking back, I will be completely brutally honest that I had no business being in a commentary booth about this game. Like, I didn't know what I was talking about half the time. My qualifications were, this is a hyperfixation, I've watched it way too much, but, like, I didn't actually run the game yet. I hadn't really looked that deeply into strats, and it just... I really got humbled by a lot of other commentators and like their wealth of knowledge, and like there was so much patience, honestly, with like how often they would correct me but not be like, can you please leave because you're stupid. And I frankly, that's kind of what I deserve to have said to me at some point, but you know, I'm glad this community is as accepting as it was.
It's funny too, because like back in the day, like, you know, around that era, like it was not like commentary now is like the soup du jour. Like everybody wants to do commentary so bad, But like back in the day, like no one wanted to do commentary. Like it was impossible to like reach out to somebody and like have them do commentary. Like no one wanted to do it back in the day. And now it's like everyone's just like, oh, can I get on? Can I get on? Can I? It's like we have so like incredible like amount of people that are willing to do it and also like really good at it. But like back in the day, like you said, kind of just like hit or miss. Like you could get in there with somebody who's like Padronis has a really solid amount of game knowledge, or somebody who just straight up has no business being in there. Like,
right.
Funny how much the times have really changed about it. Not that I'm like a super like Mario boomer. I mean, 2018 is a bit, since a little bit older, but
yeah, because like I even like saying that like I'm one of the earlier commentators you watched, like I got into the community relatively like, I mean, not at an early point, I wouldn't say, well after like Cheese, Punkay, Simply, like all of like the bigger names were already very well established. Like I think around like 2016, I think was around when I like started getting into it.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I'd somehow stumbled on the 0 star task like a decade prior, I think, or like almost a decade before. And like I watched a few runs on task videos, and somehow it just didn't click to me. Like, does anyone try to do anything like this in real life? I just never looked for it.
That's funny. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, Punk having a pretty solid TTM. I noticed one insta clip earlier, like that instant up warp. And then just like all around generally decent movement. I think a successful breezeless too.
Yeah, we did get a question about, is this our highest upstairs or our best upstairs time? I can't really tell. The screen is quite small for us.
I think it's 103.46.
Yeah.
That's I could be hallucinating that number. Like
yeah,
it's like I said, it's really small. It's like a 3x3 pixel area for each number, but like that's what I think it says.
Yeah, I can't really call it too much, to be honest with you.
Collins can't call it. I'm sorry, I had to.
I'll give it to you. That was all right.
And we got Wilco heading into BOB decently ahead here. Already has 100 coins, so we'll see how like the rest of this split shakes out. I didn't see how exactly 100 coin went, but overall some decent progress from all of our runners here. And Horror as well, it's nice that like he's able to still maintain like this minute lead, because by this point in his leaderboard PB, he already had a decent margin upstairs. The Tippy is going to be fairly tight for sure on these splits, but having that minute to play with isn't going to be half bad. Although this is with a first try carpet loop.
I think. Oh, something just. My computer had an error. Sorry. You were like really, really fading out of like out of the background there for me. It was actually really strange. Sorry.
I don't feel so good, Collins.
I was really confused as to what was going on. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway. Yeah. No. I'm. Repeat that. Sorry, I completely missed it.
Oh, no, you're good. I was talking about how Horror is about like a minute ahead of his splits right now, and comparing against like his leaderboard PB, which has a very solid upstairs. So I mean, being able to maintain a minute ahead, like in the middle of TTM, is a pretty good place to be. It does have a really solid Tippy, including a first try carpetless within this PB, so it's going to be pretty dicey. But and I like the cloud stage in that PB. Oh my god, it was so monka-ass. Like I swear, if he was like a pixel lower on that last cloud landing, like when you're getting up for the last couple coins, he would have bonked instead. Like it was an instant rollout on the side. Like it could not have been tighter, the margin there. Beeve narrowly avoiding the top star in the pyramid while trying to collect 100 coin. That easily would have been a run ender.
Yep. Yeah, Horror, it's really impressive to watch what he's been able to do as of late. Like he is just very, very consistent, like always getting runs, and it's really super impressive. So I think give him a little bit. I think right now, obviously he's proven to be decently competitive. But I mean, just give him a little bit longer, and I mean, geez, I think you're going to see a bit of a force to be reckoned with pretty soon. So it's really exciting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like a lot of what that just takes is raw playing time, but he seems to be committed to that. Like at least in yesterday's session, I think he played beginning to end, like continuously, basically no breaks. Which I mean, like there's something to be said for like the ergonomics. Take care of your hands, folks. You only get 2, but like. I mean,
He's
that's
also, like-
dedication, and like that's what it takes to get to the upper echelons of this game.
Yeah, he's also young. He's also a young guy, so like you have that, you know, as well. So that's that's kind of a thing. So you know, he's able to recover a bit faster than maybe we are.
Oh yeah,
Than we were
my old
back-
decrepit bones.
Yeah, now, it maybe like back, you know, we're talking about how we're older, or we started a while ago. Yeah, now, especially now, it kind of catches up to you over time. Like, I can't play.
Now that I'm absolutely ancient elderly at 27,
Yeah, right.
I can't play the game anymore because my fingies get sore.
Hey, man. Same.
And that's because I didn't take care of my hands when I was younger, so young folks take heed.
True.
Here's your boomer advice for the day. Take care of your hands. Wear sunscreen.
Yeah, wear sunscreen. Learned that one the hard way the other day. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
It
is
sucks.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, it sucks how it takes, like, you finally starting to get a couple permanent wrinkles before you're like, you know, maybe I should be taking care of this skin that I'm kind of stuck with.
Yep.
Like, maybe it's worth giving a crap about? I don't know. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I'm just really interested in this, in all these runs. Like, this horror run is really solid. You know, I think there's something to be said about the pressure of, like, not being able to reset. I think it kind of makes you focus just, like, a little bit more, and I think that definitely helps a lot of people in their, you know, in their playing. It makes it a bit more consistent, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, yeah. And I think part of that is, like, unless you're certain runners out there, you will go for a little bit safer of strats, just, you know, wanting to go, especially if you're planning on going for carpetless, you want to not have the run die to something stupid that only saves half a second.
Yep.
So I do think a lot of runners will kind of back off just a little bit off the gas, and you'd be shocked how much time you can save throughout your runs by just, like, really focusing on your movement itself and not necessarily doing the most complicated tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, carpetless is definitely one of those things now where, like, you know, maybe just try to get there, you know, before we, you know, before
Right.
we,
Oh, and B's missing the roof jump there on the end of his 100 coins, so having to go the long way back to the main section. We'll see what kind of blue RNG he gets here. I don't know if we have any people that don't watch this game super regularly, but that eye that he just killed is going to drop a blue coin that we need. And we're wanting it to land off the platform towards the star, which I believe is about yeah, and you see it's going to stay up on the platform, which is kind of the bad ending there. I believe it's like about a 15% chance for that best case scenario where it goes towards the star and falls off the platform.
I thought it was even less than that, to be honest. It's not super common as far
Like,
as
I've always heard low numbers, and that's the whole reason why people have just an HMC 100 split, because otherwise your HMC split would just always be RNG.
Yeah,
there's no point. But and it's actually dependent on like 3 separate RNG rolls. So it's like it rolls one for like one direction, one for like the you know, X, Y, and Z basically. So it's like if 2 of those numbers end up really small, but one ends up big the wrong way, then like you still get messed with.
Yeah, yeah.
But Punke going in for the cannon shot here. Looks pretty, yeah, very wide clearance. Runners have gotten so consistent with that. That used to be so much more scary back in like when it first came about.
Yeah. It was definitely one of those strats that was like not super frequently seen. You know, it was kind of yeah, just not really frequently seen really is what it really comes down to. But people are just pushing the limits to like just extremes nowadays. It's kind of crazy, like the strats that we're seeing, just, you know, from what they used to be. Just it's really cool actually.
And it's fascinating how, like, the stuff that runners used to talk about, like, okay, this is, like, too inconsistent to warrant putting into runs. But once you make yourself do it enough times just because everyone else starts doing it, like, you eventually develop a bit of consistency. Like, with Fly Guyless. It was like when people first started doing Fly Guyless, it's like, why are you messing with this? You're never going to get this in a run reliably and be able to finish it out. And then look at the 16-star meta now. Like,
yeah,
it just...
It's like, yeah, it's meta. It's so funny how it works like that.
Okay, going with the more traditional movement through TTC 100. I've got to say, I really like the pull triple jump that people have started doing to get across.
Yeah.
Like that side flip under the little platform roof is just so good.
kind of satisfying piece of movement for sure.
This is honestly like just one of the most satisfying movement stars. Like it just, like out of all the other coins, a lot of them, while they're like pretty technical, they also like they're technical because of like the RNG from the different coins, or like you know how exactly you're having to move around like wide spaces. But just how condensed this one is, like it feels like just a nice gymnastics routine.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Very nice thwomp ending there. Let's see, Horror's still maintaining a decent lead here through through just the snowman's land, not the shifting snowman's land. And a nice little bit of slope action there. No Inviswall this time. I haven't mentioned yet, Free Atlas getting towards Tippy here. It looks like they're on emulator. But like mid 140s time right now, so they could be actually looking at like a mid to high 150s for their final time. And of course, we got
I can't think I've ever heard the name before, so shoutouts.
Oh wait, I think I said it completely wrong. It's Free Lattice. Yeah. I think I said Free Atlas.
Oh, and speaking of which,
oh no.
I used to do that bonk all the time, like so much when I first started playing the game. It's such a frustrating one, but looks like we have a lot of time saved to kind of a little bit of wiggle room. But yeah, maybe we could get you know, Punk on a bit of a bigger screen here for now. That would be kind of nice because I can't quite see what we're dealing with here. It looks like minus 47 comparing to the event PB.
Yeah, that's possible. 137.40 at the moment. And
yeah,
being in Tippy, you know, I mean it's a tight margin, but you know, if Rainbow Ride decides to cooperate, knocking aggressively, like I actually have like a chair that's in storage next to me, and every time I say that I'm knocking on it, I am. I promise all of you. Like I generally consider myself like a like skeptical kind of person. I don't generally believe in superstitious things. But, like, in the booth, I'm not cursing things. I'm not going to do it.
Well, excuse me, Horror with a really great will call clip there. And Punky is zooming through the CTC. So this is really solid. And actually, you know, shout outs to Cryptic, by the way, coming off of a shoulder surgery. He's been out of the game for, like, maybe like a year almost. A while for sure. So it's really cool to see him back in action. You know, it's really tough to come back from a surgery like that. He was kind of, you know, it was really his Mario grind that really kind of messed him up, you know, from what I've talked to him about. And it's cool that he just got the surgery and he's like right back into it. But nice cloud stage there from Horror. We're going to see Punke exiting really, really well here, 137.45 BPT. We'll say it is very, very strange to see Punke not in the top 3 at the end of day 1. That just goes to show how crazy the competition is. Beast Assassin with a huge 138.03. Was that an actual PB for him? Or no, he has a 137 now. He has a bit of a high 137. Still like insane run for Beast. So this is you know, really cool to see. And it looks like Horror almost has a new room set up. Maybe he's I don't know. I'm just noticing now that he has a bit of a different setup, but.
Right, it looks like Punke is going to be going right in on carpetless.
You kind of have to at this point. You know, you just got to know whether or not the rest of the run's going to work out.
Although, in Horror's leaderboard PB, he actually did decide to just do it as his last star, which I can understand, like, the idea of you don't want the nerves of knowing that it already worked.
All right, so here Punke with the double jump, the Desenig set up here for carpetless. And gets carpetless, no problem. All right, so he's going to take it safe on the ending here. Get carpetless, and Punke looking at a possible 137. That is a huge clutch, but, you know, honestly, almost to be expected out of Punke. He did clutch out, what was it, second place during the live pace event. Oh, and Horror with the frame 0 wall kick bonk. Luckily, managing to stay alive here. That could have been a lot worse. Going to be a pretty significant time loss But we can see 139, 20, 31 or 31, 21 BPT. So yeah, he's going to be losing a bit of time here, but event PB definitely still on the table. Regular PB still on the table. He's been going for this 140, or excuse me, 139 for a while. 140, what, 03 or 01 or something crazy for horror. So definitely still on the table. It'll be a bit tighter now, obviously, but hopefully he's able to clutch this one out. 92 coins. That was a really nice backup. He did not panic whatsoever. This Punkei goes for it.
That's one of the hardest things to manage to do when you get that big of a fall in the clock and you're basically having to restart your movement. And especially like he had enough coins that you're really having to on the fly. You don't want to redo all your movement through coins that aren't there anymore. But then you probably aren't practicing Stomp on the Thwomp by itself that much.
Well, that's the thing too, is that it's more so like it's more so of a issue when in the sense that you're not familiar with the movement. You might think you might think you know the stage really well, but see how you do navigating it while TTC is, while you're kind of I don't know, tilted. Really just tilted and upside down, and you don't know where you fell. It's a whole thing. So yeah, but this is really crazy back up there. Beeve looks like he's dropping some frames. Hopefully he's locally recording, because this seems to be not his greatest exit, LOL exit, but it's doable as he's kind of finishing up this 100 coin. He has 2 more to go.
And decent volcano section here as we got Punkei just cruising through Rainbow Ride after that carpetless, and Horror trying to make it over to carpetless. And like you mentioned, Cryptic with a deep run here, 21 ahead in SL as we're moving through SL 100. Do you think it's fair to say that SL 100 is probably like the most general RNG heavy 100 coins because of like how bad the coin sprays can be?
Yeah, by far. It's by far the most RNG heavy star in the game.
It's like you have like spikes with like the HMC 100, but this one like just all over the place. Like the money bags love to spray everywhere.
Yeah,
like, I mean spin grips you have to get all the coins from.
Yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong. SL 100 definitely most RNG dependent. I think really objectively. I don't even want to say that's my opinion.
Because like when you look at some of the others, like BBH, what kind of saves that is that all the booze, it's blue coins. You're not having to collect 5 separate coins. It's just one big one.
Yep. All right, so Punkei getting 100 coin here. It's been pretty clean so far. He did have a bit of a hiccup, but it's nothing to be super concerned about. And he's really just got to finish up the ending here, but the ending can be tough. Does get the ledge grab. That long jump is a lot harder than people think.
Yes.
Noob Cruiser is like not easy. Like I would say, like if you're learning the game, just like learn Lakitu bounce. Like Noob Cruiser is really tough.
I lost I think 5 or 6 runs to Noob Cruiser as a beginner and just got so sick of it and like learned Lakitu bounce off of it. And yeah, I'd recommend that to anyone else because you don't realize it, but the clearance of that like overhanging log and then like the actual platform you're trying to land on, like you have to have a very specific amount of speed when you're doing that long jump. So like people will tell you, oh, just use the 1-up as a visual cue. But it's like you do it just a little bit later than normal and you'll just end up bonking every time, fall all the way to your death. And it's like, this is supposed to be the safe option. Why wasn't I just doing Lakitu bounce? If I'm going to die anyway, may as well save some time if I just happen to not.
Yeah, Noob Cruiser, I see some confusion. Noob Cruiser is getting the Lakitu bounce star using the movement that Punkei just did. That long jump to the ledge grab is part of the Noob Cruiser movement. So
yeah.
Anyway, Punkei admits.
Yeah.
So we're 137.53 BPT. Nice triple jump there. Took it a little bit slower, probably a good idea. But Punkei kind of coming up on the big screen here as he is kind of cruising. But yeah, 137.51 BPT with 3 seconds of time save. So this is still very easily 137able here. Got 9 seconds to play with. So
nice.
He is gunning for this first, of course, but really any kind of finished run here without throws, meltdowns, you're looking at quite a bit of advancement in the leaderboard. So we will see if we have the first 137 of the LTA so far.
Beautiful pole grab.
Yep.
Yeah, really nice movement so far. And
so going for the missed the triple jump there, but scary. Gonna have to just take it easy. Three little ledge grabs, all good. Avoiding Goomba, but
a few seconds, but it's definitely within one throw for first place.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see here as he enters the pipe. Got about 40 seconds worth of throws as you enter. So 137 seems to be still on the table here. Yep, it is, absolutely. It's gonna be tight. It'll be tight, but it's possible still.
All right, here we go. We'll see the numbers out there in chat. As we got a nice first grab.
That should hit.
Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Yeah. Like a frame off.
And there's two. Nice.
Beautiful
in there.
Throw.
One more to go for Punkay to clutch out this 137 for first place, and that's gonna hit as Punkay clutches out the 137 on the last run of the day, LTA day 1. Unbelievable stuff here. Wow, gonna barely clutch out this 137, first one of the event, and he'll steal first place with a 137.58. Wow.
Huge GGs to Punkation here during an overtime run. I mean, like, just had to go ahead and commit to what he had on the table. I believe he was like right at the beginning of THI when overtime started. Maybe a little bit before then. So, I mean, just had to continue on and just be dedicated and know that he could play solidly throughout the rest of Upstairs and Tippy, which is not an easy task. Yep. Even being about 40 seconds ahead, being able to play through those stages consistently, like we talked about, one of the most RNG-heavy 100 coins, carpetless, like so many obstacles pop up through that section, and yet still being able to play, not just to improve the leaderboard position, but to smash the leaderboard.
Yep, he absolutely clutched that one out for sure. So well done to Punkay. That is a killer run. And now we have Horror does speedruns.
And I mean, speaking of stories that are a little overtold, like the Punkay clutches out this event being the most consistent player seems to be a tale as old as time at this point. Yep. I don't get tired of hearing it ever, but it's wild how long he's been this just force to be reckoned with in this community of just absolute consistency.
Yep, and let's not hold our breaths though. First place is absolutely not, completely done for today because we do have Green Suiji on a bit of a heater, as Horror has a 140 flat BPT. So hopefully we can see a gold or something. I'm not really sure that'll happen, but he's definitely in the running here for 9th place.
Yeah, I actually think Green Suiji, it looks like is comparing against real PB because I think that's a 137.15 or something that's on the that's on his splits right now, and he's still nearly 30 ahead, it looks like.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's...
It's a bit tough to see for us. We're using... we have a bit of a different screen than the audience does. It's a bit more compressed. But I can't quite see, but maybe somebody in the chat can see it. But yeah. Oh, wow. And Suiji with a gold carpet, or cloud stage. Wow. Excellently done.
Minus 41... 136.11 best possible.
This is insane, actually. Hold up. Hold up, actually.
What is with the kid playing this game? Like, God.
Yeah, I mean, he just really kind of got into 122. This is absolutely insane.
Like, I mean, he's nowhere near as young anymore, but it's like, I swear, it was like I was talking about yesterday. People that start this game when they're like 12 or something, they always end up just being completely cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. And just... This is his stage too, you know. Like he's notorious for being excellent at TTC. Specifically, his Horror goes for carpetless here, and unfortunately with a miss there. But Suiji almost falling off as well, and that'll about do it for Horror. Unfortunately, not going to be able to snag 9th place today, but we do have Suiji, and he's going to have to make sure that he gets all of these coins here coming out of this 10-coin box. Really kind of has to play it safe, and yep, he does. And not going to get a triple jump, but does the stall kick double, which is fine.
Yeah, that's nice. The 2 boxes really played nice here. Now, since we don't have audio, I don't know what the Thwomp's doing, so we'll see how he... Okay, looks like just the under...
Just
goes for the under ending, but the Thwomp just a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, that's quite literally just RNG. There's unfortunately nothing you can do there, but... you know, unfortunate little ending, but to a great 100 coin, but that's really no biggie.
I mean, with how much time he has to play with, like, I mean, it's not a bad position at all.
Yeah.
Now, Horror actually trying carpetless again, just to see.
Yep. Nicely done by Horror there. Oh, and he's gonna fall off the. Yep. That's okay.
That's gonna do it.
Hey, he got the trick at least, right? You know.
Right. That's what counts, right? I'm so glad that Shia didn't have like a BOB secrets happen the first time that he actually got carpetless.
Yeah, right.
Oh my god. If for anyone who's not like terminally online in this community, there's a really difficult single star strat for BOB secrets that involves like BLJing and like doing this triple jump with insane speed to like start your flying. And it's extremely hard to do RTA. Zufi ended up doing attempts like a couple years later, and I think was the first to get it on the spreadsheet. But Shia managed to get an attempt that got all 5 secrets and like was perfectly on pace to be like the first record with this trick, and then flew under the star and didn't actually grab it.
Yeah.
Like it's so painful to go back and watch.
All right, and he's going for the moving bars here is Suiji. And this is a bit of a new strat, give or take. I know, popularized by Callie. Callie always innovating, but yeah, easy day in the office for Suiji here with a 1:36.11 best possible time, minus 32.3 seconds on as far as best pace ever goes. Now this is something to see for sure. You know, we just have to finish up here in TTC, and then we got to just get the trick. So we'll see if he decides to go for carpetless at the beginning or the end.
And I can't imagine the nerves in this kind of position.
I mean, he's been here before. You know what I mean? Like that's.
I mean,
the thing.
absolutely, but it's just like I will say, as a longtime speedrun viewer, I have never seen a run finish on best pace ever, like in this kind of situation. I'm not trying to curse it in any sort of way. I'm knocking on wood again here, but it's just like that's the sort of thing that, like, if I were running in his position, I feel like that would be in the back of my mind, is like, how do I manage to keep it together enough to actually have this work out? It's like you want it so bad that just makes the adrenaline that much worse.
Yeah, it is tough. Sometimes you don't get that big one, but you know, it's Suiji. You never know at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we got to remember the main goal here is just leaderboard improvement, and like even with major mistakes, this still can get leaderboard improvement.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, oh, it looks like he is going to go straight for carpetless here. So he is 136.17 BPT, lost a bit of time in TTC, but oh,
this is the upper wall kick, but nice recovery there.
Nice backup too. Wow, that type of, wow, that's crazy that he just didn't change the camera and just run straight for the wall. He just decided to side flip instead. That's okay, and we're going for the wall, and he's gonna grab.
Right. Here's the setup.
Oh. A bit of a slower setup than he normally does. I think he was a bit iffy on that beginning. Oh!
Oh, gets a dive into the wall.
I think he might have fat fingered B on there. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah. There's no reason you would hit B at that point. So that's absolutely a fat finger. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, he can still advance quite a bit. Probably will about do in the PB, give or take, but still definitely able to advance on the leaderboard for sure. And that just seemed a bit of a wonky carpetless attempt in general. Like he had the issue at the beginning, and then the setup seemed a bit strange. And then obviously it looks like he might have missed the pause. So we're hearing. Yeah, and that's kind of what happened earlier as well. All right, gets it there, no problem. He goes for the single star endings too.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that single star ending is terrifying. But Suiji running against community best Rainbow Ride, which is his. So we're going to be losing time here. Like I said, not really certain PB paces, really possible, or I don't think we're on PB pace, I should say, anymore. But I could be proven incorrect as the Assless misses. And he's going to go for quick, easy rides back up here. But again, first place still very much
not cooperating either.
Yeah, very much leaderboard position still available here. advancement, I should say, rather. And this is crazy, you know. I mean, if you look at the top 7, I mean, geez, like this is the best, really quite literally the best of the best on the board. Really exciting stuff to see here, but geez,
I mean, like absolute classic names: Gothic Logic, Puncation, Cheese, Ouija.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is who we saw on the stage, you know, this fall. To be honest with you, I really would not be surprised. These guys are the best of the best. I mean, Ouija's only going to get a better run. You know, same thing with Callie. Gothic Logic has proven to be really consistent. Green Suigi, I mean, come on, 136 BPT into you know Rainbow Ride, and Beast and Punkay have proven to be so consistent. And then of course Cheese. You know, I think Cheese always manages to clutch it out. He just wanted to get a quick one and then go play RuneScape, so I don't really blame him. Apparently, Suigi just died. Apparently,
yeah. He took a death on Lakitu Bounce yet again there. So, but did end up going ahead and getting it successfully for the ship star. Well, yeah, it's the only star he has to do it for since he's doing the 100 coin with the shoot to the rainbow. But yeah, so it's a bit of a rough rainbow ride for sure. But I think the leaderboard improvement is still on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got about a minute. He had about a minute and a half to play with. I'd say probably now like, you know, maybe like 30 seconds or so. But we'll see in about a minute, give or take. First place, I believe, is still probably on the table.
Yeah, it might be tight at this point, but
yeah,
I think it should still be. Wilco is still keeping up decently well through BBH. It looks like just a couple seconds behind, but there are plenty of opportunities to save that throughout the rest of the run. And meanwhile, Cryptic like keeping decently ahead throughout Tippy here. So we'll see. It looks like he's comparing against a run that did not have carpetless. But I mean, like, okay, yeah, he doesn't do carpetless. It looks like at all. So I was being silly. I was getting the 635 confused with like the 535.
Oh
like
yeah.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Cryptic actually was on his hiatus while that was going on.
That makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think he's taking the time.
I don't blame a single person that doesn't want to use that trick in any kind of like live setting, even something like this.
I don't like it either.
Like it's like I get it. It's the natural progression of things, but it's like yeah, the way that it's different from all of the other normal, like I don't really like setup tricks like that in a platforming game like this, you know? Like I know that makes me sound like a huge dinosaur, but that's me personally, like what I prefer out of speed games. But I mean, everything else that this game has going for it is what keeps drawing me in. Like
yeah,
and I mean I don't run 120 personally, so that kind of you know the trick doesn't really matter.
I chose not to do it personally myself. I'm not a huge fan of the pause setups either, you know, like the Zelda Ocarina of Time type stuff, which I love, like in that game, but I
right, because it has a good pause buffering mechanism, not hope you can mash really fast.
Yeah, I'm not a huge. I think it goes without saying that OT definitely a much better suited game for pause buffering than this one is.
Yeah, and like all sorts of those other like just hyper precise tricks.
Oh, and one more for Suigi. And looks like time is kind of ticking by here. Still definitely 137able as we are probably, well, I'd say maybe like low 138. So he can definitely still advance. I mean, a possible second place on leaderboard here. Yeah, he's got definitely some room to play with here. We're going to exit about a 48, give or take. So 47, 137, 40, essentially 8. And he's comparing against a 138 flat, so definitely a bit of time here. And wow, first place still on the table, kind of crazy.
Room here, so
yeah. I mean, honestly, in all honesty, 13 seconds or whatever it is actually pretty reasonable for a guy like for a guy like Suigi. And Punkay's first place could be very short-lived here as Cryptic is finishing up these throws. Oh, and just completely whiffed that one. Sorry, buddy.
Suigi had like a little bit of a bobble on the staircase that I think lost maybe a second or so. Just trying to keep live track like while we're looking. I mean, I'm sure his gold is so tight that kind of movement would matter.
Yeah, this is probably the most insane first day of qualifiers ever, or I should really say qualifiers in general. I mean, this is pretty nuts in terms of like the times that we've kind of gotten here today. Definitely spoiled for if you're the viewer.
in terms of just great gameplay to watch. I mean, geez, I don't know if we've seen a spread like this in a long time, if ever, really.
Sweet. Gorgeous movement throughout those reds.
Oh, excuse me. It is the second. It is the second day. I didn't do commentary yesterday.
It's
my
mean,
first
like,
day.
The weekend, right? I didn't want to say anything and then like just be, I don't know, because I commentated yesterday, so I was like,
I was supposed to, and something came up. So to me, it's the first day. I wish it was, but I mean, still, even still, like the first weekend, I mean, absolutely nuts. And looks like Suigi, it is possible for him. He definitely does have really insane throws. So we will see what he's able to do here. Definitely first place. And there's, oh my goodness, that spin is nuts. And look at this regrab too. I mean, this kid's insane. There's two, and looks like he might get first place. And that'll do it.
Wow. Easy first place. Oh
with a minute time loss. With a minute time loss in Rainbow Ride.
In overtime. Like this run was in lobby, I think, whenever the overtime session started. So I mean, this was really close to a no reset. I can't remember if it was in BOB or like even earlier than that.
137.51. Green Suigi gonna take it by 7 seconds. Two overtime 137s.
Wow. That is
two
so
overtime
cool.
137s as we hear Suigi.
Fucking yes.
Hooray. This is absolutely hilarious. And Cryptic in here saying this is giving Punkay memories when he had the world record and Cheese took it back in less than 24 hours. So true. Punkay just can't ever win. But 137.51, good job to Green Suigi. Really insane run here. What the Sigma?
Oh, that just
got run, so
insane stuff there by Green Suigi. Love to see it.
Man.
Absolutely love to see it.
Clutched in overtime.
Yeah, I mean,
points.
Yeah, the overtime clutch, it's just insane. And 2 deaths in Rainbow Ride. Let's be real. And one of them was the carpetless.
First.
Yeah, I mean that's also the part that's really like just wilding me out is like managing to like be so far ahead that even all of those deaths didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, and looks like oh geez.
I'll clutch it next time.
Okay, so Beeve.
I'm honestly kind of glad.
Having an issue with his internet. It looks like.
Okay, why is my mic so loud?
Chat.
Like, this just
I'm really hoping. Oh, there we go. We got it back.
It just makes zero sense at all.
Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on here. Hopefully, we can get Beeve back on. This is a really good run.
Yeah, -5 out of BBH, and we'll see how the rest of 100 coin goes. This 100 coin is pretty handily like the most difficult swimming you're gonna have to end up doing in the game, like with these coin rings and such. I mean, going across JRB for JRB 100, you do have like a lot of the difficulty around like the spire rings and stuff. But like having to deal with like, especially like those lines around the vortex. I mean, yeah, thinking about the clams make DD or JRB 100 really bad.
Looks like we got Beeve back.
Awesome.
He is local recording, everybody.
Yeah, so after that ultra hot run, we're, all water stage, so we can all calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, but hey, this is a pacer for Beeve here. 138.09 BPT, and even if it wasn't local recording, I trust Beeve. I would trust Beeve. If Beeve told me, like, the sky was, yellow, I don't know. I would believe him. He's just that type of guy.
But luckily told me his dad worked for Nintendo and he knows how to do Ace in Mario 64, I'd believe it.
If Beeve told me that the Mew was underneath the truck in Pokemon Yellow, I would run right to the truck.
If Beeve told me that L is real in Mario 64, like I would just take his word at it, Like I'd start doing like fan OCs of Luigi in Mario 64 for commission. I'd found my entire life on that principle.
Wilco having a bit of a meltdown here, DDD 100. As is tradition for DDD 100, it's one of the worst, one of the hardest stars in the game for sure. It's really easy to lose it. But and just missed the wall kick there. Went for the fancier strat to save a bit of the time that he lost, but unfortunately gonna have to do a front sub to back it up and
an extra front sub, which is so painful in itself.
Yeah, he's got a long jump dive here. He gets it, no problem. But yeah, this is quite a big time loss, unfortunately, here if you're if you're Mr. Wilco. But speaking of not time loss, Beeve coming in with a 104.26 upstairs time, and really nicely done. Believe it or not, this is not even close to his best pace ever. I mean, this dude can play the game. But this is definitely serviceable for Beeve to, with a really, really great upstairs, clutch in the top 7. I think we're going to see Beeve in the top 7 soon. If not today, I think very, very soon. So if you actually, if you haven't been watching Beeve, I would definitely recommend following him. He is really consistent in his streams. His streams are really fun, but he's also really good at the game. So definitely a big, big up-and-comer.
And unfortunately, Wilco having to sit on a plus 50 with the DDD. Now, the leaderboard PB is still 7 minutes away, so we'll have to see how far out he decides to go ahead and carry this one. If he does decide to just, try for a little bit better of a leaderboard improvement. It looks like he's just comparing against like normal PB balance.
Yeah, he is, which is crazy to me that he doesn't have a 138 yet. I can't believe it. For a second, I really thought he had a high 138. I mean, he just got that PB he's got to go back and get that coin. He just got the 139.42 like 6 days ago or something. But his potential is just so much more. Really nowhere to go but up for Beeve. And oh no, we're back. Luckily we are local reporting. He's never really seemed to have internet issues as far as I've been aware, so I'm actually kind of curious as to what's going on. I know there's actually been some storms on the East Coast lately, and Beeve is on the East Coast, so that could be it. I lost power a couple days ago, so maybe he's just having some internet issues.
Shout out to anyone still without power after Barrel. There's a ton of people still without electricity because power companies are great. I mean, it's hard to kind of like say though, like storms are like really brutal with how much damage all at once. And it's like you think about it, like a company's not really gonna have like enough repair people, like already on retainer for that much stuff to fix all at once. So it's like I kind of get it. But Beeve pulling out a pretty decent 100 coin overall from what we can see through the...
Yeah, there was a bit of an issue at the beginning there. A little bit of a... He missed a coin, really, is what it comes down to. So, I mean, not the end of the world.
Wilco's going to be missing the early cycle on Fire Seed, missing a side flip there. It's really easy to run like right into that corner, and then you just completely kill the attempt. The cage movement can definitely be very finicky.
Really annoying to just like get on a good run and you're like, sweet, Fire Seed, let's go, and then you immediately ground pound. Like it's just like, oh, okay, this is how it's gonna be. He missed the lava boost cycle, but early Ellie's managed to get no problem here, and no burn too. Wow. All right, there we go, Beeve.
Decent little elevator tour.
Jesus would be screaming. His neighbors would call the cops. Help, there's a woman being murdered. It's just Jesus. He just missed a star in Dark World.
Oh no.
No!
Oh no.
Could have been way worse. He's going to go for the backup here.
Yeah. At least it wasn't on the elevator star. That mistake happened on the elevator star so much.
Yeah. That was the best one. That was the best case scenario, I guess, if you're going to call it.
Fire Seed is really just throwing Wilco for one, because he, ending up missing the throw in addition to late cycle. But it's starting to kind of melt a little bit for Wilco, but I mean, he's got enough of a time room that it does still make sense to keep continuing this attempt, even if things continue to look a bit dicey.
I don't know, Raisin. I think that, the swimming, yeah, but if you're all the way at the bottom and you have to do the triple jump again, I don't know. I'd have to time it out.
And it's especially like if you're not like really proficient with that backup, actually setting up the triple jump to be able to make it on top of that that platform can be kind of rough. Like getting the spacing correct.
Oh no! And Beeve falling off,
just a little bit short.
Yeah, he was going for
This
the
backup is so awkward.
It's really tough. Yeah, the spacing here is not ideal.
And, and he's almost dead too.
Yeah, he's
anytime I've gone for this, I end up going for the camera directly behind Mario.
No!
And that's gonna be it. Oh man,
yeah, that's really unfortunate there for Beeve. It's just definitely a really tough way to lose a run, but you know, so it goes. You know, next time Beeve is gonna come back and really, you know, really kill it. So, GG's.
Like you can really see there what makes that backup so difficult is like what you end up having to do is like wall kick off of the wooden fence thing, do like a very low jump where you release A super early, wall kick off the brick, and then just get over the fence that way. Like your gut instinct is to try to wall kick on top of the white brick part and then just jump over the fence, but like it just doesn't work that way. As you saw here, like you'll always just end up ledge grabbing if you're trying to do like full height wall kicks. So it's so infuriating, but still got one left to watch here with Wilco.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's a bit dead in the water. We are comparing to a 147.02. But he still has a 141.05 BPT, I guess, so.
So, I mean, it looks like there's some decent time save with an upstairs. I wonder what exactly, like if we're looking at like maybe just a lot of carpetless issues, but
yeah, probably carpetless.
Because I mean, you got to imagine that if he was like wanting to just set a time with like his first run or something, or like just a run on day one, and if he chose to do carpetless last, and like you're already fully committed to doing it, you know, I could see like a 5th try carpetless bleeding that much time. But it's rough trying to run against splits like that where you have a huge pocket of time save, but it's all at the end. Because it's just, there's something about like when you're trying to run against splits that you're already very far behind visually, even if you know that that big chunk of time save is coming, like it's hard to stay invested. It's this weird, like, you know, you kind of have mentally checked out a little bit anyway. Oh, and bonks against the pillar they're trying to just get the slide kick up the stairs. So we got Wilco adventuring into... Honestly, as a kid, this was one of my favorite stages, and I think so much of that had to do with the music. Like, in retrospect, I've said this so many times, my favorite stages as a kid, which this is how you know I'm a weirdo, were Wet Dry World, BBH, and HMC. So, like, I really like dark, cavernous, haunted, creepy spaces. What can I say? But it, like, when I started thinking about it more, it's like, oh, well, HMC and Wet Dry World both have the same music, and I definitely think that was part of why I love them so much, because just such classics with these stages. We got Wilco moving in for... Oh, getting a Tony Hawk grind, as he's trying to go for that star for the Vanish Cap star in that stage. So that sort of grinding situation, it's this weird quirk of, like, if you are falling off of a ledge at like a very specific slight angle, it'll like you'll kind of keep popping back onto the ledge for a second and then fall off again and then pop back onto it and then fall off again, and that's what makes like a buzzing noise, and then like, you know, Mario's just kind of stutter stepping. And the reason the camera shakes like that is when Mario is in midair, the camera is supposed to like dip slightly, I believe, or it moves slightly compared to when he's on the ground. And so since every frame you're changing from being on the ground to in the air to on the ground, the camera also, like, it just keeps raising and lowering. I think it's by like 50 units or something. It's a specific number, but that's what makes like that weird appearance and everything. And now Wilco having the same issue as Beeve here, so we're going to be getting to see this backup twice. And as you can see, Wilco's had to deal with this backup a few times, so able to get that first try pretty cleanly there. With that like nice kind of off-centered camera, because you can make that a little easier by like waiting for the camera to move all the way behind Mario, but that just wastes even more time when you're already having to do a really like dirty backup in the first place. But now we've got the elevator star here. And setting up on that ground visual cue, it's really important for that setup you start in the exact same spot every time. A lot of runners used to, like the original strat people would kind of use for that was to start with a side flip in that spot. So like you'd run up to the spot, flip your stick back so that you could, you know, start a side flip and then go ahead and swap your camera. But eventually people, and I agree with this, like it's just easier to run up to the spot, stop, turn the camera, and then just do a quick turn on the stick. Like as long as you're kind of proficient on a quick turn, it's this weird bit of movement where you have to like press the stick very lightly in a movement direction twice in a row. And it'll make the game like think that Mario is slowing down from movement and then like just instantly stop. It's this weird quirk of how the movement is handled in the game where it'll end up making you able to change your angle and then do more actions much more quickly than if you just like put the stick in neutral and didn't do anything else. And so it's one of those micro optimizations you really only start to see when you start getting to like a more advanced level of this game. Got a 100 coin coming out here. And the town movement, especially in 100 coin, ends up being kind of finicky.
Oh, it's so fun though.
Oh yeah. Especially when you do it right. I don't know what it is, but my favorite is that movement where you do like the dive rollout next to the fence with the coins on it and then long jump off the fence itself. Like, Pacha.gif. So perfect. I love it. I'm missing one of the coins on the ring here. And they're at such an awkward height, and then like that stupid pyramid is so awkward if you end up falling on it by accident. Ooh, nice backup with the wall kick there. Like your initial instinct would kind of halfway be to do a side flip, but that's not really the way to go about that at all. Yeah, I think that dive rollout long jump just must not be part of the meta anymore, because I don't really see it very often at all at this point, but when that was like the main strat, that was always my favorite thing to see. There's just something so satisfying about going from a rollout on the ground behind the fence to right into doing a long jump off the fence itself. Like it just neuron activation. And now one of the easiest stars in the game. It's one that like you do still have to put like, I don't know, 20 minutes into practicing. It's mainly just like when you move Mario up to the wall, you want to hold the stick until he is touching the wall, then let go. And like the faster you let go, the faster your time is. Like that's pretty much, ideally you want to be pressing against the wall for 1 frame and then let go. But if you let go a frame too early, before he actually makes contact with the wall, you get a full speed bonk and waste like 5 seconds. So it's just like, you have to practice it a few times to like kind of get a general feel for the timing. And then just, you know, just be paying attention when you do that star so that you don't like just waste too much time trying to go a little too fast. Getting a bit bonked around, entering up into the tiny, huge island. And I guess since Wilco's the only one running, you know, I think I have enough room and I can justify THI hate hour. Like, this is just, it is mine and so many other people's least favorite stages. I never liked it as a kid particularly, and especially as a speedrunner. My pet theory is it just does not feel right for like moving around in either like the large or the small island. Like it really... all of the other stages, you can kind of feel that like their size to Mario's approximate movement. It's like you can tell, like the easiest example is like the gap in HMC that is trying to teach you how to long jump. Like it's pretty much perfectly sized that like if you do a long jump kind of close to the ledge on one side, you'll get to the other side. They even lowered the other side a little bit to make sure you get across, right? But it's like, it feels like if that same feature were in THI, it would either be so short that you could cross it with a dive rollout, or it'd be so long you'd have to like do a long jump wall kick off the edge of the stage and like just some other weird stuff that like it doesn't make sense as a stage. It's just stupid. The thing that's a huge pet peeve of mine, right? There's like two sides of the stage with a like normal no-go wall. So like the side that is behind Mario right now and like to his left right now. Like if you swim against the rim there, you're not going to fall off. If you jump against the rim, you're not going to fall off. It's just a normal out of bounds. The opposite side of the stage, that wall is like 10 feet away from the edge of the stage. So you can just run off of it for no reason. Like, why? Why do you design it inconsistently? If you're going to make a choice, make it on the whole stage. Like, honestly, pretty good 100 coins so far. We'll see how the Goombas decide to participate here. But it's just, what should have been participating were the level designers in a full meeting all together saying, okay, is the whole stage edge going to kill you? Or are we going to actually give players a break for a second?
No break.
That one's been building up for a minute, in case you can't tell. I am well adjusted. I am a stable, sane member of society, I promise. I appreciate that you didn't have a single comment on me saying that. No, like you're just like I think your actions speak for themselves. I don't think there's anything I can say to help defend you now.
I personally don't dislike THI myself.
That's a real hot take. Like I mean,
yeah, I liked it. I don't know. When I was doing the league like last year, I actually was one of my better stages for some reason. I don't know. I thought it was fun. I like the 100 coin. Yeah, I really like the 100 coin. I don't know. It's a lot of movement and it's super interesting.
I mean, I'll say the 100 coin is unique for sure. You know, I don't think there's any other stage like with that same. I guess the closest thing to like going between the islands is like the igloo section of SL 100. Where you have like, you know, kind of a little sub area to mess with. But like I will concede that it's kind of cool that like, you know, you're going between like these two different islands a little bit. Yeah. And like you have like two different courses kind of to have to deal with. So I can give it that, I guess. I don't know. If I'm being completely honest, it's secrets that's a huge problem. I hate secrets so much. It is very finicky in weird places. Like, around the second secret, it is so easy to just run off the side of the stage.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me mad about that not being a normal out of bounds. It's like, if it were normal out of bounds, that star would be, like, probably 25% more consistent for me. Granted, I'm bad at the game, but still. And then, like, Piranhas is another weird one where it's like, it should be a freebie. You know, you're going to get about the same time on it every time. But then, like, when you're just not paying any attention because you've autopiloted it for, like, 6 months, it'll just randomly kill a good run for, like, you just dove a little too quickly through the Piranha and didn't actually hit it or some weird crap like that. And so now we're moving on into Koopa Race, and I think this is going to be the last one in THI.
Yep.
And, okay, so let me gauge your opinion before I start another rant. How do you feel about TTM in comparison to THI?
I think TTM is way more stressful. It's way less fun.
See, like, okay, I'll agree that yeah, it's harder for sure. I don't, like, pulling it off well, though, feels so satisfying. Like the mountain clip stars can be so finicky, but it feels so nice when you're actually, like, just getting through them really nicely. And I don't know, like, I end up getting more of just, like, I'm glad that's over with THI. Yeah. I mean, I still get that with TTM, but it's like, it feels more satisfying when I get TTM right. But yeah, so much more stress from the mountain clips, from reds. It's one of the more challenging, like, reds by itself, I think. Like, I mean, CCM red certainly gives it a bit of a run for its money, but like most stars with that much kind of technical movement, you're expecting to see like something else going on. I don't know. It's always just especially been nutty, like how far people will go with the strat optimizations on that star, like doing dive rollouts that if you don't do it exactly right, you'll just die. And it saves like maybe a second over doing long jumps that are like 50 times safer.
I mean, that really is a lot of this game.
I mean, yeah. To be honest, yeah. Like I think it'd be hard pressed for any other game to match this in terms of like how wildly different you could play from like the very beginner level to the absolute most advanced pro level. Like I don't know of another game that would have that big of a gulf. Because like one comparison is like Twilight Princess is just a wicked hard speedrun, and there's not really a way to make it truly easy. There are some things you can do to make it easier, but people will tell you very upfront, some of these tricks are just difficult. There's not really an easy way to do them. Like Sword and Shield Skip, there's not an easy way to do that. I've been kind of out of the community for years, so maybe I'm lying at this point. But at least used to, it was like if you want to get into running this game, you have to do it the hard way. But with Mario 64, that's not really a factor at all. You could play it as casual, breezy as you want.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. You can make it as easy or as sweaty as you want. Like that, you could just do 16 no LBLJ, grind out a decent time, or you can just like send it, and really do. I mean, yeah,
like
it's really customizable almost in a way.
And like there's so much room in between. Like most stars will have like, it's not just like there's an easy and a hard way. It'll be like there's an easy way, a slightly harder way, a slightly harder way, a way that might situationally work a bit faster depending on context. Like there's so many stars with at least 5 different strats in this game.
Yeah, you could really mess with them to see like what, kind of what suits you best.
Like, the only star that only has one strat would be, like, Chill with the Bully. And even then, like, people have started trying to move, like, single stars strats for that into RTA. So that's not even entirely true anymore. Even, like, in the Deep Freeze, you think about that star, and it's like, okay, you're just jumping on top of the igloo and diving in. Like, how could you find different ways of doing that? Well, you could do it with a traditional triple jump setup. You could do it with a speed kick triple jump setup. You could do it with a double jump kick setup. Like, that's a 5-second star. And I just named 3 different ways of doing it. Like, that's the game you're dealing with. There's even a 4th one you could do. Like, there's like some weird slide kick or like a jump dive onto the side of the stage, so that you end up getting like a really fast slide towards the igloo, and then I believe it's a double jump kick again in that situation. May even be a single. I can't remember. That's like definitively single star territory though, because I think it saves like a frame if you do it perfectly. Right, so let's see the C-up slide. And there we go, nicely done. Ooh! I don't know if I've really ever seen people do, like, that punch to be able to maintain that speed for even longer.
I didn't quite see it there, but people are punch canceling. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, to where, like, he ended up going into, like, a front slide instead of, like, this butt slide.
Yeah, Punkei does that, actually, too. And he'll actually kind of cross the gap a little bit, so he'll slide on his stomach and then kind of just kind of hop over that gap a little bit, and then he goes back to butt sliding. It's just a little optimization that Punkei does. I don't really even know if it saves any time or anything, but
at the very least, it looks cool. Overall, pretty solid TTM, it looks like, from Wilco here, and had nearly 30 seconds to save as part of the split, so it looks like he may be able to start kind of really chipping away that deficit as we're moving on deeper into upstairs. And like, again, we're looking at here, his best possible is like a low, like 140s range. So it must have been like just a huge carpetless meltdown. And being that he's such a long time runner, I can't imagine. Oh, the bracelets fail, unfortunate. Just not quite high enough there.
Yeah, only about 8 seconds.
But yeah, plus 19 now. Yeah, pretty decent pace. So it looks like this is ultimately why he's going ahead and continuing this all the way to the end. Is like that all that time loss seems to be like pretty much mostly carpetless time loss.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, unless there's just another star he happened to have lost 6 minutes on. I mean, I'm no expert. Got kind of a bad spray from that first money bag. I've said it so many times. I think that enemy has the most violent coin spray of any enemy in this game. I don't know why, but like it always seems to have the worst RNG.
Yeah, them and the money bags.
It's like at least the Spindrift seem to like sometimes play nice to you, like a Scuttlebug would, for instance, but like the money bags just never do. I wonder if they thought that, like, because it makes kind of like a spitting noise almost, that it needed to spit the coins way faster. Like, I don't know. Like, what even is the noise that a money bag makes? Does any other enemy make that noise?
I mean, I couldn't tell you. Like, I don't know. I honestly, I tune out the noise for this game at this point. I don't even really, like, I'm not even consciously aware that I'm listening to it.
Yeah, like you're listening for the like audio cues, but not really much else. Yeah, like listen to this noise up here. Like, do you ever hear that like from anything else? Like, come on. That's a terrible spray. Jeez, like no other enemy would do that to you like instantly. Like a Scuttlebug, the coins would get that far apart if you let them sit there a second. The money bag is like, oh, you want my coins? No. I guess they figured, like, okay, the money bag, like, is an entity made of money, you know, so it's going to be more spiteful about you taking its money from it than just, like, say, a Goomba that may not even comprehend the value of currency. So I guess I could see that being their reasoning is, like, you know, it really wants to have a last laugh. I don't know. I imagine if the developers ever heard half of my headcanon for this game, they would look at me with a very, very concerned stare. We're advancing closer and closer to Tippy here, and it's kind of hard to like really commentate in this position because it's, you know, all eyes are really on the split that's not even on the screen right now. Oh, forgetting which star he actually had remaining here. Oh wait, no, actually, this is just a backup here. I think I'm not sure he got Snowman's head yet. I think what happened there was like he didn't quite get the triple jump to come out, and doing a backup up that slope is horrendous. It is frankly easier to just turn around and do a completely different star. I think, yeah, I think that's exactly what happened here.
Yep, that's definitely the go-to backup. Oh, nice
flip
there.
Ooh, nice igloo entry. Because even if you got yourself into a position to do a triple jump back up that slope, you would be doing it with so little speed that it would end up just being vastly slower, even if you got it first try. Looks like just having issues with some of these like speed kick triple setups, or I'm not sure exactly what's going wrong here, but I think that's the second time there that approaching a slope he just wasn't quite able to get the triple to come out. So it's gonna bleed a few seconds against these splits, but what we kind of like touched on a little bit is like once he does finally get to Rainbow Ride, there's a very fair chance he's just not even going to go for carpetless, I feel like. I mean, since he's such a long time runner, the standard 100 coin route is definitely like well, you know, within his muscle memory, I'm sure. And it just, if you're already in a position where you're going to improve your leaderboard PB by potentially like 4 minutes, you know, or like 3 minutes for sure without carpetless, you know, do you really want to take that gamble? And like with so low of a chance of it actually paying off with just an extra minute. I could see it if like we were thinking about like, you know, a jump from like 6th to 1st place or something, but With the circumstances that we're looking at, I'm not sure what I would do in that situation if I were him.
Yeah.
We'll see what Cloud Stage has in store here. Going on in for the cannon shot. While we're just kind of working through some of these stages, a quick shout out to the anime profile splits. Like just an absolute iconic feature of this and so many other speedrun communities. Like, what would speedrunning be without anime split backgrounds? Like, genuinely. I think that we would be losing a great cultural artifact if that phenomenon weren't part of this community.
I don't know how much I'd complain.
And it seems like Wilco especially just has like a really expansive collection, because I don't think I've ever seen the same background on his splits twice. Like, I haven't seen this one before. I haven't seen whatever one that he had yesterday. Like, he seems to have just a huge folder of them. Like, I would be curious, just the raw file size. Like, is it like, you know, a 10 gig archive of just various anime waifus? Like what kind of parameters are we talking about for this collection?
I think you're probably on track.
Oh, nice double jump to get up there. Ooh, and going for... I love this movement. Goes for, like, a interesting way of doing that, because I've seen a lot of people do, like, that side flip underneath the roof platform there, and then, like, go for a triple to get over the blue coin switch, but the way that he did it seems to look a bit safer. Oh, oh my, I don't think I have ever seen that bolt mess with the camera like that. Like that bolt texture on the side of the rotating platform, I don't think that's ever like gotten in someone's way while they're trying to go for that 90 coin box. I've never personally seen that. Like maybe I'm just forgetting. I swear, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Every time I do commentary, I've been doing this for, like, what, 6 years at this point, probably? Every single time I do a session, I see something I've never seen before.
Yeah, that's the great thing about this game.
And, like, it's a 4 GB game from 1996. Like, how is that even possible? But here we are. So it looks like a decent chunk of his time save is honestly, like, they just kind of threw out Tippy, like, a little more evenly spread than we initially assumed. You guys, like, nearly 40, I think. No, that is, how does math work? That's 30, that is how math works. Bit of a fall there, going for, this time moving star, but doesn't fall completely out of the stage at least. Nice jump over the flame shooter there. That can be a little bit scary for part of that backup. Getting denied by the pendulum again, almost falling all the way down again. But luckily he's able to go ahead and pull it back together. All right, and Get a Hand is down. Just working through TTC and the stage that we're all just kind of waiting for here. And we can definitely confirm now it's the Rainbow Ride split that was messing up the best possible comparison here. And I mean, yeah, even with like a bit of a shaky stage with 100 coin and Ruth, top of the big house, Like that would still, you'd still be looking at like a 6.5, like 640, maybe a 7-minute like Rainbow Ride split. Like I would say like an average to mediocre Rainbow Ride with the old strat would have been like around like 7 minutes. And so, I mean, looking at it being about a 10-minute split right now, like even if he went down to that, like what would be a really backup strat at this point, it would still save an ample amount of time over his current comparison.
Yeah.
God, I picked the most confusing way to say that. I'm so sorry. But all right, we are getting out of TikTok clock. Plus 23, and we'll see how exactly he decides to handle Rainbow Ride. Because as you can see, he's a carpetless player. 540 best ever split. 931 on latest comparison, though. So that's, you know, give or take 4 carpetless fails on whatever this PB is he's comparing to. So, I mean, if he's got a 50% consistency rate, then there is a very fair chance that if he decided to just keep going for it, that he would eventually be able to get it faster. But at the same time, committing to... I mean, he seems to be committing to carpetless at this point. So we'll see how smart of a decision this is. Because missing this once, he's pretty much looking at about the same time as if he didn't go for it at all and just went for the other. Gets the firstie, already denied. Oh. Gets the first frame wall kick while trying to navigate over to the windowsill, and that's going to cost it. You cannot grab a ledge like that in that scenario with a first frame wall kick. Anyone who may not be super familiar, like each wall kick frame has a different speed.
Either you can maintain all your speed from before or lose a little bit, but yeah, that's the hardest wall kick in the game.
And it is so hard to try to time a non-firstie that is still a fairly early wall kick. And a second firstie there! Oh no! Oh no. Not even getting an attempt on the actual setup yet, and already this is costing a pretty hefty amount of time. I think already, like, just having gone for the standard setup would have ultimately been better, but, you know, at a point you are kind of, you know, committed. There's a bit of sunk cost going on, but I mean, it's, you know, when you start losing a bit of time to this trick, you know, your only option is kind of to get it to save some of that time back, hopefully. So we'll see if he's able to go ahead and get it. Oh, and barely misses the wall kick angle. God, so many tragic ways of just not quite having the star work through. Like, and it would be one thing if all of these were, like, not quite getting the pause buffering, not quite hitting the glitchy wall kick, but happening before then is just always heartbreaking. Okay, advancing over to the castle. Okay, he gets the wall kick angle this time. And no firstie. Okay, he's able to go ahead and do the setup through this time. Okay, let's see. Oh. So just not quite getting the setup to go through. And the pause buffering especially, like, this is not a game where you want to have to pause buffer anything. The very frame that you hit start, the game immediately starts moving again. So it's just, anytime you're trying to use pausing to buffer something that's frame perfect, it's extremely difficult to do it consistently. Especially if you end up in the unfortunate situation where you're only like 2 or 3 frames ahead of the frame that you want. It's very hard to do, like, just precise small advancements. Oh, and just doesn't quite get the ledge grab there despite getting a non-firstie.
Yeah, this is it's a bit rough.
Yeah, and this is at the very beginning of the stage too. I think we're looking towards, like, it might be dead. Because, I mean, we're already 4 minutes into this split, and this is the first star that he's doing here, so...
Yeah.
it's an unfortunate ending, but I mean, this is kind of what you're looking at with the carpetless era. Like, I mean, every game has this kind of stuff happen with, like, you know, just having a wickedly hard trick that, of course, ends up being towards the ending. Like, there was a point in this game's history where it was kind of that way with Womps. Like, very early on in the game's history, when Canonless was first discovered, I believe I remember before there was a route that would have Womps at, like, around 50 stars.
It was
people
like
used
60, yeah.
Yeah. And, like, I mean, just imagine getting that deep into your run to run against a brick wall that you have no idea how to be consistent. There we go. Goes for the single star ending. Wow. Okay, well, he does have carpetless down at least, finally. But, you know, that is with a pretty substantial amount of time lost beforehand. So we'll have to finish out the split. I think he's still ahead. But, you know, the pretty hefty dent getting put in this run, unfortunately. Oh, and horrible luck with that fly guy. 2 of the coins just completely going out in the abyss. Beautiful 5 slide there. As we even saw with Green Squeegee's first place run earlier, you know, no runner is safe from messing up the 5 slide. Oh, gotta go back. Oh, no!
Yeah, that's it. You can't come back from that. Yeah, that'll be it for
that. And oh, that's such an unfortunate way to end this one. But that's the blue coin timers when you're not really thinking about it. And GG's to Wilco, huge GG's. I mean, if nothing else, it has to be hugely commended. Like being, I think, like about 50 seconds behind in DDD and still having it in your head, like, you know what, this run can PB still. I want to continue. You know, and that's something that so many runners being that far behind would just go ahead and say, like, I'm tossing it.
Yeah.
Like, there's no point. But like Wilco continuing on through that run, that's just a really strong showing that, like, you know, it's hard for people to sometimes have that kind of, like, you know, just mental fortitude, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think that'll probably come pretty close to wrapping it up for us today. So, I mean, excellent weekend. I mean, look at the leaderboard. I mean, just, oh my goodness.
2 137s, and especially 2 137s in overtime. Like, that's the craziest part to me.
Yeah. Really speaks for itself, that leaderboard. So, you know, shout outs to GSA for this incredible weekend, and we'll be back in about a month. So, you know, it's probably the craziest qualifiers we've ever seen.
GG.
So hopefully next month can kind of follow up with that. But excellently done to all the runners. Congrats to everybody. Thanks for participating. Shout out Urban Arts, and yeah, it's been a blast.
Huge shout outs to everyone that donated to Urban Arts as part of getting these 2 overtime blocks going. Because, I mean, so many PBs were scored during these overtime blocks. Horrors 141 was overtime yesterday. First and second place were overtime. So everyone that contributed even like $1 out of that 27K, y'all are the reason why Green Squeegee and Punkay are the top 2 spots on this leaderboard right now. It is directly because of your actions. So huge shout outs to Urban Arts for helping us with these events, and even bigger shout outs to all the donators giving to such a worthy cause. And Collins, it's always a pleasure commentating with you in the booth.
Absolutely, man. Love to be here in the booth with you. And yeah, thanks again, everybody. And we'll see you, well, soon, because, you know, of course, we'll still be live here at GSA. But as far as the qualifiers go, we'll see you in about a month. And thanks so much, everybody, again.
Peace out.